All right, we're going to be starting shortly. I'm just going to go get some shorts for walking. I'll be right back. Hey, between two blocks, I'll be starting shortly. I'm just going to get some shorts for walking. Hey, Kenjo! Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Old man playing old games again? What's that supposed to mean, Aldrich? AoE2 is a great game. What are you on about? What are you on about? Zero God, Barney Burns, Varix, Legend of Kage, Tauntaun, Kenjo, Foggy. How's everybody doing? Hobocop, what's up? My favorite AoE2 streamer, live, early pog. Tauntaun, do you like AoE2? Because I know Tauntaun, I feel like I started seeing you chilling in chat during like a lot of the PoE2 stuff. Are you actually an AoE2 enjoyer as well? Or are you one of the individuals who actually thinks I'm entertaining and just here for the love of the game? Give him your old money? What do you, whoa, what's that supposed to mean? Today, we're gonna get some training from the FC master himself, so we can try to add that skill set into our repertoire. Which should pan out pretty well for us, hopefully. He gave us a little bit of homework, a little bit of reading or watching up on some tech, which I started watching the video, which he's gonna basically explain the fast castle build order, as well as what to do with chickens he has in the description. And just to start things off with, I already watched 4 minutes of it. He was basically going over, and this is stuff I didn't know. But okay, he has a ring mod. We're not going to do this, but obviously the ring basically just tells you where else the enemy's TC can be on the map, I guess, is kind of what it does. We're not going to do this mod. I think it's a little bit too unethical. But what he was saying in the start of the video is there is a inner ring of your town center, which is the line which the trees and the boars all spawn on. And this is something that already is an improvement for my early Dark Age, which is I initially just scout right along the shadow with my scout and the sheep. But he was saying send your scout farther out to do a wider ring while your scouts do the inner ring. And I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense because one, your sheep spawn farther away, and two, it's less likely that the enemy comes forward and steals your sheep, right? Because when I was just one of the games the other day, because I had some sheep kind of scouting farther out, that one dude lamed like 2 of my sheep. Now that might not have been sheep that are scouting, that might have been like some sheep I just found later or whatever, but still seemed pretty helpful. So we're gonna go ahead and check out the rest of this. He started out basically we're going over safe res and map res.
2, 3, 4 sheep before they start taking their boar. That is a textbook beginner mistake. You should never do that. That's why in this build order, I've only taken 1 sheep just to keep my TC running, and then I'm instantly taking my boar as quickly as I can. So that is the first thing you need to know. You want to take your boar, your first boar, if you can find it. Sometimes it's hard to find this quickly, but if you can find it, just take, even if it was the back boar, I'd take it. Just take the boar early because we need to process the map res. The fast.
Okay, so he goes for really early boars, which I guess also protects against laming too, to take him early. But it's going to be a bit awkward if we don't find the boar right away. We're going to have to delay some for the sheep.
The faster we process this boar, the faster we will be able to move out to berries and stone and things like this, things that we really desperately need to get out to. So the other thing you need to know about, so I've already introduced, 2 really highbrow concepts, or not highbrow, but incredibly important concepts. They're pretty simple to understand, honestly. In scouting pattern, very important for a fast castle, and then map res versus safe res. Now I'm going to introduce the third most important concept, which is rot theory. Well, actually, I'd say it's actually the 4th most important concept. We'll talk.
Did you say rock theory? I'm listening. For what do you mean by rot theory?
In a second. So rot theory. So or rot rules, I often call them. You are only allowed to have. You are not allowed to have fewer than 7 vills process a boar from high HP. If it was at really low HP, I'd say you could have fewer than.
Not allowed to have fewer than 7 vills process a boar. You throw on the leaderboard. We're working on it. Okay, we're working on it. We have to pass you thermal. That I don't know about. Grubby's pretty far. He's like 100 elo above us. So
7 on it right now, but you have to have 7 or more on a boar, and you need to have 3 or more on a sheep or a deer. Preferably 4. I honestly, that rule is a little flexible whether or not it's 3 or 4, but I 3 or 4 on a deer or a sheep. That's really important.
So when our villagers decide to assassinate multiple sheep at once, we're screwed.
So I could go out to this map res a little earlier. Like my next map res that I need to get onto is wood. And I could go out to there a little earlier, but it would break a rot rule. Like for example, I could go right now, but I don't want to because that's going to break one of my rot rules. So I have to wait, and the next vill will be allowed to go out to that map res. So I found all my res really easily, partially because I turned on Marco Polo.
Not gonna lie, when he said rock rules, I assumed he was gonna be talking about gold and stone, but I guess he's more referring to rock as in like stable. I don't change this. I always do it this way.
I'll wait a little while on pushing these deer just to kind of simulate a real game. So yeah, we are moving out to our next map res, which is wood. Wood's really important to get out to because it enables all the other map reses, will enable us to place our camp here and here. And again, this is kind of the easy part of the build order. I'm just prioritizing getting out to that map res as quickly as possible. Since this board's a little low, I don't mind that I've broken a rot rule. The lower I wouldn't mind to have like 3 vills on it when it's this low.
Okay, another thing that I was noticing yesterday, this is driving me insane. I need to get like a small bush tree mod or something. Because for the life of me, when I'm trying to like actually tell the villagers to do like an efficient lumber cut, I cannot click a lot of times if it's like, if the trees are this way and I'm doing a lumber camp here, I can't like click the tree here because like the tip of this one sticks out. And I definitely need to get a mod to make that like, because I'll have vills that are like walking out of my like freaking area to go like cut the backside of the tree or something. Isn't it rot? Oh, is he saying rot? I could have sworn it sounded like rock. Maybe I have a hearing problem. Listen, I'm not. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it.
Where you really want 7 is like above 2/3 food left. Once it gets to below 2/3, you can kind of go down to like 4 and treat it like a deer.
Hey, see guys, how you doing, man?
Anyway, again, I'm not breaking any rot rules, following all the rules, and it's usually here when I think about my cuts, and these are called placements. So placements are all of the patterns, all the buildings that you're going to place in your fast castle. Specifically, we're just going to think about Dark Age placements, and I've already actually done some of the placements in my head. So, for example, I think this game, my castle is going to be here.
Okay. Hold the phone. Just out of curiosity, we'll see if I get this like close to remotely right. I'm feeling like his priority is going to be like a cut like this. And then like this. We'll see what he actually says he's going to do.
Here. You will usually place your castle to... This gets really complicated really fast, and I don't know how much I want to get into it this game, but you usually place your castle to protect your gold and your wood, because this is a whole video. I have a whole video on this sort of placements. But you usually place your castle to protect your gold and your wood. And since I'm playing Magyars, we'll just think about it from a Civ perspective. Where the scariest opening is an archer opening, so we probably want our castle to be nice and tight, nice and close to the gold and wood. This is really complicated. There are 2 ways that we're going to place our castle close. We're going to do what's called a 3-tile placement, where we place 3 tiles away, basically behind our camp. So if our camp is here, we'll place our castle here. Or we'll do a touching placement where we touch the gold. So that would be a castle here, touching. This is a really nuanced thing. It's going to slow me down if I have to talk about all the different types of placements. There's also what's called a 0-tile placement, where you place under your town center versus a large number of...
I feel like that's just like you can't go anywhere else. That's got to be like stuff has gone horrifically wrong and your entire space is just like archers all the way around or something.
Archer openings, so the castle would go somewhere like here. So those are some placements to think about, but the most important one is that you need to place your wood line next to your gold, and preferably also have it be a safe wood line. So I've already done that. So the next step of placements is cuts and maybe some walls. So I'm going to teach you a 25 build orders. These types of build orders often do usually one of 2 things. Either they're going to do a triple cut on a map, or they're going to do a res wall. And you're wondering what both of those terms mean. So let's just establish what a cut is. So a cut is a wall that goes from a wood line to your town center. So if I place palisades here, like that, that would be an example of a cut. So it goes from a wood line to a town center. This would be an example of a wall. This terminology will be important later. So that's a wall because it goes from a wood line to a wood line. Another example of a cut would be from the edge of the map to the town centers.
25, I can't remember that. I mean, just remember it's, 4 houses plus your TC pop space.
So this would be another example of a cut. And this would be an example of a wall because it doesn't go to the town center.
Cuts go to TC walls.
Corridor wall, this is also known as a Huang wall, is 2 cuts that encapsulate usually your gold and your wood, but they could encapsulate any second resource. And you can even corridor wall just a single resource. For example, I could place a corridor wall that looks something like this. It's going to be hard to show it, but like going from here to here and then going from here to here. I wouldn't actually place it like,
hey, Miracles.
Like this side I would place like this, but this side I'd kind of bump it out before I came in.
I'm going to make you proud in this AoE2
corridor wall
tournament.
Would be 2 cuts that go to your town center.
I know you're an AoE2 enjoyer.
So, a classic corridor wall that I'm looking for here would be something like this, and then this. That would be a corridor wall that I'd be thinking of if I was playing like Jurchens and I didn't need to get my stone in there. But on this map, I'm thinking of a corridor wall that looks like this, and then I think since we're doing a 25, I could even go the full distance, and I will, because this is a beginner's build order, so we're gonna make it as easy as possible. So that corridor wall here.
Okay, first thing I'm learning right now is if he's planning on taking stone, he's willing to do bigger walls. Yesterday when we were trying to do some FCs, I was walling like just next to the resource, which would make it like so it could be targetable by archers. Which that seems like that's a no-no. We definitely need to like just have it full safe and go for bigger walls. What elo are you right now? Right now, I am 1670. But we are going to be working on that. We're going to be working on that. You can make me proud too, Nuddles? Yes, I am. Hopefully I'm going to make most people proud. That's low-key impressive. Farmer, did you play AoE2? It's a good... excuse me. It's a good time. Respect, big dog. Thank you. I appreciate it. I did a lot as a kid. Oh, hell yeah. I basically played a bunch. Well, I played some when I was a kid and then a bunch in college. So, like, basically 5 years ago, I played a bunch. And then I'm coming back to play it for this tournament. It's been pretty fun. I still watch some of the Viper 1v3 videos. Stuff's a good time, man. Stuff's a good time. When are you coming back? We're stuck watching farmer streams. The tournament is the 18th to the 21st with potentially a team game thing on the 22nd. So we're going to be grinding the ladder till then, trying to hone our skills. Today, the goal is to take on the teachings of Redphosphoru.
Here. It's technically 2 cuts, right?
Is this like playing a minion build? No.
Here. 1 cut is here. 2 cuts that encapsulate all of the resources we need to protect. What are the resources we need to protect? First and foremost, stone. That is the most important resource to protect. Secondly, food, and thirdly, wood. That's the order of importance of protecting. So that corridor wall actually protects all of them. So that is what we should be thinking about when we're about to place our first 2 houses. So we already know they can either go over here, which is where I will put them, to try to build up to that berries. Or they could go over here. The reason why I'm not placing them over here is because I'm probably going to be placing my castle and camps over there, and I don't want to delete them later. So I prefer to have those walls that are over there be something a little more deletable. Like, for example, I said I needed walls here and here. I could have placed my house here and here. But I know that I'm going to be placing my castle here, and I could need to delete these 2 to place it. And then I could be placing my camp on the back, and you generally try not to clunk up where you're placing your camp, so I might have to delete this house.
What are those mods? It's basically as invisible. Phosphoro plays with like some really like try-hardy mods. I'm not a big fan. I think they look too bad. Like they kill the aesthetic of the game for me, but it gives you 100% visual on what the hell's going on, like in case things are like lurking or hiding behind a building or anything, I guess. I definitely want to maybe consider getting like a bush tree mod, because I was getting giga agitated yesterday when I'm trying to tell my villagers where to like cut trees and I can't click the correct tree.
2 over here.
Well, that's probably where I draw the line.
Away from my res. This one's a little close, but it's 2 tiles away, which should be far enough away that I can still overload to my res to high numbers and not have it interfere and not need to delete it. And that the castle won't need to delete it. So yeah, that's why I'm placing over here.
You consider throwing your team into the cellar? No, I have not.
Start doing the rest of my cuts. You can do them now. They will, if you do your cuts early, it will make you more resistant to drushes. Now we're following our map res, safe res theory, and we're trying to get out to that map res as early as we can. So we're still doing all of our cuts. We're doing our walling patterns. Look how early I'm walling, around 14 pop. I'm doing pretty much everything. And I have camp placements. I don't really want to get into camp placements. And I also have, this is a really good map, by the way, if you don't know yet. This is an amazing map for me. Sometimes for example, if these berries were floating out here, or like, let's put them in a worse spot. Yeah, floating out here, I'd probably just tell you to do a corridor wall, or a corner to corner wall. It's hard to talk about all the scouting patterns in a generalist video like this. I'm not going to tell you about corner to corner walls, or corridor walls. You can watch those in.
He's scared of Spiff. Everybody should be scared of Spiff. The man is a focus of pure willpower determination. He's going to practice one singular strategy during no ranked matches and show up ready to win. Has Britt played a game? I think he's mostly been doing some unranked stuff. He knows he needs to do some games, though. Basically, if he doesn't do any games, we're just cooked. because we're missing one player's worth of Ela. So we do need him to do at least one game. But yeah, as soon as he does the places match, we're in a lot better placement. Like I know if you look at the team Elo right now, it looks bad, right? It looks bad. We're at 5,700. The thing is, though, this is every single team on this right now, except us, has Elo on the scoreboard. So the lowest right now is Jabbo at 794. Let's say Spiffing Brit starts out at 800. All of a sudden, we move to almost 6,600, which would put us in second place. So we do just need him to get like some games in, and I'm hoping we can convince him to start pushing some Elo. I think I can beat 1720. We'll see. So I should be able to get us a few more Elo there. I think Pestily will probably be able to beat 1300. Loco has been making progress literally every day. So I think we're in a decent position. He needs to do at least 10, yeah. And those are basically like the placement games. You training for the event? Yeah. Well, basically, okay, so the ladder race between the teams determines some of the first eliminations. Basically, the lowest two teams have to do some face-off matches where people will get eliminated. And then it'll move to a 16-player double elimination bracket stage. So ideally, you want to place well because then you can kind of position yourself against a better place on the bracket stage, essentially, and not get eliminated early. What happened, Bitter Dead build? We're going to pick it up after the AoE2 tournament. I'm just realizing I need to start putting in some time. Only doing a couple games every night is not going to cut it.
So let's finish this, and we're golden. So now, you're probably thinking, this is a lot of walls. A lot more, if you're familiar with my 23s, a lot more than I would have expected you to say. You know, you used to teach that you shouldn't wall. And that's true. You shouldn't wall like this if you're doing like a 23. But this is not a 23 build order video. This is a 25, which is, again, the easiest type of fast castle to execute, the most beginner friendly, and it's also quite strong. And I do it with a ton of sibs. If you want to learn a 23, I have 23 build order videos. They are good in some scenarios. Again, I'm trying to get out to this map res as early as I can. Maybe a little bit too early. But yeah, we don't need all these fills here. They need to get out. I don't need them here. They're not breaking any rot rules. But we usually only go to, well, 7's good in a 25. So 7 on berries, and then, yep, everyone's going to go out to stone now. And again, we don't need them here. We're not breaking any rot rules. 4, that's all we need. So everyone can go out. In a way, rot rules make it very easy to know what you need to do.
Me too.
Because if you're not breaking them, you shouldn't be there. This is very important. You should definitely put that in. Otherwise, men-at-arms can run around here. This one, too. I'm going to deepen it a little. When you do 25s, people love to run past your walls. Honestly, I think I'm on 5 here. I'll break my own rules. Anyway, but look how early and safe. Like I'm out to my stone with everything that I need. By the way, if your base wasn't walled, you should get loom right now. You should have gotten loom actually with this villager instead. You need to get loom after 23 pop. Otherwise, their starting scout can get value. So this is a small mistake that I made. So just pretend this is loom. I'll get it right now. And then we add our bills.
Loom it after 22 bills.
Okay, this guy. This is where it's a little flexible. If you have a really safe stone like this, in a 25, I'd probably only tell you to send probably only 5 or 6 to stone, because it's incredibly safe. But if the stone was like over here, I would have told you to send a little earlier than I did, like maybe 1 or 2 vills earlier. And I would
play tournament with day 9 and Grubby's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of
anyway, I'll be able to click after this
in the tourney.
And
we're gonna have to take them all down. You don't really want
more than 8 on your berries. It's gonna incur a lot of walk time. So I'll leave it at 8. I was deciding where to send that last fill. And again, we got 6 and we have backstone. That's perfectly fine. Maybe you could send if you had a really crappy forward stone, you could go to 7 and that last fill could have gone to stone. Or honestly, it's better because if you went to stone in the front, you would have had to do walls that look like this. So then
his resources right now don't seem that good. Is he doing a lot of like market abuse basically? He's at 268 food. He's going up. I guess we'll see how much
And you'd
food
want
he
to
brings
send
in while
7
he's
a
aging
little
up and
earlier.
stuff.
Honestly, I would have probably just sent 6 a little earlier. So these are called corner to corner walls. Do you see how they go from the far corner of the stone to the back corner of the camp? That's what's called a corner to corner. I guess technically a true corner to corner would go like this. This allows you to overload your vills to high number and have them be really efficient when they're working. They're very important if you have unsafe res. Okay, well, I'm not paying attention back here because I'm telling you about corner to corner walls.
Build order's dead.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything. We're gonna sell 100 wood, 100 food to click up. Here we're gonna make sure we don't overchop. Oops, not where I meant to click. We're gonna extract so much of our map res. The pressure would have come in, or when we're around, if they're doing like a man-at-arms opening, it would have come in. Usually we should be able to afford 2 vills even with a civ like Magars. Often we build, when we have really safe bases like this, we build with these folks. I wish.
Stone
I'm a little late
villagers?
there. I want to get a perfect time, so I'm gonna send 3.
So he's giga
And
abusing
potentially
stone,
with
so
Magars we won't be able to, but I have faith. I think we'll be able to do it. It's always hard when you have bonusless civs and you want to build 2 vills. Now, most important thing is I'm building 2 vills here because I'm taking no pressure. This AI sucks. He's not pressuring me at all. If you were taking pressure like man-at-arms and towers and things like this, and there was chaos going on, and you were stonewalling behind in these locations, which you absolutely should, I would tell you do not build vills. If you think you're not going to have enough food to click instantly when these buildings are done. So yeah, that's I'm only building vills because it's a chill game right now. The other
this tutorial on YouTube, it is, but I think he has it unlisted, which I'm not sure why he did that. Maybe he just didn't want to.
thing that could have happened is
Like a
this
public
stone
video
again
for it or
could be in a
something?
crappy spot instead of this super well protected spot, and he could have towered it already. And I'm going to talk about
Well,
what
it's
to
a really
do
good
if you do get
tutorial.
towered, or his archers could be there
I'm
already.
not sure why he wouldn't.
It's easy with archers. You know, if there's usually at this stage of the game, there's not too many of them, so we can just place a tower on our stone. And when you do that, you're going to be executing what's called an overload strategy. I probably can't get into overload strategies in this video. There are actually 2 strategies that you're going to employ to get your castle up every single time versus every single opening. And that's either playing scrappy or doing overload strategies. I'll just give you a really cursory summary of each of those. Playing scrappy is what I do in this game. Because my stone is so safe, I don't think even if you open an aggressive opening, I could stall it with stone walls behind here for a really long time. And maybe eventually he'd get to my stone if he got to enough archers with fletching. But then I would have already placed my camp over here because he's focusing me out over here. I would have cut this again. Like cuts are really good. I chose a corridor wall strategy, but there are 2 strategies that you do with 25s. You either do corridor walls or you do cuts or you do a combination of them. So if I didn't have this corridor walled, it would have been a triple cut map. So 1 cut, 2 cut, 3 cut, just to slow them down. Anyway, so playing scrappy is like placing a camp on your gold to try to get gold to buy, your stone, or long ranging your secondary stone with a ton of vills. Or going to your secondary stone and placing a camp because you think his army's in the wrong
Basically,
spot.
when the game gets really
Scrappiness
messy.
takes a lot of reading. It takes a lot of army tracking. It's a hard strategy to do. Overload strategies in a way are easier, but I actually find that people struggle with them more.
I bet most participants, maybe except for Grubby or Uthermal, Grubby trained it though, will try this strat at least once. I think it's important that you know how it works though. Like, for example, I don't know if I'm actually going to use this strategy or not, but I want to know how it works. So that way, if I realize I'm playing somebody who's doing it, I have a good idea of how to counter it. Which, from his tier list video, I got the impression the best counter was usually just a blind counter fast castle. But I have to to do that, I have to scout early, and I have to have an inkling of an idea of who I'm playing, right?
Overload strategies are placing a tower on your primary stone or your secondary stone and then sending usually around between 14 to 17 vills out there. Like, we're doing this tower placement right now. I could simulate it right now. It would be walking all these vills after they're done here as if there were archers back here kicking me off. And we'd go to our secondary stone and tower it and then send around 17 vills out to that stone. Potentially even double camp if we're not past the halfway mark to Castle Age. we are allowed to double camp. It will still pay off for itself to increase the efficiency. If we are past the halfway mark to Castle Age, you shouldn't double camp. And then we'd almost certainly be placing our castle only a couple of tiles away from our tower, just for Vil walk time reasons. So those are the two strategies you might employ to resist pressure. This is a generalist video where I'm trying to cover everything. I can't really talk in detail about any of these things. So that's all you're going to know. You're either going to be playing Scrappy.
The point is it's easy to execute, but hard to defend from.
You're going to be chopping these, placing farms to get food, to sell, to get your stone. And again, I will play Scrappy.
I'll put it this way. Part of me understanding how the build work also will, if I like do some test games with it, I'll start to get an idea of, okay, this guy did this to me and it made it almost impossible to pull off. You know, like that sort of thing. Like if I do some test games with it, then I'll get a very big feeling about what hurts the most when somebody's trying to stop me.
From this position, because that's how I would actually play in this map. Because it's such a safe map, it'll be easy to play Scrappy. The only time let's drop 100.
Live coaching. We are gonna get some live coaching.
Force drop.
He linked me some videos to check out first,
but it's pretty good for Magyars. Let's say that. So that is me executing a 25 with Magyars.
Dude, I freaking missed it. I like looked away for 2 seconds. Okay, so he was right here. 2 Vils.
This position, because that's how I would actually play.
Did he buy his way up?
Because it's such a safe map, it'll be easy to play Scrappy. The only time let's drop 100.
So he sells 100 wood, 100 stone.
100. Force drop. I have a couple seconds of idle time, but it's pretty good.
I see. Okay, so then he's force dropping the food. He isn't actually buying any food.
For Magyars, let's say that. So that is me executing a 25.
So 25 can work.
Magyars. And I will get close to a perfect time, which will be a 1450. If you're curious what that means, you can look up at this timestamp right here. That will be around the time, I think I had like 10 seconds idle, so I'll get a 15, which is actually really good. If you were doing this for the first time, I'd be really happy. So by the way, let's kick ourselves off of these resources. He broke in. So what does playing Scrappy look like? Well, if I didn't have enough stone, it might look like this, with a cut to slow down his archers from following me. Might look like this. We might be able to place this camp and get some gold for a little while. Again, with cuts. Cuts are how you play Scrappy. You cut your base like a madman. Look how many cuts I got in here.
I mean, you still would need some of your Vils under the TC just so you can garrison it to stop them running through. But I see what he's saying. He's saying they broke through, your stone's compromised. If you do a bunch of walls like this, all of a sudden for him to go to harass this gold, he would either need to break through this back wall or go all the way back around, because you're blocking off the passageway that might be in front here.
So I'm doing as many things as I can. These guys, maybe the archers are swinging there right now, so they can't stay there. Overload strategies are completely different than this, because they involve placing a tower and overloading it. You don't have to play long rangey and Scrappy like this. Anyway, if you aren't, and then other things that you might do while you're playing Scrappy would be placing farms to get food to sell for things. And by the way, in all these strategies, if you have Vils under the TC and you're floating wood, you should be placing farms. Since I placed both of my camps, I don't need the 100 wood for the gold mine. I don't need any wood at the start of Castle Age. These farms should have been down 30 seconds ago. That's a small mistake from me. Anyway, let's look at this timestamp that I'm going to get. Again, I said I was guessed that I was 10 seconds late. Looks like I'm 15 seconds late. So
I watched some Kazza versus Redphosphoru, and Kazza got a couple wins playing towers plus archers. Yeah, I think it also yesterday we watched a T90 trying to go up against Redphosphoru, and that's the strat he did that worked, is he added towers in. So forward tower to try to monopolize basically him being able to do res seems like a decent option to try to punish early.
I got a 1505. It's very important to know, to be able to read what timestamp you get, because if I'm coaching you, I'm going to ask you for your timestamps. Like, that's probably going to be the first thing. You're like, how did I lose this game? And I'm going to say, what did you get? What was your time? And what I mean when I say what was your time is that you have to be placing your castle with around 14 plus Vils at whatever timestamp you say. So I'll place my castle, and the moment the foundation is building, so there I technically got a 1510, which is 20 seconds late, which is perfectly fine for a 25. Usually, as long as you're not past 30 seconds late, I'm not going to be super unhappy. So anything up to a 15-20, I'd be fine with.
It's gonna be like a test, man. He's gonna coach me today. He's like, "Yo, Lance, what was that time? If I don't have a good time, he's gonna make me like run laps or something." He's like, "Not good enough. 15-20 is too slow. You're an embarrassment to the fast castle. Get out of my sight."
If this was your first time doing it, I'm a little disappointed with this time for myself. But I know why. It happened.
Not quite my tempo.
I'm playing Magyars and I only push 3 deers. That's going to be just kind of true for Magyars in general. And I also sense
I like doing some fast castle fire lancers at 1100 elo, and I struggle pretty hard if they tower my gold. Yeah, fire lancers seem pretty good, and I could see that it's like it's one of your key resources. And I guess that your access point is like, okay, can I sell my way to get enough to try to beat the towers down? Now you have to play a 6-hour game against Tunic Fortress like Yamato. Wait, did Yamato start that game with playing Phosphoro? Did he was he playing a fast castle strat that game too?
6 to stone, which was super respectful.
Yes, wait, for real? Oh my word, that is hilarious. That's really funny. Wasn't fast enough, didn't punish, and then he got put through the 6-hour ringer. Judgment
I could have
Day.
sent 5 to stone and then placed 1 farm. That's perfectly fine. And that's probably what I would have done in a real game if I was playing Magyars, because their FC bonus isn't super strong. So if I wanted to shave off those 20 seconds, again, I'm not unhappy about those 20 seconds, but this building with a 14 plus villagers. And another really important thing about this timestamp is if you look at my res, a Magyar Hazar, we can look at his cost. Costs about 80 res. You need to have enough res to build 1 or 2 units out of your castle. If you want, you can cancel the Vil. I'd be perfectly happy with that if we were strapped on res. I'm not. I will be able to pretty much full produce out of this castle from this point and idle at 0. So I got a true 1450. If, for example, I place this castle and all these red 0, 0, 0, 0, that would not be a true 1450. It would only be, you'd only allowed to start counting your time when you actually produced your first unit.
Oh my word, he's adding more rules.
If you idled your castle for a minute after placing it, you didn't get, but you got, whatever, a 1450. You didn't actually get a 1450. You got a 1550. Okay. So it's very important to be able to analyze your timestamps like that.
Makes sense.
So yeah, let's move on. So I'll build this. 14 plus villagers, 13, I'll let it slide. And then of course we need to delete these to increase efficiency. All of these, don't delete your castle. It's kind of a scary moment right now. Place your farms. Do shift
if you delete the castle,
so
you just straight up resign the game,
instantly
right?
when they're done. And when it's done, we can produce out of that, keep our vills pumping, and then play our comp. So the next part of this, again, generalist video, I'm trying to go over all the different things that you might need to do. Gotta delete that. Is like composition questions. Like, what are we gonna play? For example, Magyars are weak to full walls. So I already know that I'm gonna need a Vil forward incredibly on Arabia. They're weak to full walls. There are other maps like Land Madness where they're weak to nothing. All you need to do is play the unit. Just like Magyars, if they get in, this is the Magyar dream. We get in through some means that I could maybe show you in this video. I think it's getting a little detailed for Magyars. You get in, you run around the base, you force him to res wall everywhere. If he doesn't res wall everywhere, he has to run his vills. Once he's res walled everywhere, we start killing his farmers. We just like run under there like a scout would and shark his farmers. And that will cause an enormous amount and then break his res walls because we can once we get a good number of Magyars, we will be able to break the camps, the back of the camps, and he won't be able to out repair it. So he'll probably lose there. But if he doesn't lose there, we're going to play Mangonel plus Magyar Hazar. So these are composition questions and like opening questions. So they're incredibly important to know exactly what you're going to do.
I mean, we'll figure out based on like what civs we end up wanting to practice a strategy with. And he was going through some of the composition things he goes for based on the tier list. Good to know. Non-eco bonus civ, 25 Vils is probably what we want to do if we don't want to have like some awkward delay and stuff. And forcing in boars and deer as early as possible, saving the sheep as long as possible.
In your fast castle. So
it's like a salesperson's atmosphere of the game. Oh, I'm not a big fan of the the flattened building mod either. I like the 3-dimensional, like, you know, the game looks really good. I like it, but Phosphoro, he's playing some cutthroat.
That my opponent needs to full wall to beat me, so that makes me think I should have. I tell you this with most fast castles, that you should have your Vil coming forward with the first or second unit out of the castle. So here's my first guy. Since I am weak to full walls, I'm definitely going to make sure that he goes forward with the first. You know, if I was playing a Civ that wasn't super weak to full walls, I wouldn't do. Now this Vil is probably not gonna build. You're thinking he's going to build Siege Workshop to help us break, maybe make a mangonel or something, and that is something he could do. That would be a perfectly reasonable solution. But since Magyar Hussar, this is specifically true for a lot of infantry type plays, and Magyar Hussar plays basically melee unit plays.
4 hits. Okay.
Is I'm going to be placing gates through the corner of his walls while my Magyar Hussar are breaking, and even against really high level players, you can break in using this strategy, especially if you know that if he's walled. I kind of just got in for free because I'm fighting AI. But if he's walled with your Magyar Hussar, I don't want you swinging on one spot. Like that's the classic thing. There's house walls here. You just choose one house and you start swinging on it. I want you to move around the base. First of all, I don't even want you to right click on a wall. I want you to click inside. That's step number 1. Click inside. Now, if that funnels you to the front of his base, like he's not open, then you will need to start breaking. So you can start breaking there, but I want your second and third unit to go to different places. So you want to break in 2 or 3 spots always when you're using melee units. It means that the archers behind will have to constantly shift between multiple places if he's using select all military or what's it called? Control groups for his archers. He'll have to either split his archers or rotate them around, which will allow us to break more. So again, you need a break in multiple places. Again, this is a little bit too advanced for a generalist video. Anyway, and then we're gonna start building
makes sense.
Gates through the corners of his walls. So like if this was his wall, we'd build a gate through the corner of it, and then we break this house and probably get in. And if we had enough wood, which we do right now, I would probably have 2 villages.
Yeah, dude, that's ruthless. Actually, that whole thing where you can build the gate through like that, that's really good. I wouldn't play with it normally, but in a tournament to avoid misclicks, missing holes, I don't understand using the Excel look. Nah, man. I think the thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the small tree mod. Just the things that make it so I can't click the res I want to click because like the tree's too tall, so it doesn't let you click the thing you actually want to click. That's probably that's where I'm drawing the line.
Build gates and 1 to build the Siege Workshop. So we're doing everything we can to try to help out our composition that we want to play, which is straight Magyar Hussar. That is the ideal comp. Magyar Hussar plus open base would be what I'd call the composition. His base needs to be open, and we're on Magyar Hussar, and we hit a good timing. And then we're just going to run around his base. If he has spears, we're going to avoid.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, man. Those units are so fast, and they are pretty dang cheap. And he isn't like all in. Like he's still producing vills behind this too.
Avoid them until you take a good fight. A good fight, an okay fight for Magyar Hussar is 1-on-1. A good fight is 2v1. I'm fine if you take either of those. Obviously you can take much better fights because we're raiding him, so he'll have to spread his spears, which will mean that he's dead.
Respect. I can see the value. Bruce from like 2 stables, like discounted knights. Yeah. They're fast. They do a lot of damage. They kill siege faster. I get it. I get why he uses these things. They're pretty freaking strong. All right, so that was the 25 fast castle build order. So basically, I think that's what we use if we don't have a civ with an eco bonus. I think that kind of makes sense. If we want it to be smooth, which we probably do. And then if we have an eco bonus, that's when we can do faster. Like the shoe, we could maybe pull off the 21 or 22, try to push it to be a bit faster. Because it has the food from wood gold or food from wood chopped, right? All right. He gave me another video as well. This is about placements. So that's the build order, 25. Let's see what the video on placements is.
Hey all, Redphosphoru here. Today we're going to talk about placements. Now the first thing that you're probably asking is, what is a placement? Well, a placement is everything that we're going to place on the map, from basically Dark Age to, early feudal, when doing a fast castle. I call these all, and also castle placements, early castle. I call these all generally placements, and they're one of the areas that get people that distinguish, me from a high level player doing my strats. I think my placements are really great, and they make my fast castles really easy. And I think when people, try these fast castles without really understanding placements, is about 10 times harder for them, and it results in a ton of losses for them.
I think that's what killed us yesterday, probably, is the whole concept of we also were trying to force a fast castle earlier than we should have with not the right counts and stuff, but our bases were not really well set up.
Placement losses. You can easily lose the game if you mess up your placements, especially like woodline placements, castle placements. These things are extremely critical. Cuts, which is another form of placement. So let's just dive straight into it. So placements, the first thing that I'll say and that you need to understand are placements are different for different civs. Let's just take a gander at that. So we could be playing Spanish, or we could be playing Portuguese. So I'm just going to talk about these two. When we're doing a placement, let's just start with Spanish, just to begin. I just want to note that I've changed the settings of the game a little bit from standard. They're all over here. I set resources to high, I set reveal map to all visible, and I set my starting age to castle age. So you're going to want to change that before you hop into a single player, and then once you do, it should look like my game. The first thing we think about when thinking about our woodline placement, which is one of the first placements that we do on the map, is what does our unit cost, and what is it afraid of? So those are the two really important things to ask. So let's just scroll over to Conquistador. It costs quite a bit of gold and quite a bit of food. So kind of an even split of food and gold. The more food that it costs as compared to gold, the more we want to secure wood, because wood is used to place farms, which gets food. And the more gold that it costs in comparison to whatever other resource like food, the more that we want to secure gold. This is a pretty even split. These two numbers are very close to each other, so we would really love to secure gold and wood, and we really wouldn't so there are some fast castles where they cost, like Karamit's, for example, cost very little gold. Sometimes we can get away with selling stone for a little while before we go to our gold mine, before we place our gold mine. And a conch is not a unit like that. We want that gold mine pretty much up and running and safe by the castle away, right at the start of Castle Age. With that in mind, we're definitely going to want to secure our gold. Now, the second question that you ask yourself before you think about your lumber camp placement is, what am I afraid of? What is a conch afraid of? And we always just do the
conch's afraid of nothing
in feudal age, because usually people, unless you're maybe monks, people are going to open feudal age versus you. So the obvious answer is a conch is not afraid of a scout, and you should really just think of like scouts and archers. Those are really the only, and maybe some skirmishers. But basically scouts and ranged units. And a conch is not afraid of scouts. Conchs destroy scouts. It's not even close. So we're not afraid of scouts at all, but we are afraid of archers and skirmishers.
Really?
So let's just talk about what that means. So here is a perfectly fine scout placement. So if we had our woodline here and our gold here, you can see how this castle casts a shadow of protection. That's what I call this green ring. You can see the green ring on the map on the wood and the gold. If a scout wanted to dive our villagers working on this gold mine, guess what? He couldn't do it because this castle is protecting him. So, but if we were fighting archers and there was an archer right here, this castle would not protect this gold mine at all. I hope that you can start to see how that makes sense. So our placement of this castle, if we wanted to protect our gold, would be something like this. Often I say you should place touching your gold, your main gold. That is a very common placement, especially if you fear archers. If you fear scouts, you don't really need to think about that. Like if I was Portuguese right now, they don't fear archers, they fear scouts. And a placement like this would be absolutely fine. I got my gold protected from the scouts. I got my wood protected from the scouts. But we're not Portuguese. We're Spanish. So the placement will probably be either here. I think here would be the perfect placement because we'd like to secure some wood, right? We talked about that. They do cost food. And we'd also like to secure the gold 100%. So we'd place something like this. Maybe that. That's a little awkward, or like this. Or like this. So I think either one of these camps are the correct camp. So that is the most important placement that you think of right at the start of the game. Now, I'm rushing ahead to Castle Age, right? We're still in Feudal Age and we're still thinking about our placements, but the first thing that we will have to place is a lumber camp. So we instantly have to think about the two things. What is our unit cost? That will determine what we want to secure.
Org's afraid of future historians looking back at him. Maybe a little bit.
What is it afraid of? That will determine how we're going to place our castle. For example, let me just show you how this would change. Let's say I was playing Portuguese, and let's say this wood line didn't exist. This wood line was deleted from the map. This would be a perfectly fine Portuguese wood line. Do you know why? It's because, again, we fear scouts, so all we need is that circle of protection, and we could place a castle, here. I ran out of stone, that's why I'm using a tower to serve as a castle that both protects the wood and the gold. The castle would actually protect a little more.
In between them.
But if we're fighting archers, then this is a little tricky. We're gonna have to place. If this wood line was deleted and we were actually playing Spanish and we were worried about archers, we'd have to choose. In this scenario, you're gonna have to choose to protect one thing or the other. Now, conks are pretty heavy on gold. I know I told you that technically they're heavier on food, but you can buy food if you really need it using gold. So I definitely secure like this. So I'd place touching this gold, and this would be my castle placement if this wood line did not exist. Luckily it does. Or maybe something like, you can also do a 3 tile.
So basically, it sounds like if you get a bad generation, you're just going to be kind of cooked on one of your resources until you kill his army, I think is what he's saying.
Away placement. That's there's pretty much only 2 placements you do when you're.
I think best case scenario is if we can I mean, we just have to get to the castle and then fight the army back to then be able to reclaim the resource, probably.
Afraid of archers. You either do a placement.
So switch stage empires. We're preparing for a tournament. We're doing ladder race right now.
So you're either going to do touching, or if they spam a ton of archers and you're extremely worried about getting the castle up, because we do have to, kind of move on the map. If they have like 20 archers sitting here and here, and you're worried about that castle up, we could do a 3 tile placement. So that would be here. 3 tiles away from the gold, and then the camp would be touching the castle. I hope that made sense. So this is a 3 tile placement, something like this, and we could, do a 3 tile placement.
I think the other thing is, if we're having issues with our placement being able to cover both resources, we always can consider going fletching to try to increase the coverage which it protects. He was asking me what civs I was maybe interested in learning some FCs for. For example, one of the ones I gave him I'd be interested in is maybe Koreans, because the free guard tower upgrade kind of means if we have to do any panic towers throughout the build, those things become way more powerful inherently if we have to do any of that for defense early.
That secures.
You sponsored by AoE? No.
You're either going to be doing, if you're afraid of archers, you're either going to be doing a 1 tile placement,
and we're participating in the
you can
tournament.
see that this protects these people mining gold from feudal archers because of how we did our placement. We did a 3 tile placement here. A 1 tile placement would be good, but if we're really afraid of the archers, sometimes we have to do 3 tile placements. So this is already a lot, and let's add more to it. We haven't even really, this is just the beginning. This is just the introduction of placements. So, but it is the first thing that you think about. Let me switch my civs up so that I can talk about something else. We'll go over to, I don't know, Burmese. Well, no, it's similar civ. We'll do Vikings. They're fun. Let's do a Viking placement. Now that you get the general concept, so the really important things that I've covered are the 3 tile placement, like this, or you could do the 3-tile placement if you're deathly afraid of archers, but normally we do a 1-tile placement where you're just touching the gold. That's in general the best. We've also covered scout placement. So scout placement of a castle, if we were afraid of scouts, which we're not when we're playing Berserks. Berserks shred scouts. Would be like this, right? We just need that circle of protection on our wood and on our gold. And now we're going to get into
the cavalry bonus until you get
the other buildings that you need to place. This is the game that I think would be really valuable if you're watching this video to play. Just place all of the buildings you need to place. I just told you about the most complicated one, your wood line, which is determined by your castle and what you're fighting. But place all the other ones. So I'm just going to do it, and then we'll talk it through. So on this map, this is interesting. This is kind of an awkward. Vikings, by the way, we got to think about what we cost. We cost a lot of food, not that much gold. So we don't really care about the gold too much.
Taking a break for PvP2. We're going to be over the next week and a half we're playing AoE2 tournament.
This looks pretty good. So that's my wood line. Then you have to think about your cut. If you don't know what a cut is, a cut goes from your wood line to your town center. If you guys know, if you've watched some of my other videos, you'll know that I don't really wall in my fast castles. I only do cuts. And I usually do 2 cuts.
So this might be an older video. Because in the last video we were watching, he's like, I used to say I only do cuts. But he started to adapt and say, I like the corridor as an option for this specific scenario.
In Feudal Age. So you definitely look for the 2 cuts on this map. They pop out to me right away. So there's the first cut, and then the second cut might be something like this. Usually we try to spend 8 or fewer palisades on cuts. So we spent 0 here with our 2 houses. Of course, we're going to have some starting houses, but we don't need to think about those. We spent 0 on these 2 starting houses, then just 4. So this is a really cheap map to get 2 cuts in. And then oftentimes you might get a 3rd cut in with your market blacksmith. And some palisade walls, right? So yeah, we'll continue. Other placements on this map. These are, by the way, this is what I recommend you do. You just place all of your buildings. Res wall patterns are extremely important. This is how I would res wall this stone camp every single time. It will allow you to overload it 6 on stone, and none of them will bump. Let's continue with mill placement. We're going to try to mine this out before we have to res wall it. So then once that is mined out, our res wall will look like this and this. So I think I'm 1 off. I think it'll look more like that and that. And then that is all of our placements. So this is the complete placement. And if I'm coaching you and I ask for a couple screenshots of your placements, send me this. And we'll talk about whether or not this is a good placement. Oh yes, and of course, finally, the castle. Very important placement. Again, we fear archers, but we really want the wood. So I would probably do something like this. And then like that. But it would be usually with civs where it costs so little gold, and against aggressive archer openings, we often tower our stone. There's often a tower on this stone. So we don't normally, we often sell like 200 to 300 stone before we ever do place this camp. And instead we seed farms. So that's kind of a caveat for specifically like Vikings, Malay, people who really don't cost that much gold. They often sell stone, get map control, go raid the opponent, ignore the archers, and then go to gold when we need to mix in that siege. Let's do another placement. That's the first full placement that I've done. Let's do like 10 of them, just so that you guys get.
10 of them.
I'll switch civs every time so that we can talk about it.
Holy!
So let's do another civ.
That's a lot of placements.
Malay or Shu. Well, I'm not going to do 21s in this video, and Shu and Romans, those are 21s. They have completely different placements. Let's do like Ethiopians. This is going to be pretty similar to the Vikings. Afraid of archers, and so anyway, yeah. So first thing we ask is, what are we afraid of? Shotels are not really that afraid of feudal scouts. They are afraid of archers, and they cost mostly food and a little bit of gold. And also Ethiopians get a little bit of gold from aging up. So that might imply that we will not prioritize securing the main gold if we have to choose between main gold and securing a wood. But luckily on this map, we don't have to choose any of that. This is an amazing map.
This is the ideal scenario, dude. Look at that, man. Look at that. Just look at big, juicy, meaty wood lines, both next to a gold. Look at that, dude. This is paradise right here. We just need to get this spawn every time we do a Redphosphoru. Just
beautiful. This is so beautiful.
Have the best case scenario every time.
So this map does not make us choose. In Feudal Age, if you can, create a cut that that protects your stone. That's always extremely valuable. But in the beginning, just think about placing 2 efficient cuts at the start of the game. So this map is almost calling for 3 cuts in Dark Age. I said 8 or fewer, but yeah, like this isn't that expensive to do 3 cuts, and it will secure your berries. Let's see how much. Yeah, this is 11. I told you 10 or fewer. So you know what? I'll draw it. Also, we're Ethiopians, so we can definitely afford a little bill of inefficiency, right? We have a great eco bonus. So yeah, that's fine.
Res on age up.
These will be tapped. These will be completed. These will be tapped in. They're really just anti.
I feel like in scenarios like this, I think I'd be more tempted to go out and just straight, because it's just really, it's only a few tiles to go ahead and like wall this off rather than do these side walls. I think I might still want to be, because at the end of the day, if an archer comes around here, it's going to force me to go off berries, and then I'm cooked off berries. But if I had like just the wall here and here, I definitely think I want to, when I have nice wall offs that are connected to wood lines, I definitely want to take advantage of them. Before you watch, pause and guess where the building should be. I think I'm getting a decent idea of it. I also think that it sounds like this video is older than this one. Yeah, this was 1 month ago. Which this video, he was a lot more okay with doing this like corridor thing to full guarantee some protection. Which I feel like is pretty dang worth it.
Anti-man-at-arms, really, or drush. That's usually why I do these tap walls, because again, we're expecting them to go either man-at-arms into archers or straight archers, and res walls like this aren't that valuable when they play archers. So really, definitely tap them if you're expecting an archer opening. Versus scouts, scout opening, they're extremely valuable, and then when we do see the scouts opening, we would instantly finish all of our unfinished res walls. And that would go on the stone too. I've talked about this placement before in my camp placement video. You're going to place like this. We're only going to have 5 on it in the beginning, and it will look like this. These are res walling patterns on this camp. Is that all of my placements? Oh, I guess technically my gold mine. My gold mine probably here is nice. Here would also work, but I'll go there. Is there anything else more? So you're going to get 5 on this stone, by the way, and try to mine it out pretty quickly. Yeah, this is how I'd place for this map. So let's do another map. If these placements are confusing, and like my res walling pattern is confusing, I have videos on why I'm res walling like this, and if you're confused about cuts and when to do them. This was a really, Market Blacksmith. So we did cuts in Dark Age. So technically there's not really a ton of cuts left to do, but I guess this is technically a cut. So we could do that. This is we cut this map 4 times. That's incredible.
So I think it's kind of just dependent on what the res placement is, whether or not we can get a nice solid corridor base, or if we have to spread it out more and do cuts. I think I'm getting it though. I think it's making sense. I'm a little bit confused. How the hell is his stone protected in the case of an archer opening? Because I feel like in this scenario, if he just cuts like this, and you're trying to do an FC where you go to a castle, and they just do an archer opening, I think it's just you have to tower. Is probably what it is. Because this is like giga sketch for them to be able to just push you off of it.
And if we are going to cut like that, I might put 1 or 2 there. Okay. Let's move on. But of course, that's a feudal age thing, early feudal age. I'm going to switch civs again. and we're gonna talk it through. Okay, let's play Bohemians.
Wood and gold unit.
First thing we ask ourselves is, what do we cost and what are we afraid of? So let's take, or I think it's what are we afraid of and what
scouts,
do we cost?
right? Like,
so we're definitely not afraid of archers or skirmishers with Bohemians. They don't do anything to a Hussite wagon. We're afraid of scouts. So we're going to be doing a scout placement on our wood line and our castle.
Okay, I'm on.
And then
what do we
cost? We cost a lot of
Redphosphoru is here. And the man himself. If you want, we can finish the placements live. Sure, let's do it. Guys, he's here. Our coach. Our coach has arrived. Tell me we can start a call when you are ready. We're gonna get the next level tech. Hello, hello.
Hey Lance, how's it going?
It's going good. Can everybody in chat hear Redphosphoru? Can you guys say yeah? I can hear him. Just want to make sure you talk a little bit so I can see if your audio is fine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right about that video being a little older than the other one. I didn't know about 25s back then. 25s are like a pretty new invention. Like, literally, if you know what KOTD is, I made them for KOTD originally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I watched this one first. I watched your build order first. And in this video, you literally said, I know people know me for saying only do cuts, but I've actually changed that a little bit. And I was like, and then I was watching this video and you're like, I only do cuts. I was like, okay, this one's probably older. And I checked the dates. I was like, 8 months ago, 1 month ago.
There's been a lot of iterations. But the good thing to know is that video is talking about 23s, and 23s never wall. So you're not going to be learning a 23 today. But if you did want to play a 23, you'd have to only do cuts.
And that's just because you're really tight on res, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It's the cheapest wall in the game. You know, I mean, cuts are a little confusing for a lot of folks just because, like, you know, maybe you could walk somewhere and it would be cheaper if you did some walls. But also walk time is a major cost for walling patterns, and cuts are always going to be, you know, by definition, they're going from woodline to the TC.
They're really close.
They're really close just by definition. So that's another cost that you don't necessarily consider when thinking about cuts. But yeah. Anyway, I hope you like all that nerdy stuff.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm mostly really wanting to, well, one, I'd like to have it as an option in terms of like, okay, I'm going against this person. I've looked at their gameplay. I think I can punish them with this for the tournament.
Yeah.
But also, two, I'm pretty sure quite a few of the players are going to consider trying some of your strategies. And I want to have an idea of like, okay, when I played this person did this and it punished me really hard. So I'm like, okay, this is what I can maybe try to do to punish it, to like to know your enemy. You got to know their strategy a little bit, right?
No, of course. 5 men at arms, by the way, if you want to know the answer.
5 man at arms, like just giga.
I mean, for a beginner fast castler, that's going to kill pretty much every single person.
Okay.
You just target their camps, you target their market if they place it on the map, and you just macro behind. You get to cast.
I did also watch, I think T90 when he posted one of the videos of like playing against your shoe strategy. He did a forward tower.
Yeah.
And that seemed to work decently. Was that a pretty good option as well for some of the better players if they're doing it, or you think it's just man at arms would probably be the
forward
play?
Tower is always very skill dependent. You have to know. I mean, maybe once you play it a little, you'll get the feel for it. But you really have to target the stone. If you place a forward tower anywhere else, you can lose the game on the spot as the tower player. I'd say you have to be a really skilled. You have to know the matchup pretty well to do pull off towers.
And T9 is a really good player.
Yeah. And Shu is weak to scouts and towers in general in a way that castle drop FCs aren't. So the FCs that you're going to learn, which I don't think I'm going to teach you Shu, because Shu is one of the hardest to learn in the game.
I actually did win a game yesterday with Shu because I tried it.
Oh, nice.
But it was...
Well, that's good.
I definitely screwed something up because I was like, okay, 21 pop. And I was like, I had a fair amount of idle time in Feudal where I was not able to click up. It's like, my resources are not correct right now.
Yeah, 21s are... I actually don't teach. Like, when I taught... Do you know that, like, about KOTD and the Viper and things like that, or no?
No, did he try a
Yeah. I coached Viper for one of his tourneys, and I think Shu is the best fast castle in the game. I didn't teach that to Viper. I didn't teach it to Lewis in the last tourney that I coached Lewis for. I generally avoid teaching Shu at all costs because it's hyper unique, and it always has to play in this really unique, scrappy way, which is very unaccustomed for meta players. It's not that it's bad, it's that it's way too unique.
Yeah, it did feel pretty freaking awkward.
Yeah.
I definitely did not have my eco balance was also like in the can. Like I got the castle, I got a couple of the chariots out, and then I was like in hell in terms of the cost of the unit.
Yeah.
I was just base was too small, no farm placements. I was
it's a hard FC in all honesty. Well, I'm happy you got a win with it. Honestly, that sounds promising.
Yeah. That being said, before I got the win with the shoe, I kept clicking random on my civ. Like if the other guy went random, I'd get randomed.
Yeah.
And I started out yesterday with the intention, I was like, oh, I'm going to do some FCs. And I kept randoming really bad civs for FCs. Nice. And I was forcing it anyways. And I just lost.
That's the best way to have fun. I mean, who doesn't want to do an Arumi Swordsman FC?
Yeah, it was.
What was the silliest civ you had to FC or you FC'd with?
Well, yesterday I got both Persians and Britons, and they did not.
Oh no, you did a War Elephant FC. That's
I didn't even do it. I went to like Knights, or it was just like,
yeah.
Which I don't know. It was maybe okay, but it was. And I didn't feel comfortable doing it. I'll put it that way.
Knight FC is pretty. Anytime you're forced onto Knight Siege, I think that's pretty much a C tier. Wong pulls it off because Wong is really skilled, but for most folks, that's going to be a C tier.
Yeah, it did. It did not pan out well.
Okay, well, let's just if you want, we could just finish placements. That video is honestly pretty up to date for a 23, although again, it's not talking about a 25. So here I'll stream my stream, and I actually would like you to learn just in the beginning. Eventually, you'll get past this. But just in the beginning, what elo are you at right now, Lance?
I'm at 1670.
Okay. Yeah, you could learn either of the placements, but usually I have people, even when they're doing 25s, do 23 placements, like the cheap cut only placements. So yeah, I think even at that elo, we'll have you start like that. Eventually, we can have you learn the 25 placements, which is like includes corridor walls. And sometimes even full walls. But for now, you're gonna have, and we pretty much in a couple of seconds, you can try this as well. You're gonna have 12 palisades to spend on cuts. Of course, that doesn't count our res walls. Our res walls, they're pretty much the same every time, so we don't even need to talk about them, and you should do them every time.
Yeah.
But you have 12 palisades to cut, and something I don't think that I said in that video is the most important thing to protect with our cuts is primarily our stone, secondarily our berries, and lastly our wood. So if our camp's here, so yeah, this is a terrible map. So trying to find a cut that protects our stone first, berries second, wood third will be hard. So sometimes if you have a map like this, you have to just ditch your first priority. We're not going to protect stone. Instead, we're going to protect berries, right? So like if you were doing that theory, this would be the most obvious cut on this map. And then a second cut if we're fully convinced we're not going to protect stone. I actually think we could protect stone on this map by going like this. And this is actually really good because this is also a funnel. Do you know about funnels, Lance?
I did hear about the funnel thing. And I think I saw one of the videos of you doing it of like the chickens getting kind of like pushed in because they were trying to like reroute to the wall.
Yeah. Do you want to learn funnels?
I don't think I really want to try to learn funnels.
Yeah. Okay. Let's not have you learn funnels. So that's good, honestly, on this map. So this map's a great example because this is a terrible map for us. Double forward stone, kind of uncuttable. And I'm gonna ask you to only do cuts in the beginning. No corridor walls or by the way, a corridor wall, I keep saying that word, is 2 cuts. So do you see how if a cut by definition goes from a wood line to your town center, then this is 2 cuts
Yeah.
that create like a corridor, a safe corridor to hang out in. So anyway, yeah, so on this map, we're just going to look for those 2 cuts. Our stones are unprotectable, so our cuts should just protect our berries. So I'm going to do, and again, we only have 12 to spend max. So I'm definitely, this is like a really good candidate for a cut and then a tail cut. So a tail cut goes from like the camp itself to the town center and sometimes connects to your res walls. And then when you do tail cuts, you really want to make sure you chop out these trees so that they allow you to retreat from either side of your camp, if that makes sense. So this is how you'd cut this map. And this is all that I'd want you to place. These are the only obviously you'd place your camps and your res walls on any resource you go to. We go to stone early, which would be fine. And early with 6. We just make sure we get to it with 6 instead of 5, because if you have backstone, you can go 5, forward stone 6. You want to, so that's how I'd cut this camp. Do you want to try a placement, Lance? We could go, we could ping pong it. We could go back and forth.
Sure.
Just try to spend, 12 or fewer on those.
Do you mean share my stream or share my screen, or is it fine if I'm on stream with it?
Oh yeah, it's fine if you're on stream. This isn't really a time sensitive thing.
Okay. Does it matter if I have do you want me to do this explored?
Yeah, just all visible.
Okay.
And you can set your resources to high if you want. Just give ourselves a little more resources to play with. Great.
So my stone is double forward.
Well, one of them's to the side, I'd say.
Oh, because he's like over here.
Yeah, but you wouldn't
I wouldn't
necessarily
know that, though,
at
right?
the
He
start
could be
of the
over
game.
here,
Yeah.
right?
So I agree with you. I'd say this is double forward. That would be my assessment.
Okay, so in this case, my main priority is doing a cut like this.
Nice.
If I'm doing just 2 cuts.
First stone, second berries, third wood. We can't protect our stone at all, then we just go down to the next priority.
So would the next priority be, you said second priority is berries, not wood?
Yep. Yeah.
So instead of this one, would I go more like this? Because then I have wood and berries, kind of?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Your stream's a little delayed, but you aced it. This is how I double cut. I wouldn't do a triple cut here. And of course, you get 2 houses to place, so these cuts would be cheaper because they'd involve houses.
Yeah, like boom boom or whatever.
Yeah, so this from a theory perspective, this is absolutely perfect, and I think it is around 12 palisades. So these are the only 2 cuts that matter on this map.
Now,
and
as for like, so I do these 2 cuts, and then like I have the berries where I do the like around the stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I let's say he pressures me with archers. Am I worried about him just going around and then hitting me here? Like, what's the
No. So the thing people don't necessarily understand about fast castling is that it's kind of like, well, everything competes. So for example, let's say he does a really fast archer opening and he hits our berries. We're really happy about that. That's really good for us, because you know what he didn't do? He didn't hit our stone. Which is what we fear more than him hitting our berries. So like, if you think about it, the fact that our stone is vulnerable means that like, if he wants to swing onto our berries, that's like good for us. If that's his first point of pressure. Now obviously he could hit our stone and then hit our berries, right? Maybe that's a little more concerning, right?
Yeah.
But just know that like, when you have vulnerable resources, you actually want to, especially towards the top of that priority list, like stone, berries, wood, when you have vulnerable res, like we do on this map, we have 2 double forward stone, you want to wall even less, because the only thing that's going to save you is
getting the
your
castle
timing.
down. Right.
Yeah. So So I would never place a wall to protect berries because my most vulnerable resource is not protected. So from a theory perspective, it really doesn't make sense to double down on protecting berries because we're already uncomfortable about the stone. And if we do place walls like that, guess what we have to do? We have to take folks off stone to afford those wall costs. So now we're even more vulnerable on the resource we're already really nervous about.
Now, but I would still do these palisades, or I wouldn't even worry about these palisades.
So this berries, you double cut a back berries, you probably don't need to put palisades on it.
Okay.
But that's, in all honesty, if you put palisades on this, I'd be perfectly happy with it as well. When I coach folks, I like, even though it might be like the wrong decision, as long as it's just like not, they don't have to make a decision and like have the rule, oh, if I double cut my back berries, I don't need palisades. You have to remember that. So if you just wing walled it like you did, that's perfectly fine too. And
another like kind of situational thing is, okay, let's say I had the lumber camp here, I have the double cut, I have my villagers on stone over here. I'm probably gonna get kicked off of it.
Yeah.
If I know I have like a really close thing here, would it be too much to say, okay, I can just do bop 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 when I already have a villager that's not gonna have to walk very far to do it?
I'd say you can look for these walls and slowing down your opponent after you've clicked.
After clicking castle.
Yeah, after you've clicked castle, you can look for whatever you want. But before clicking castle, no. Because again, the more important thing on this map for us to focus on is the fact that our stone is really exposed, and the only way that we're gonna fix that is by getting out to it early with a full 6 vills. And the only thing that's gonna hurt us in getting out there early with a full 6 vills would be placing walls like that.
Yeah. And then another question is, so let's say I'm going to place Market Blacksmith. Is it higher priority to do like another cut here, or would putting it there make more sense?
Yeah, I actually really like cutting a 3rd cut on this map. This potentially is a 3-cut map. So I would love a 3rd one up where the cows are right now. Obviously, when you place that, if you have your vills on your main stone, you're never really allowed to place your buildings in a place that will hurt their retreat. So if you place your market where that palisade is, for example, then they'll really struggle running to the town center, so that would be illegal. But if you were on the other stone, for example, the secondary, then you could place where the palisade is, and that would be perfectly legal.
And is there ever a scenario where I would want to like force, like let's say I don't get enough stone, like they're really fast. Am I forcing in a tower, or?
Yeah. So that's what's called an overload strategy. I think one of my videos covers it very cursory.
You were talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, there's 2 ways you're going to get up. You get the castle up against feudal pressure. It's either going to be plain scrappy or an overload strategy. You're at, what was it, 16 something?
Yeah, 1670 roughly. Well, that's just what I was last night.
Yeah, you're at 1670, so you aren't really going to have to know either of those strategies yet. All you're going to have to do, people don't pressure well enough quite yet. Soon, like at 1700, they'll start to. So like in general, you'll just have enough stone and you won't even have to think about it. But yeah, you could do an overload strategy if you got hit by a really early, maybe you're playing against Mongols, they go for a really fast forward archery range. Overload strategies are really hard because they require a lot of quick decision making, like on the spot. Like for example, all the decision making for overload strategies happens while we're placing our blacksmith and our market. And you're doing a lot of things there, like you're selling res and you're clicking up, and if you perchance forget to do all the steps of the overload strategy in that time period, the overload strategy window is gone. It's just, you can't do it anymore. So like when I teach people overload strategies, they like start doing it like halfway to castle age, and I'm like, uh-oh, we're dead. So that's why I don't really teach it in the beginning. But yeah, if you would like to do it, just know it has to be done pretty much simultaneous with the click.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you'd have to be walking bills out, and you'd always sell. I have a whole overload strategies video that I haven't sent you intentionally.
It's kind of funny you mentioned forward archer range with Mongols, because I literally played that yesterday.
Yeah,
on a mega random, I had a guy do that to me.
Yeah, it's a pretty common response. It's not that scary in all honesty. Once you learn overload strategies, it kind of counters that strategy. But yeah, you want to try another placement?
Sure.
This one was really good, by the way.
Just has the same settings from last time.
Yep.
We have safe stone. Well, 2 safe stones. Well, I wouldn't know if he was here, but I think of this as a safe stone.
Yeah.
And then we have food and wood right here. I think I would do a cut like this. And then I guess I'm just taking a kind of a guess. If I've scouted he's here, then I would want to do like
we
this.
We generally don't scout our opponent in a fast castle.
Do you scout it if you don't have deer? Because like I don't know what I'm doing with a scout if I'm not pushing deer.
Yeah. If I don't have deer, then I'm wolf rushing if I'm actually playing hard. So then I would scout my opponent. So yeah, 50% of the time you might scout, but otherwise I'm gonna be always pushing map deer in a fast castle.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say I don't know he's there. I'm for sure doing this cut because that kind of works for both stone. But I think I'd prioritize this as my safer stone. And I feel like I'd maybe want to do a cut like this. And then go like wood line stone.
Yeah. This looks beautiful, by the way. This is great. You just triple cut your map. That's really good to see. And where would you place your lumber camp? Now, I will say I think you're a little over on the palisade cost, but I think you didn't place 2 houses, so that would.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Aim in general for like 12 palisade cost, which I think you're really close to. I'm gonna guess this is like 13 if you double tapped all of them. But yeah, if you want to place your lumber camp and maybe even your berries and what the walling patterns on those might look like.
Oops.
Okay, so I see we're playing Bulgarians, which do fear an archer opening, archer and spears specifically. So I'm curious why you didn't go for the wood line closer to the main goal.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't even thinking about what civ I was playing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can play. I mean, you did like a scouts placement for like this is like would be like fine for Portuguese, for example, because they only really fear scouts. So you'd be able to place your castle in the middle and protect your wood and your gold. But this would be I think this would be a hard placement for Bulgarians. I think this could put you in a rough spot.
Real quick, this is one of the problems. What tree mod do you use?
Oh yeah,
this has been driving me crazy because I cannot.
Lance, when I look at your game, I feel like maybe we're talking about the wrong thing. Most coaches would instantly say, you're quite zoomed out. Have you had meta players coach you yet, Lance?
No, I haven't done any coaching yet.
Okay.
Am I playing too zoomed out?
You are playing quite a bit more zoomed out than a professional player would like. Maybe. Yeah. So yeah, you're pretty zoomed out, and you also have like some weird settings on, like you have Fog of War on, which is usually just seen as like visual clutter. But it depends on what you like. I'm not telling you that you have to change to a cleaner look, but most pro players would turn that off.
Turn what off?
It's the fog that's in the darkness. Here, I'll if you want, I'll share my screen and I'll recommend some setting tweaks if you want.
Okay, let me pull it up.
And we can do mods first if you're interested.
Well, I think I only want to do the bush one. I don't want to do the thing that makes the buildings like not look like buildings.
I won't try to sell you on flat buildings.
Whenever I'm looking at that, I'm like, this doesn't look like my Age of Empires I grew up with.
Yeah. I get that most people don't like flat buildings. I don't try to sell it. But there are some other mods that you might be interested in. So like, for example, useless plant remover gets rid of random plants that aren't actual hitboxes on the map, like bushes. You might like that.
Is it okay if I'm going to open up my mod thing?
Yeah.
Because otherwise I'm just going to
You also might like how my berries look potentially, which make them
I do have
easier to
useless
click.
plant.
Yeah, so okay, you got useless plants, nice. So yeah, the biggest one that you're probably gonna want, that you were asking about, where is it? I got so many mods. Well, one I would definitely recommend is the TC orbit. It just really quickly allows you to understand where forward and back is, which is super useful in our scouting patterns.
Is that the one that puts the
But
big green?
yeah, it's controversial as well.
I don't think I'm gonna do that. That feels unethical. I'm gonna.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, where is my I will just say there's a default flat, or there's a default wood, like smaller wood. Oh, here it is. It's an NEHK mod. That's
Okay. All
this
bush
is a very
trees,
famous.
grid shadow.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
this was driving me up a wall. I was like, I'm trying to tell. So I have this. Okay, so I must have a different tree mod that's like overwriting it.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about Age is if you just set this mod to priority 1, you know, like higher, just bump it up. Like just click this button, priority up,
Let me
and
look. Let me
set it all
look
the
at
way to
your
the top.
stream.
It will override the mod.
What button is it?
It's just this button, priority up. So like here, like I can make this priority go up now. It's at priority 9.
Okay. I see.
So you can just bring it all the way to the top, and it will override any mod that you have. What are some other ones? You might like cleaner palisade walls.
Is
What
that
I
the
have,
one
I
that
could
makes
show
them
you.
kind of like squares?
Yeah, I don't know. They look pretty good, I think. I think they look pretty kosher, but some people don't like them.
How do I feel about the cleaner palisade? Definitely makes it easier to click on them, and it's easier to spot. Like if you're gonna do you were showing in one of the videos the like placing the gate through.
Yeah, it makes that a lot easier for sure. But it's just whatever you feel. It
I'll
doesn't look.
try it out and see how I feel about it. As well.
Yeah, it looks. I will say they made it look like an Age of Empires. Like it looks exactly like a lot of the resources that are in.
It fits in a lot better than the flat blue square.
Yeah, people don't like that. I get that. What a lot of people don't realize is it's not at all about seeing holes in my wall. That's not the reason why I use flat buildings. The reason why I use flat buildings is because it modifies the hitbox of the building. Like if you have whatever a castle and you try to like whatever right click on some villager behind the castle with your conch, if you did that, you'd right click on the castle. If I did that, I'd right click on the villager.
I mean, yeah, I'm still not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just explaining why I sacrifice so much. Okay, that's probably all the mods that you're gonna need. Honestly, I think most of your work could be done in interface, and graphics in game. So,
okay.
like, I don't know how much you want your game to look cleaner, but if you copied, you could start by copying everything you see here. It will change how it looks, but I think it looks quite clean.
Okay, so let me pull out the settings there. I keep rotating between your screen and
yeah, a lot of like I don't know if you have terrain grid on. I think you do.
I do have the grid, I believe.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a lower like percentage.
Clamp mouse to window. 2-button mouse. What is clamp mouse to window just basically you can't like move your mouse out of the screen? Or what does that mean?
Yeah, honestly, some of these might not matter. You if this seems like it's for like 2 monitor setups. Yeah, it is. So you can choose whatever you want there. I have a single monitor setup, so this doesn't even.
I think because
I
I stream, I'm not going to use that. But I think when I do the tournament games, I maybe will want to do that just so I don't have my mouse end up clicking off out of the game.
Honestly, I think your settings will probably be fine. Like if this is the biggest one here, right here. I just wanted to make sure you had that on because that can be really helpful.
Terrain grid. And the tooltip scale, what is that doing exactly?
It's these. I think the things that you see in the bottom right hand of my corner. It's mostly for reading things in interface.
Okay.
Pretty confident.
And
Floating would put it next to your mouse. I
okay,
know, because like
I don't
Quam
think I want
sometimes.
that.
Yeah, you don't want that. I mean, if you want tooltips, I mostly like tooltips for reading options in this interface.
Yeah.
But you could turn them off as well. That would be fine.
And zoom to
Uh,
cursor, is that just basically stopping you from changing your zoom mid game?
Yeah. So I noticed that you do zoom up in game, don't you?
Yeah. Well, so part of that is when I used to play this game, the
Mhm.
maximum zoom they gave you was really really close.
Mm.
And so I got in this habit of always just zooming out as much as I could. And I think at some
Yeah.
point they changed and made it so you could actually zoom out further. But I
Yeah.
still just instinctively zoom all the way out, which maybe I shouldn't be doing because it hurts kind of my control of units to some extent.
I'll say most pro players, like Hera, for example, don't change their zoom or have their ever touch a zoom button in pretty much all of Dark Age, all of Feudal Age, and pretty much only in Imp would they ever touch a zoom button. Maybe. So like all of Castle Age, they're going to be on the same zoom in general. So people don't really mess with zoom in this game at all. And I could show you what like a good zoom looks like. I think
Is
I have it.
there? Do I set that in
Yeah.
here in terms of like a baseline
Yeah.
amount?
It's here. It depends on your resolution, I believe. But we could also count tiles in game. What is your monitor, by the way? Is it 2560?
Yeah, it's a 2560.
Okay, then if you copied my zoom settings are very standard compared to other pro players.
Okay, 50%.
Yep. And then yeah, I don't think you should always set your FPS to match your refresh rate. That's a little thing, but not super important in Age, honestly. Yeah, I don't think there's anything huge. I think here you have.
Does it matter if I do this rendering stuff?
This all this stuff. I mean, it might matter. I will just say it's the fog of war that annoys me so much when I see that the clouds in the fog of war. I don't know why, but it just
Which
looks very...
setting is the fog of war thing? I don't even know if I know what you're talking.
I think it's vignette. I don't know actually though. I just know that when I coach folks and I switch them to my
and it's this is where you're like it's out of your line of sight, but it's in the fog, but it just makes it harder to kind of see what's there. Is that what it is? Or
it just adds like visual clutter to the fog. It adds a bunch of like clouds that are like you might be able to see it in your game, or I thought I saw it in your game when I was watching this morning.
Okay,
but yeah, I mean probably someone in chat is screaming it right now. Animate fog. Oh, there you go. Someone knows.
so turn that stuff
animate
off.
fog. Oh yeah, there it is. There is an animate fog setting. that is what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
Yeah, the fog and the fog of war always just annoys me, but that might just be perfectionist. Yeah. And then in terms audio, nothing is really important in here. And then in terms of game, there's some pretty important things. Like I assume you have a lot of these things turned on, like new waypoint behavior. That's one of the most important things in game settings. And the remaining population alert and idle pointers are all super important as well, I'd say.
Okay. Remaining population alert, idle pointers. Oh, is this where you see like the exclamation point above the guys that aren't doing anything?
Yeah, but it's not the really unique thing about this idle pointers is it's not a graphics. It's coded unlike the other idle pointer mods in that you won't the exclamation mark is not a hitbox. It's really important to actually have this be true. Okay. All the other idle pointer mods, this built-in in-game one is better than all the ones that you'd find on the mod list because the mod list ones all make your villagers hitboxes like 4 times as big and you can't click palisades behind them.
Okay. And the remaining population alert, what is is that basically just gonna like warn me when I'm about to house myself?
You're gonna notice it not at all in the beginning, and then eventually you'll notice it. You know, there's that sound when you're housed. I'm not very good at making the sound.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, that sound. So now when you queue a villager, if you have fewer than 5 population remaining, it will kind of mix those two sounds between the villager create sound, and the whatever the other one. So you'll hear like a kind of grindy villager create sound, and it's just letting you know. It's actually really good. It's a super valuable thing to have on.
I definitely end up housing myself a lot. That's definitely one of my issues.
You'll get housed a lot less with this on because it's basically warning you before you get housed. So yeah, super nice. And yeah, I definitely turn this on if you want to play aggressively.
Range indicators always show. That's like the.
So you're gonna see rings on your screen now. Like you'll see your town center ring. You'll see your opponent's castle ring. Some people don't like it. I think it's definitely valuable, but maybe it's too much of a visual mod.
No, I think I already had that one on.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think health bars being default is good. Always on is pretty rough. Some people like that, but it's pretty rough.
I don't think I'd want to see health bars all the time.
Yeah. Okay. These are honestly the biggest things. Scrolling is basically. Oh, you might turn this off. How often do you like it when you double click on your villagers and select all your villagers?
I set it to. I have it on select only idle now.
Okay.
I basically I think over by like I don't know 30 practice game or ladder games I've done so far, I destroyed my eco like 4 times from double clicking everything on accident when I'm trying to select like a military unit.
Yes, I will say we do have a bind for select all idle villagers. So it's whatever you feel. Both of those would be fine.
I mean, I can do this and the bind too, right?
Yeah. And then we haven't gotten to like we're still doing placements, but yeah. Let's just finish up placements real fast, and then we'll move on. And we'll do a Dark Age build order. See how that feels.
Should we do another placement?
Yeah. Let's just try another placement. Your game's gonna look a little different.
So in this example, I'm playing Bulgarians. I would not be afraid of scouts, right? These just destroy scouts.
Yeah, those destroy scouts.
But I am a little bit more afraid of
spear archer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which means I need to be a lot more closer placement for castle on
woodline
gold.
And the gold. I mean, so like the castle placement we thinking about in Dark Age when we're placing our lumber camp. That's the main So we're thinking. So
like when I'm thinking I'm gonna want a lumber camp next to this gold so I can have the castle like real close and covering both.
Yeah.
Okay, so forward stone, kind of side-ish stone. How far extended into the TC range? Is this like a couple tiles is usually good enough, or should I get like within like 3 tiles of the TC?
Both of those that you drew are good enough. So like two tiles in is a pretty good benchmark.
And I always want to go for 2 cuts, or if I think, okay, I have only placed 6 palisades.
Yeah, try to spend your 12 palisades as well as you can. If there's nothing valuable to spend on, then don't. Now, Lance, I'll tell you one other thing. Diagonal palisades cost about plus 15% build work time. So you'll see it when this Vil completes this diagonal palisade.
It's a walk around.
You'll see she has to walk around the diagonal.
So like I should just go like this.
Yeah. I think you're getting it. So flats are a little cheaper. They're not that much cheaper. I'm not saying never place diagonals. I place diagonals a lot. But like just know that if there's no difference between a diagonal and a flat, you should place a flat.
Okay. So with should this one have been a flat too? Like
Yeah, that
if I
one
went like
could
this?
easily have been a flat. There's really no advantage to making it a diagonal.
It's just if it's like just more space efficient to get to the town center. Like if a wood line was like
Yeah,
diagonal of
exactly.
the town center.
Like, obviously, it's only 15% build cost, like basically increased cost. So if you have to place whatever 3 diagonals or 4 flats, we definitely prefer to place 3 diagonals, 100%, because that's less than 15%. So don't go too crazy with it, but just know if they're equal, then
Would that make sense for cutting the wood and the berries, or
Yep.
does this look bad?
no, it looks fine. I like what you're doing here a lot. I will just say, you know, I told you not to like corridor wall, but and this technically isn't a corridor wall, what I'm about to say, but you could probably connect the top right of that wood line to the berries, and then do a cut that includes the berries, like that cut that you drew. Yeah, there you go.
Would it be
And now
more
you
like
can
if I did
delete-
like this and then had the cut going here?
Yeah, so technically what you drew would be a wall. The second part of what you drew would be a wall because it goes from a wood line to a wood line, but I would have just connected it down to the town center and then it would be a true cut.
Sorry. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. The first part of what you drew, I like those 3 palisades that I have a little bit of lag because I'm watching it on stream. So I might be saying...
let me share my screen as well. So
Yeah.
So it's I didn't realize how big of a delay the. Okay. Is that working? It should be shared on Discord now. Is it working?
Yeah, so those first 3 I like, and then just finish the cutoff. Your res walls are protecting your berries nicely, and let's just finish the cutoff by connecting down to the TC from the back of the mill.
From the back of the what?
The back of the mill.
So you're saying like this?
Yeah, beautiful. And then you can delete all those other cut walls coming off of your wood line, because we've cut this. You can see how this cuts this this wood line.
So we have a cut
this side of
here.
the map.
It's basically
Yep.
doing the same thing this was doing already.
Yeah, and we get some protection from men-at-arms and scouts.
But would I still end up doing like this, or would I not
The res
worry
wall?
about it because it would be delayed enough that if they did
Yeah.
man at arms, they'd be going all the way around?
Honestly, I'm almost tempted to teach you. Well, no. Yeah, we'd have vision on it. So we'll just say we'd have vision on it. And so, like, we'd know that the man-at-arms are coming and we'd finish those res walls.
Yeah. Okay.
But I like your res walls on the wood line. It's nice and respectful in case they swing around with man-at-arms. Yeah, this looks great. This looks really like a really good way to cut the map.
Now, with this stone versus this stone, you pretty much always
Mhm.
prioritize the one you believe is like more of the back stone, or
Yeah, definitely.
or is there a
Um,
situation where you say, okay, this stone is way like 5 tiles
Yeah,
farther?
they're both. The
I'm
really
worried
interesting
about.
thing is neither of them are that good, right? Like, technically, the secondary stone is slightly better because it's more in the back, but they're both pretty, like, they're both on kind of the side forward. So yeah, either one of these you choose would be fine. The main reason why, even though the main stone is worse, it's somewhat better is because of walk time.
Yeah, because I'm like looking at this, I'm like, this is a lot closer. This feels really far away in comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm also worried about is like, let's say he does archer pressure.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to abandon this, I think I'm losing a couple vills on this walk versus this
Yeah.
walk. I think I might get away.
There's another reason why the main stone is probably where I'd go this game. It's because it spreads out where hitting us is valuable. So if you think about how we've cut our base, if he hits our stone, guess what?
Everything's
He has
close
to-
by.
Yeah, well, no, like if he hits our primary stone,
Oh
you're
yeah,
absolutely
here
right.
he
If
has to go all the way around.
Yeah, he has to go all the way around to hit our berries and wood now. So it's kind of nice to be in a different corridor or in a different cut. Like if you think about it like a slices of pizza that we make from our cuts, it's nice to be on a different slice of pizza.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So yeah, either stone would be fine here. I wouldn't. Both of them have arguments for them. The secondary stone's a little safer. The primary stone is not in the same pizza slice and also has shorter walk time. I would probably go to primary personally,
Yeah,
but I'd
I
be
think
happy with either.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Now, let's say I'm talking mill blacksmith. I already have this cut here, this cut here. Would I want to... Is there a world where I want to place them on like the backside to start blocking this more off here? Or should I do something where I'm like going this way? Or what in this scenario is the biggest value for that?
It depends on the opening. So for example, if they ever have 3 men-at-arms or more, you're not allowed to place your market on the map.
It has to be like inside your TC or they're going to chop it down.
Yeah, exactly. But let's say they're not doing that. Let's just say it's an archer opening. Placing this could be a fork. You've cut this map 3 times right now. You could cut it the 4th time. Remember, a cut goes from either the wood line to the town center or the edge of the map to the town center. So we could get the 4th cut in here if we wanted to with Market Blacksmith.
So you're saying like over here type of thing? Like
yeah, Market Blacksmith can cut the map. Cut from the edge of the map because we're so close to it.
Now another thing question I'm asking is, so I have the cut here and I have the cut here. Is this better value than just going across in this situation? Because I already have like this is like.
If you think about it, they're pretty much exactly the same. They're indistinguishable except that one of them costs more Vil walk time and 4 palisades actually, and the other one costs less Vil walk time and 2 palisades. If you think about it, like, what would that wall get you? It wouldn't protect our berries from an archer opening, and neither will this little 2 tap that we did. It won't protect our berries from a man-at-arms opening, and neither will this little 2 tap. Or, sorry, I guess scouts maybe is really what you're thinking. Like, scouts can run under town centers, but they can't necessarily, run past a full wall.
Yeah.
So I guess versus a scouts opening, there's an argument to make that, but versus every other opening... and also, like, usually scouts, we're pretty comfortable. You went 3 tiles into your town center. We're pretty comfortable with that. Like, especially the first couple scouts, they shouldn't really run under our town center there. When they get to like 4 or 5 scouts, yeah. So again, the whole thing about like cuts is that they're really cheap because of the Vil walk time and because they're always safe to do. Like, there's no way that a drush could ever punish you placing those 2 palisades that connect your mill to the town center. So it looks like a small thing, and it is in this instance a very small difference, but I think this is much more proper. The only thing where it would be maybe worse versus would be a scouts opening.
Okay. So basically just trying to figure out, okay, I'm playing Catans. The only thing that guy knows how to do is scouts. I'm gonna maybe consider that a little bit heavier.
I would say for now, I'm never going to have you place a wall in the beginning. I'll let you wall when you get a little more comfortable with fast castles. So just that would be a wall because it's going from a wood line to a wood line. And in general, you're only going to do cuts in the beginning. Like 25s can definitely support walls.
Okay, I'm wall.
Yeah, you like walls, but it's very useful. So this is really useful because you said you wanted to play a bunch of civs, and some of the civs that I'm going to teach you are 23s. So if you ever want to play a 23, you have to learn how to cut. And 25s are really good at just cutting too. So like cuts are like the first thing you have to learn in a fast castle.
Yeah, because it's all about saving the Vil time, making sure you have the resources.
Yeah, so you have to learn cuts no matter what. So playing where you don't get to wall at all in the beginning is a really good way of practicing that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's try one last placement, and then we'll just move on to the build order. Honestly, your placements have looked really good.
All right. Okay. Backstone. Gold's close. Berries is out in no man's land. I feel like I would want to do...
If you woodlands, try placing your lumber camp first, because it's the first decision. We're trying to simulate like the fast castle, and it's the first decision we usually have to make.
Okay.
Nice. And then, yeah. Yep. Great.
Now, you said I can do up to 12. I feel like I kind of would want to do a cut here.
That looks great to me.
I mean, we've done, there's only 3 wood lines and we've done 3 cuts, so that's pretty much, that's beautiful. That's perfect. You see why I like cuts, because they're very simple to do.
Yeah, and they're really
valuable as
cost
well.
efficient.
Really cost efficient. They do a ton, and you don't have to think about them at all, which is super valuable, because like when I teach people fast castles, they're making massive mistakes because they're trying these really complicated quarter wall patterns and walling patterns. But you can't really make that mistake with cuts.
Mm-hmm. You want me to place?
So yeah, let's finish it off with the res wall patterns on our berries and our stone, and then we're good.
Like something
so-
like that. Or would that
Yeah,
be...
on the right side of our berries, we're not going to be able to have 6 on there.
Maybe like
the way that we
this.
did it. Yeah,
that.
a little bit more
Spacing.
like that. That will be allowed to have 6, and you could even be. I think in my 23 video, I was a little. So I'm gonna just I'm not streaming anymore. In my 23 video, I didn't used to do as generous of wing walls, but modern me, I really just like doing the full generous wing walls.
Are you talking more like doing like this, where it ensures the whoops?
Yeah,
like
so
that?
like you can do.
Or is that too much?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, some people call them corner to corner walls, where you like connect to the back corner of the resource and then go to the furthest corner of your camp. If you see on my screen, I did like true corner to corner walls over here.
Let me pull it up.
So like you can see farthest corner of the resource to the back corner of the camp.
And this is
These are
just
like
like to
true-
ensure you don't overeat your berries and then get screwed by it type of thing, or just for
This is just
being
to
able
like make
move?
sure that you can this style can overload to, and you are going to be playing Koreans, which is a high overload berries civ, because they always have -1 on stone, which means +1 on berries, because of their bonus. This just ensures that you can have 8 or fewer working, versus those other patterns would be like only for 6, and we'd have to micro it a little to make sure they don't bump.
Mm-hmm.
So this just allows more overload potential. But honestly, if you do either of these, I'll be happy. Just what I don't want you checking on is making sure they're not all clogged up.
Okay.
Either one is perfectly fine. But yeah, I'm just giving you that option in case you have to overload to a higher number than 6, because the patterns that we did here would work for like 6 or 7, but 8 would be hard on them. But yeah, really, honestly, really good. And then lastly, stone, and then I think we're ready for build order.
Okay. Let me pull it up. Stone, I would definitely be doing. I want 6 on stone is what I'm gonna want basically every time for the most part. But you said like some civs like Koreans can get less.
So it's always 6 on stone with an unsafe stone and 5 on stone with a safe stone. But Koreans always go -1 there. So
Yeah.
5 on stone with an unsafe stone and 4 on stone with a safe stone. Yeah, looks pretty good for a 6 on stone to me. Nice, you aced it.
Cool.
I think you got good intuitions of placements. So yeah, if we want to do, I think you've probably seen some of the build order or a lot of the build order stuff.
I watched the
wanna-
25 build order video.
Yeah. You want to just try send in one, Lance, and I'll just take some notes and we can talk about it after.
Sure. Do you want me to do the 20? Try to do the 25, or you want me to try to do lower?
Yeah, I won't ask you to do a 23 for a while.
Okay.
They were a lot harder. I'm gonna get my notebook, but start. Feel free to start up.
Okay. You want me to start it? Need to get resources.
I was in the other room, but I'm back. Yeah, go ahead and start it.
All right. And I'm just gonna do a civ with no eco bonus. For right
Yeah, and probably no stone bonus either, like Bulgarians.
now. Oh, Bulgarians
Their
has a stone
crate posts
bonus.
are half cost. Half cost castles.
Yeah. Okay. Let me grab who does not have a bonus. You have a bonus. You have a hunt bonus. You have tech bonus. You have eco bonus. You have a lumber camp bonus. Should not have taken me this long to find a civ with it. You have food. Magyars? Okay, yeah. Magyars are right. All right. Let's do Magyars.
Jó napot! Igen, gyűjtögetek. Szolgálatára.
I have chickens.
Chicken build orders are always fun.
Igen.
Oh no.
Szolgálatára. Megyek. Jó napot!
I think I've already messed up because I need to be taking my boar earlier.
Don't worry, it's in the notebook.
Jó napot!
Took 3 sheeps. First note.
Listen, I only just watched the video. Okay, it's
I know. It's fine, Lance. It's very normal to mess that up. One of the most common mistakes. If you look at like all my coaching notes, I think like every time I coach someone, that is the first note. It's either that or the scouting pattern, but your scouting pattern was good, so you passed that one at least.
I'll take the win. Where's over there?
Vadász.
Jó napot. Igen.
Parancs.
For chickens, one of the things I did previously when I was like looking up like Hera build orders,
Vadász. Azonnal.
Jó napot. Épít. Vadász.
he advised doing the chickens like before the lumber camp
Igen.
as a way to like get them before like man-at-arms or Druss can kill them.
Yes.
Megyek.
Would you say the same thing for like a fast castle? Because like I didn't notice the chickens until after I had already placed my lumber camp or started doing my vills towards it.
Jó napot!
Yeah. I think this is maybe a little unfair because I'm not sure that the build order video that you watched has chickens in it.
Yeah, you had
But
deer.
Yeah, I had deer, so you don't.
Cheater.
Yeah, I haven't told you what to do yet here, but what I do is I long range my chickens always.
Igen.
I don't place a camp on them, so I either funnel them or long range them. You take them as long as you're following rot rules. You take them. For example, right now you have like 9 under the town center or 8. I don't actually know.
Parancs.
10, it looks
Or
like.
10. Yeah. So I would always be long ranging chickens here if my mill wasn't ready to go up.
Do you
all I
long
need
range
to do-
them with like
Parancs.
Igen.
how many vills?
usually
Like 3 or
but
like?
Well, it has to be a multiple of 2, so it's either 2 or 4. And that will again just depend on my rot state under my town center. If I accidentally kill a sheep, then I'm gonna be long ranging them with probably only 2. If I don't, then it's probably gonna be 4. So yeah.
Igen.
If I have javelinas, I might be long ranging with 6 because javelinas have less food on them. So again, very dependent on the map.
Gyűjtöget. Parancs. Gyűjtögetek.
Jó nap! Gyűjtögetek. Építketek.
Jó napot.
I have some regrets about my placements.
Oh, I like your adaptation. I like what you've settled into here.
Gyűjtögetek. Építketek.
Is it like worth to just have those two? Oh my no.
Szolgálatára. Jó napot.
Gyűjtögetek.
What have we done?
Szolgálatára.
Gyűjtök.
I think this is already the part where I've messed up. Is I don't know at what point I'm sending stone.
Yeah, so the classic stone timing would be 19 pop. And we're at 23 pop.
And you said do loom at around 22 vils.
Yep. Yeah, I like your loom timing. But yeah, we're super late. So even though this is a safe stone, we're probably gonna have to go 6 on stone because we're so late. This is some intuitions that I know. We're mainly late because of our mill on chickens.
Yeah.
Again, you didn't know that. Perfectly fine to learn it this time.
Szolgálatára.
But yeah, we do need to get out there real hard right now.
Igen.
Jó nap, gyűjtögetek.
Jó napot. Megértem. Igen, értettem. Építkezek. Építkezek. Fákvágó.
Jó napot.
Parancs.
And I miscounted.
Igen, igenis. Parancs. Megértem. Építkezek.
Parancs. Építkezek.
Honestly, Lance,
Bányász. Igen.
your fast castle looks like this is good. There's some, the things that I didn't tell you about, like the mill and chickens,
Szolgálatára.
some small corrections there, and you're looking pretty solid.
Should I be doing anything specific with my scout and the chickens? You said like wolf rush is something I can do.
Yeah, I would always be wolf rushing if it was the real game, but you don't need to learn how to wolf rush.
What if I want to? What if I want to learn how to wolf rush? What if the game's going well and I have extra time?
Yeah, I could teach you wolf rush. It's really only useful in fast castle play. It's not useful in meta play. So
Okay, so here's another thing. I killed all my sheep. Was I supposed to leave those and overload berries with 8 instead of 7?
So
And then
max
do more
number you
wood?
can go to on berries is 8. So in theory we could have one more on berries, but I will just say the min number we're allowed to go to on a carcass of a chick. What are they called? A deer
Is
or a-
3 or 4, right?
3. So we're breaking that rule right now, but we needed the more wood.
I I screwed over how much wood I was supposed to be taking.
Yeah. It's totally fine.
This
So
is
we-
safe, or can he tap that from the corner?
No. That's safe. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, Lance, you adapted well into this. You're even gonna get. I think you're gonna get a perfect timestamp. Yeah. So as long as you're not breaking route rules, I'm gonna tell you to go out to map res as heavy as you are allowed to go out. Which on berries is 8 max.
Szolgálatára. Jó
Oh,
nap.
they didn't finish. Oh my goodness.
All good. Nice. That was a really good start. This isn't your first time doing a fast castle. You said you did it a couple times yesterday.
Yeah, I was trying to do them yesterday. Well, I didn't really know when the hell I was supposed to and how many I was supposed to send to stone and stuff.
Yeah.
So I wasn't too familiar with that, and I was doing things like selling stone, like 300 of it or something, but it was also in the real game, so I wasn't doing the cuts. I didn't really quite know what to do with that, and then
Jó napot. Igen, igenis. Építkezek. Megy fákvágó.
Parancs.
Fákvágó.
and this I
So
should just
we're
right away
playing-
be doing food essentially, or I'm thinking
Yeah,
because
absolutely. We should be spending down. We're only gonna need the 100 wood to make our gold mining camp when we reach Castle Age. So we should spend down, honestly, remember, and we're also gonna probably be collecting a little bit of wood while our castle's being built. You
yeah.
could spend down to like 50 wood right before Castle Age. That'd be great. Basically, we can seed farms on cooldown. Yeah,
Okay.
and sometimes if they haven't kicked you off stone, we'll be selling 2-3 ticks of stone, and we can delay our camp, which is usually actually a good thing if you can do that. Like selling stone for a little while, because it means you just get more farms.
Yeah.
Delaying that camp is actually a good thing.
Now I think
So-
I want my castle like in between this wood and gold.
Yeah.
So if I did this better, I would have done palisades. So I don't have to like delete, or is this a
Yeah.
bad
Yeah, but
thing
honestly,
to do?
well, yeah, deleting here, it's okay.
Or is it
but
I
you could have
shouldn't be
placed-
doing that?
You could have just placed behind the palisade and it would have been fine.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. That is exactly what you should be thinking about. Usually we try not to place our houses next to our gold and our wood because we know we're going to be placing our castle somewhere there, and our gold mining camp. So if you can place them on the other cut on the map, like this is a 2-cut map, if you could have placed those houses on the other cut, that would have been better. Yeah, this looks great.
And is there, like, depending on the civ, is there generally an amount you're going for
Yep.
that's gold versus the other resources?
Yeah, in general, I'm going to tell you to have like 10 people on gold. That's like I don't want to think about my numbers, but for Magyars, I believe I think it's 11. I can check the app, but I should probably answer that because they produce pretty fast. But yeah, there are actual answers to this. But if you don't want the actual answers, just about 10 on gold. Let's see. I'm looking at the app right now. Magyar Hazar. Oh, I was off. But it's funny because my Just Vibes answer was right. It is 10 on gold, 9 on food to full produce out of that castle.
And that is including the Vil production, or is that?
No.
more?
We don't care about build production.
We don't care at all. We care a little bit, right?
We do. I'm joking. Obviously, but no, we prefer to have our castle running than making vills in general in all FCs. So we prioritize castle running first, and then any other res can be spent on vills. And obviously, you're floating plenty of res, so like you will be able to produce both the vills and castle. Yeah, Lance, this was really good. Let's quit out real fast and just check the timestamp when we quit out real fast. You placed pretty much instantly, and you did have enough res to build out of it. So if you go to score, I think,
Or is it?
I think score will give you the exact number. It's economy, maybe technology, one of those. I should know.
1531 was my castle age. It says.
There it is. Yeah, so 1530. That's not bad for your first try. I would say you should be happy with anything better than a 1520. Because a perfect time would be a 1450. So 30 seconds is kind of your window of mistakes. So this is a little outside the window, but not too bad. So again, really good.
I got chickened. Okay, I got chickened.
Yeah, you got chickened exactly. So you're doing well.
And you were saying how many vills to chickens were you saying?
It depends on the rot state under your town center. All we do in general is follow our rot rules. So,
which is 3 to 4 minimum, and then extra vills can go to chicken.
Yeah, and then 7 on a boar.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when the boar gets to around a quarter of its food left, then we can go down to like 4 on it. So you can get out to chicken a little earlier when your boar is about to be dead.
And let's say I'm about to finish my last boar. I have sheep.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not killed yet. Do I just send all the vills to chickens long range, or do I should have 4 kill a chicken or
you
kill
always have around 4 under your town center in my build orders. It just to be respectful to our opponent, if nothing else. But also, chickens are a little slower than sheep, so you might struggle even clicking to feudal age if you do a play like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, just generally know like the 4 is kind of the minimum under the town center. But if you had 10 under your town center, I'd say, get down to 4. So 6 out to those chickens. If we're not ready for the mill yet. If you're curious, mill and chickens have about the same work rate. Long ranging chickens and going on to the mill are pretty much the exact same work rate. So I don't really care which one you do. Like they both, from a theory perspective, are good. You're extracting map res, and they're about the same work rate.
To mill it versus to long range it.
Yeah, long ranging chickens and milling berries are the same work rate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they're both taking a map res, so if you're doing either one of those.
The other thing I wanted to is when you said you start sending vills to stone at what was the number?
Usually around 19 pop. That's when we start, and it's usually like when we're finishing our second boar or maybe our deer that we've pushed in. Depends on what map it is, obviously. If it's deer
Is
map or
that
chicken map.
like 19 where I go 19, 20 all the way to 25 and those are the 6 vills on stone? Or is that like 19 where I take vills that were doing food and send like 5 plus 1 that came out of the TC type of thing?
No, if you're doing a 25, it's the last 6 vills.
Okay.
It's really easy. if you do get a perfect timing, and that's exactly what I do. It would just be one villa at a time going out to stone.
Okay.
But sometimes, you know, we have a lot of food we need to process, so we might be later. Or like in that scenario, you know, you didn't have the camp ready because we placed an extra mill, so we were delayed on our stone.
Yeah.
So you have to adapt then. And then you have to go like faster. Like I told you to go there faster and get out, you know, send a bunch at a time. But
Yeah.
yeah, you did really well. You want to try it one more time, and then I think we're ready to take it to the ladder, honestly.
Okay.
By the way, how are you liking all this technical, nerdy, cut focused, and
Oh, I
all this
appreciate
sort of
it. It's
play?
making it kind of like seeing what the key points are that I need to like try to do in order to make it work.
Yeah. Some people find it a little, you know, a little boring, a little slow, which it is, but it's also the most important part of the whole thing. Like it's the only thing that matters, especially the timestamp. Do you like it where your grid kind of flickers when you place buildings, or do you like it always the same?
Flickers. What do you mean by flickers?
Like your the opacity on your like your grid lines goes up when you place a building, and then it goes down when you are not placing a building. Some people find it annoying, but some people really like it. It's a personal preference.
Got chickens. All right, which I don't
Chickens,
mill.
nice.
I don't mill.
Don't mill, just long range.
Parancs.
Well, I'm distracting you. This is a minor point.
Jó napot.
Oh no, I already messed up.
Don't worry, taking 2 sheep is pretty normal if your scouting pattern isn't like, you know,
Paran, még vadász.
S tier. You have to really scout really well to get it in time. It's pretty normal to take 2 sheep.
Szolgálat.
Szolgálat. Az vadász. Jó napot. Értettem.
Igen.
Gyűjtögetek.
Jó nap. Építketek. Szolgálatára.
Igen, értettem. Paran. Jó napot. Szolgálatára. Igen, paran. Szolgálatára. Paran. Vadász. Gyűjtögetek.
Because I had the second sheep there,
Vadász.
does that mean I should avoid sending this right away to the wood
Yeah.
because I want to like not rot
Yeah,
the
Szolgálat.
carcass or
Exactly.
whatever?
Yeah. I love that you're thinking about those raw rules. That's great.
Parancs. Igen. Gyűjtögetek. Fát vágok.
Now, Lance, can you pause
Igen.
just for a hot second?
Yeah.
So I want to give you some anchoring advice. I don't know if you ever heard that term before, but in RTS, sometimes our actions are connected to other actions. For example, or sounds. For example, when I hear your lumber camp complete, I instantly think build 2 houses, because I've anchored. When the lumber camp completes, I do my 2 house placements. So I notice. I don't think you have an anchor to your lumber camp. Like I don't notice you doing anything after it completes. But do you have an anchor for those 2 houses? That's something I'm not realizing.
I've been just doing on the 12th villager. I always place a house then.
Okay.
That's just what I've been
Nice.
doing in general.
Yeah, as long as you have an anchor, I'm happy with it. But I was just asking.
It
'Cause that
is-
can help a lot.
For these FC builds, do I have enough wood where I can justify those 2 houses right away where it's not going to slow down my mill? Or
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. They're not going to slow down your mill. It's going to be perfectly timed to like you're going to be finishing your second bore when the mill's coming up.
and that's just the 3
yeah,
on
you're-
wood, right?
It's a 4 on wood build order.
Okay, 4 on wood, which I do those just right away after I've done the starting food.
7
stuff.
7 on the starting bore. Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you, in this case, you're gonna have more under your TC, which you'll then get down to 7 because you had to hang out there a little longer because of the extra sheep you killed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can place. Usually, I place it with either the first or second build that built the lumber that's on wood. I anchor that with two houses. It also makes me think about cuts really early on, which is good. But yeah, anyway, continue.
So I go another out to wood.
Parancs. Szolgálatára. Jó napot. Vadász. Igen. Vadászok. Parancs. Megyek. Jó napot.
Vadász.
Ah!
Vadász. Gyűjtögetek.
Parancs. Vadászok.
I like this.
Azonnal. Igen.
Jó nap. Gyűjtögetek. Parancs. Igen.
Igenis. Jó napot. Értettem. Igenis.
Szolgálat. Jó napot. Parancs. Igen. Építkezek. Fát vágok.
I don't have enough here.
Jó napot.
Do you ever include cuts with resources, or is that a bad idea?
No, that's perfectly fine. Usually we do that with things that we're comfortable deleting, right? Because like if we cut through our gold, we're gonna have to delete everything on it.
So if I'm
later,
fine
as
with the
long as-
palisades here, or is
Yeah,
this house
exactly.
too close?
The house is a little close for my comfort. It's also not the cut that we care about. Remember, stone first, berries second, wood third. Technically, this doesn't cut
Jó nap. Vadász.
any of those resources. Well, actually, where's our stone? Oh no, I see our stone. It's technically cutting our stone, so you're fine.
Our stone's this
But it
back
would have been
one.
nicer, obviously, to do this on the berries side of this wood line, right? We could cut both our berries, our wood, and our stone
I
with
was
those
thinking about
house
doing
placements.
this.
Yeah, and usually in the beginning, you're just going to be placing the two houses.
Igen. Gyűjtögetek. Szolgálat. Parancs. Jó napot. Megyek.
Jó napot. Igen. Szolgálat. Azonnal. Igen. Szolgálat.
Szolgálat.
Here, Lance, I gotta answer the door for like five minutes, but
Can
then
you
I'm gonna be
pause?
back. Yeah, you can pause, or you can just take this as a trainer and try to see your timestamp, whatever you feel.
I'll
Um,
play it out. I'll play it out.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll be back.
All right, sounds good.
Gyűjtögetek. Építkezek. Szolgálat. Gyűjtögetek. Jó napot. Gyűjtögetek. Igen. Parancs. Szolgálat.
Gyűjtögetek. Fát gyűjtögetek. Gyűjtögetek.
Jó napot.
Építkezek.
Igen. Építkezek.
Igen. Építkezek. Szolgálatára. Parancs. Igen, megyek. Vadászok. Jó napot.
Gyűjtögetek. Vadászok.
Igen, parancs.
Gyűjtögetek.
Szolgálatára. Építkezek. Építkezek. Megyek. Jó napot.
Bányászok. Parancs. Vadászok.
Igen, jó napot. Parancs. Igen,
Igen. Parancs. Jó nap. Vadászok.
szolgálatára. Azonnal.
Don't tell him.
Jó nap.
Don't tell him I did the Vil count wrong.
Igen, bányászok. Parancs. Bányászok.
Jó napot.
He doesn't need to know.
Igen, bányászok. Parancs. Építkezek. Bányászok.
Szolgálat. Igenis. Vadászok. Parancs.
Jó napot.
Igen.
10 minutes on the treadmill. Don't snitch on me, guys. Don't snitch.
Igen. Gyűjtögetek.
Jó napot.
Gyűjtögetek.
Igen,
Szolgálatára. Értettem. Parancs. Értettem. Építkezek. Igen. Jó napot.
parancs. Szolgálatára. Igen,
Szolgálatára.
My food time's gonna be off because I didn't go out to these earlier.
Megyek. Azonnal. Megyek. Vadászok. Igen.
jó napot.
Szolgálatára.
Vadászok. Szolgálatára.
Vadászok.
Érted?
Jó napot.
Bányászok. Igen, jó napot. Építketek.
Igen.
Azonnal. Építketek. Igen, bányászok. Jó napot.
Érted? Fát vágok.
Szolgálatára.
Szolgálatára. Gyűjtögetek. Fát vágok. Parancs. Igenis.
Not gonna have the food. So I overloaded too much onto the berries and not enough on the chickens, I think, is what I did there.
Bányászok. Jó napot. Megyek. Vadász. Szolgálatára. Igen, bányászok. Parancs. Bányászok.
We failed, boys, we failed.
Jó napot. Érted? Parancs. Igenis. Bányászok.
Igen, bányászok.
Igen. Bányászok.
So if that's enough. If it's not enough, we don't tell him. If it's not enough, we don't tell him. He doesn't need to know.
Jó napot.
Megyek. Jó napot.
Szolgálat. Azon. Fát. Parancs. Fát vágok.
Szolgálatára. Parancs. Bányászok. Jó napot. Szolgálatára. Igen. Vadászok. Parancs. Vadász. Jó napot.
Szolgálatára.
Szolgálatára.
Jó napot.
Igen. Építketek.
Igen. Építkezet. Parancs. Építkezet. Szolgálat. Építkezet.
Parancs.
Not sure what was game for yesterday. The game was clean. I was a doubter. Now I'm a believer in Nurturus. Thanks, man. I appreciate the vote of confidence. See how it translates for us.
Igen.
Okay, I'm back. Right at the perfect time.
Don't
Check the
look at what happened.
timestamp.
There were some issues with when I collected the chickens.
Vadász. Fát vágok.
My guess is we're gonna get a 1610. That'd be my guess.
Guess what happened with the so basically I think what I did is I sent a bunch out to berries when I should have sent them earlier to chickens. I didn't quite.
What number did you have on berries?
I had 8, but it's like I sent them like right away, and then the chickens
Yeah.
were basically I had these all collected by the time I hit feudal, and then I didn't have enough
Uh-huh.
food income, and then the chickens were
Yeah.
a mile away.
Szolgálatára.
Yeah, so 8 is the maximum you're allowed to send to berries. We generally try to shoot for either 6 or 7. That will, and that's like, especially on a chicken map, we can pretty much always have 6 on berries because again, long-ranging chickens is the same efficiency as berries. So like,
Parancs.
having 4 people long-ranging chickens is really easy for us to do and makes a lot of theoretical sense.
Now, if I don't get kicked off a stone, do I
Yeah, you
keep
can stay on
mining
it.
it?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, let's say there's archers running around your base. Obviously, you'd feel a little more comfortable if those guys were under your castle, right? Right now, for
Yeah.
sure, right? So like, play it by ear. But if it's scouts running around the base, we haven't seen the archers, and you're res walled in, yeah, you can stay on stone.
Igen.
Generally, we try to stay on stone like maximum 4 cells. So you've probably done like 1 or 2 cells by now. So, by the time you get to 4 cells, you're gonna be good. But yeah, I generally don't tell people to leave their res if they're taking it.
Okay.
Stone cells really similar to gold, and there's walk time going to the gold. So yeah, but past 4 cells, you should transition.
Építketek.
Okay. Let's see what you got. I wasn't
It
paying
was.
exact
It
attention.
wasn't
I
pretty.
think it
There was
Okay.
there was some idle time. We'll say that.
Yeah. Let's see what it was.
It was 1606.
Okay, 1606. I guess 1610 is better than what. So yeah, that you wouldn't be super happy with. Yeah. But yeah, I think honestly, do you want to try taking it to ladder? Maybe we talk a little bit about a Korean comp, and then you try taking it.
Could I do one test run of Koreans with it?
Yeah. Let's try for some maybe 1-2 timestamps for Koreans, and then we'll see. Korean should be easier than Magyars.
Real quick, because I don't want to mess this up.
Yeah.
In the future of doing this. So I think it was my issue with the chickens. Am I actually narrowing down the correct thing in terms of what I bricked really? Because I got to feudal and my food was short. So I had to do some market shenanigans.
Yes. Oh, did you have to sell 300 stone?
Yeah, I had to
100
sell extra stone.
Yeah, it will always be 300 stone and 100 wood usually. So yeah, that would be also a failure. I don't talk about this in the timestamp like way of analyzing the game, but if you have to sell 300 stone in a Dark Age where you've taken no pressure, that would also be that can lead to like a failure state where if they like open scouts and towers, we've lost the game on the spot.
Because
Or even if
we can't get the
yeah,
stone to build the castle.
because you can't get the stone. So yeah, that doesn't really count as a timestamp. But yeah, the main reason there, did you run out of berries before like
Yeah, I ran out of berries like as I was hitting feudal, and then I was like 600 food. And
yeah, so that is the main reason. Yeah, if there's map res left on the map, and we didn't take it, then yeah.
So I was like, part of that was I was like, okay, I sent too much to berries right away, where I should have maybe just sent those to the chickens.
Yeah.
The other part
Or
was I
hares.
was like, I want to make sure I have 4 doing the sheep all at once. And I should just keep that the way, and I just be a little bit more intentional about going to the chickens sooner.
Yes. I mean, we could you want to watch it? Maybe I missed the most critical part.
Yeah.
But I didn't see it. But it sounds to me like your diagnosis is right. You should go to chickens sooner.
Okay.
That sounds
How do
very
I-
reasonable. We're trying not to do an 8 on berries, by the way. If we can avoid it, we're trying to do only 6 and 7. 8's maximum allowed.
Okay, I thought I was supposed to send 8, so I was like, well, technically I
Yeah.
might have sent 9 and then took 1 off, but we don't talk about that.
Oh boy.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's rough. Yeah, 9's definitely a mistake always. 8's right on the edge.
Can I spectate it from here, or do I have to go back to the main menu?
Yeah, you have to go back to main menu.
Okay.
Just quick current game. Yeah, and then. Oh yeah, I think you can spectate it from
Yeah,
there.
it was like
but
there was a
you
little
can also
option
go
there.
to
I was like, I don't know if
web
that's something I can do or not. So this thing would be
game.
the
On chicken
replay?
maps, you really want to take most of the chickens. Usually, when I do an FC on a chicken map, there will be maybe 1 or 2 chickens left over. Maybe often 0. So it's really good to extract them. And eventually, I might teach you the most efficient way to extract chickens, which is not what I've taught you, but not yet. I hold a lot back in Koshi because some of these things are kind of hard to execute, but really good.
You talking about the chicken funnel?
Yeah. But you don't need to learn that yet. Not that. But that is what I do pretty much every chicken game. I don't really long range chicken.
Try to speed up a little bit farther past this?
Yeah. I mean, obviously you can see mistakes here, like we took shooting sheep. Maybe it's a scouting pattern problem, but often if you have a really sick scouting pattern, this cut also is not really on the side that I'd prefer it to be. I'd prefer this side to be on the berry side of this wood line, which I think you do eventually.
Yeah, I did like this is what I did, like a little L shape. Dude, Loco just raided me. Loco, appreciate the raid. I'm getting some coaching from Redphosphoru right now. So appreciate everybody who came for Loco stream. Also, congrats on Loco's been doing pretty good pushing some elo. So keep it up, man. Keep it up. We're gonna win the ladder race, I believe.
Is Loco on your team, Lance?
Yeah, Loco's on my team.
Oh, nice.
He's been cooking.
That's great.
So you think I should have earlier gone instead of doing this first, I should have gone here first with it?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, we're only doing, in general, 1 cut from each wood line. What you're doing technically right now is a corridor wall, which is not something I want you doing in the beginning. Eventually, you're going to move on to strats like this. But now I just want you to do single cuts. So, like, for example, this to me looks like a triple cut map. 1 cut going through our berries from that wood line. 1 cut going from the northern wood line to the town center. And then, just a standard triple cut map.
Okay.
That'll be really strong here. But you did a quarter wall, and I think then only 2 cuts, which is fine. Honestly, not a big deal. But yeah, would have been a little better if we just did the triple cut strategy.
And triple cut would have been the 3 wood lines.
Yeah, I'm just noticing it's really cheap to cut on this map.
like incredibly cheap. This map's a little silly. Maybe these wood lines should be a little further away from our town center, but they're like 3 palisade cut costs. I mean,
Yeah.
what are we looking at here?
So you would have
lot of-
done the top wood line, the back one with the stone, and
Yep.
for this one, just the cut with the berries, like that L
Yeah,
shape.
I would have incorporated the berries. You're about to actually do the cut that I wanted you to do, but you also just did a cut on the kind of the quote unquote wrong side of the
Hold on.
wood line.
Yeah.
Because like if you cut on the
Again.
berries, you protect the berries from man-at-arms and scouts, and you protect the wood. This cut technically is only protecting your stone, right?
Yeah. And later on, I'm gonna add a castle, which will secure this anyways, because I want to
Yes.
do
Yeah,
castle
yeah.
and wood gold. Okay. All right. So I keep playing.
Yeah, keep going. Again, not a huge deal. I think you're gonna cut your map plenty fine to protect your stone eventually, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so let's check the HP on our boar real fast.
Så garanterat.
It's gone.
Okay, it's gone. Great. So now we should do that mass exodus. We should be getting out to our map res right now.
So I started going to
eh,
the berries.
Yeah,
that's
that's
when I
great.
should have sent
Yeah.
more to
Oh,
chickens.
yes. So what are we at now on berries?
This
Six is what we're shooting for. 7's also fine. 8 is maximum. And what are we at right now?
9.
9.
It's
Okay,
9.
yeah, that's too many. So instead of 2 of those vills, I would have sent them to chickens right now. But I like that you went out to your map res. I'm not trying to discourage you from doing that. I just would have went out to different map res.
Så garanterat. Paranch.
So you think just 2 to chickens would have been enough to stop the
yes.
issue I had?
Yes, absolutely. And how many do we have under the town center? I
Just
also noticed
4.
we're taking 2 sheep at a time under the town
So
center.
bad.
That doesn't look great to me.
There was
Or-
there was maybe a misclick. You were supposed to see that.
Okay.
You were supposed to see that. That was
Okay. Well, I mean, it's fine. It happens. But we have hopefully 4 under there.
yeah. It's 4 bills
Doing
under.
upward.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, this is the other thing. So I did do sending out the stone at the right time, but then I was starting to think, okay, I'm cooked on food,
Igen.
and I started sending them to chickens at this point because I was
Yeah,
thinking I'm not
that's
going
fine.
to have enough.
Back stone. We only need 5 on stone,
Jó napot.
and I think you'll be able to get 5 on if you send folks out there eventually.
This is an awkward amount of AFK time on those.
Yeah. There's some small things like that. Yeah, the main thing that I see is just the 9 on berries right now. That's the only thing that's catching my eye.
Okay.
I also noticed you didn't cut your stone. That's also catching my eye.
Yeah, I just did the small walls, but I should have just done like
Yeah.
this.
Well, you definitely should have done a cut. Yeah, there. You could even do it a little further back, and then you don't have to do anything versus archers.
Like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, looks.
And as for the small walls, do I always just full build them, or do
Wait,
I like?
do we have 0 bills under? Are there 0 sheep under the town center right now?
Yeah.
You just hold your eye under there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
something really.
Szolgálatára.
We must have rotted food for us to have gotten to this game state. Like we must have been taking a lot of. Must have been a lot of dead carcasses at the same time. Did we kill maybe 2 groups of sheep at the same time somewhere in this build order? Because this is really low.
I
maybe it
missed
was
2 sheep.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this looks really low to me.
Okay, I didn't even realize I missed 2 sheep, but that actually makes sense why I was
Yeah.
really
I'll
hurried.
also say, Lance, I just noticed a group of 5 running back from the
So
chickens.
got
That's a
that.
big
Again?
no-no.
Paranch.
I mean, you probably know that.
I have no
Like-
food. I was like,
No. Not the number. The fact that there were 5 going back at the same time is what's concerning to me.
you need to be
Because-
like 3 per chicken, right?
No, it's actually 2 vills they're supposed to be in groups of 2. So
Oh, okay.
sheep hares have like 75 food on them, and vills can hold 35 hunt each. And then there's around like 6, 7, 8, 9 rot while you're collecting. So if you think about it, the perfect number of vills to be collecting from
There's
chicken is
2.
2.
Okay.
So you have 3 groups of 3, which means that I told you that the efficiency of chickens is like basically berries, but the efficiency of 3 vills on
Again?
chickens is much lower than berries actually.
Okay.
I was talking about the efficiency of groups of 2.
I think the reason I was doing 3 is because, well, chickens are new for me. Chickens were in the game when I
Yeah,
used
yeah.
to play this game. And I watched one build order from Hera on how to do chickens, and he did like a mill with 3 on it. But that's
Yes,
with a mill.
the mill with 3 is common because there's no real walk time penalty
Yeah.
there. But if you're long ranging, it pretty much exclusively has to be 2.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah. So if you send 6 out, just make sure it's 3 groups of 2, and you're gonna be golden.
So I did eventually do these cuts, but I delayed this cut because I was thinking doing it with Blacksmith Mill or Blacksmith Market, and I should just do that cut earlier.
Yes. Yeah.
Have this cut.
Definitely.
This cut doesn't exist because I'm gonna do a castle later, and it's just an over investment. Is that the main stuff?
Yeah, that's the main stuff. I mean, finding those sheep would be good. Or the biggest things was just like late on chickens, heavy on berries. 9 is definitely too many.
Okay.
8's max. Yeah. You want to try one more time with Koreans?
Yeah, I do. And then it's 2
Igen.
from the TC to do the chickens, and that's fine. Where I'll get enough res for the
Szolgálatára.
FC to work.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Assuming I don't leave 2 sheep just out in the middle of no man's land.
But of course, it depends on when those 2 go out. So if you send those 2 out before you place your mill, that's going to be enough. If you send those 2 out after you place your mill, we're probably going to need 4, right?
It's kind of funny because it's like I thought I had all my sheep. I didn't realize I didn't have it, and that there's like 2 places it could have been if I was like actually realizing was missing 2 sheep based on my scouting. It was either going to be
This is where I don't know if you can see my mini map right now. Oh wait, I'm not streaming, or am I streaming? Oh no, I am. But if you can see my mini map, this is where this color scheme is so much better because I can instantly identify
It looks so
where
ugly
my...
though. It's so great.
Oh, this color scheme's beautiful. Look at it. Look at
It's
it.
not
Here,
beautiful.
Lance, tell me where my opponent's main stone is.
Tell me where the main stone is.
Yeah, on my opponent. Is it in the front of their base, back of their base?
I think it's in the back. I don't know if that's stone or not, though. I don't know what the color.
Oh, wow. Now look at your mini map and tell me where your opponent's main stone
Okay,
is.
hold
Do a
on.
Marco Polo real fast.
How do I
Just type in Marco Polo. Marco then Polo. just
in the game
chat.
viewer?
Yeah. You can unpause and type Marco Polo.
Well, I think it's just because I have to start it. I'm in the capture age
Okay.
thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're in capture age.
Wait, I'll just start.
Anyway, this is what I love about this setup is that I don't usually like all these decisions about which stone to take. You have to look at the map. I don't look at the map. I look at my mini map because I'm doing other things. Oh, you might not have cheats on.
No,
Sorry.
I was like, this isn't
You
working.
could set it to all visible. That would be another solution. Or you could turn cheats on.
I ain't no cheater. I definitely did not type. I think it was like Big Daddy or something. Was that the
Rochelle?
Cobra car?
Yeah. How do you turn this on for the Cobra car? Allow cheats or set.
What am I thinking
uh,
of? Maybe it's Age of Empires 1. I'm sure there was a cheat that was like Big Daddy or something like that. It was like a Cobra car. Maybe it was Age 1. Maybe I'm crazy. Could be either or.
I don't remember that one. I do remember a lot of the cheats, but not that one. So yeah, start your game.
Okay,
yeah, tell
so
me
I'm gonna
where
look
your
at the mini map.
Opponent's main stone. Don't click yet.
It's here.
Okay, it's there.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. You got it.
Yeah.
But how long did it take you to see it? That's the main question.
I think it took me the same amount of time. Almost.
Okay, the same amount of time. Okay, then
Listen,
you're golden. You're
if
golden,
he
Lance.
was gray though, I would have had a much harder time.
There you go.
But most people are playing gray for the most
Okay,
part.
tell me where your 2 sheep are.
My 2
Either
sheep
of the, yeah, one of the pairs. Nice. Where's the other pair? Okay, you're good. You're good enough.
I'm gonna.
I just
I
think
like
it's a
my.
lot
I like my
faster.
nice green.
I think mine pop. I think they pop really
Dude, I don't
well.
know. I look at your mini map and I was like, a Fallout nuclear war happened. What is this gray wasteland?
Well, it's don't worry. This is all personal preference stuff. It doesn't actually matter too much. Yeah, let's try a Korean. See how that feels.
All right. Skirmish, all visible, normal. Koreans. Big Daddy and Big Mama are AoE 1 cheats, the car ones. Okay, so I wasn't crazy. There's somebody in YouTube chat who confirmed the Big Daddy was a real thing, but it was AoE 1.
Nice.
I had my games confused. Huh? Random question for cows. Is this a situation where you don't have 4 extras, you just have 2 extras?
Yes. Is the you're saying? I think it's 3, but yes.
So there's 1 extra somewhere, basically.
Yeah.
Another question is, I have a cow, so I think I have more time, but if I had a regular sheep, should I have sent on the 5th bill to get the boar?
Yes. The answer is also yes. But I like that you sent on the proper timing for cows.
But this was
That's-
the right thing to do.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
what is this boar? It's unlurable.
Not even a boar. It's a javelina, I think. Oh, actually, no. This is a different one. It's a jungle pig, I think. I don't even know. They added so many
I
different boars in
have
the game.
actually 2 extra cows.
Is it 2 groups of 2? Then you start with -1 cow. If it is 2 groups of 2, then
It's
you start
three.
with
Yeah,
-1. Yeah, so you, instead of 4 starting with 4 sheep, you start with 3. Which I think means that cow maps have a little bit more food.
Yeah. Cow's like a cheater map.
Do you use forced drop off a lot?
I do not. I think that's something I need to learn the keybind for because I'm like manually doing it.
Yeah, I noticed that because the bills went idle for a second there. Yeah, it's a really sick keybind. And it can be double bound pretty easily to a lot of different things. It's an S tier Dark Age keybind, and will help you a lot. It's also useful for a lot of things outside of Dark Age. Yeah, Lance, you're like you played the game like in the past a lot, right?
Yes.
Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. No, it took me a while to get used to what do you call it? Force drop off, but it is super good. It's like maybe one of the most valuable Dark Age binds.
Oh no, I have not found my deer. This is awkward. So is this timing on berries fine?
Yeah, everything looks good. I know you're gonna have to build with multiple builds. Don't worry about it. technically inefficient. I don't care. I like that you're getting out to your berries early.
But I want to do this right. I want to like make sure
I don't like that you abandoned your boar when it had food on it. I think it still has food on it, right? Yeah, I don't like that.
You didn't see that.
I think if you restart your game, by the way, you'll get the better trees. We're gonna get you those better trees.
Yeah, I'm still working with the
Starting trees, they're rough.
I should be doing. Oh, not the deer. Not the deer.
Just point out that you made a funnel if you want to use it. If you push to the house, if you push them across the house, they'll go to your town center.
Wait, say what now?
Well, it's okay. You got it. I'm over. This is detail overkill, honestly.
Oh no, you did not just assassinate that. I'm working with traders, straight up traders. You're saying if I push the deer up to this house, he would go all the way around?
Yeah, probably through your town center.
Really?
Yeah. But this works as well. Yeah, Koreans are 5 on stone with a forward stone, 4 on stone with a back stone. So you'll notice Koreans often have more on berries. They're often at maybe even 8 on berries.
Just because they have extra bills.
So I should send extra to Barry.
No. I'm. You should follow your route rules always. So, but yeah. Just as long as you're following route rules, I'll be happy. But just know you only need 4 stone with backstone.
Is it something where I should like delay the vills to shoot it, or is that just wasteful?
No, that's fine. That's fine. Everything I saw was fine. That's probably what I did.
준비. 목수. 채직군. 예? 저요? 출동. 사냥꾼. 그러죠. 목수.
Oh no, my dear.
대기.
I'm realizing now I'm
저요?
housed.
Oh, I think you're still gonna get a great time stamp. Just know, if you do something like this, you're planning on selling 200 stone, which I think is fine in this scenario, because we have a back stone and we sent too many to stone. But just know that it's a decision that you made there. If you take off a wood, you'll not be able to sell.
So I should take off the
100
stone for the building. Is that what it is?
Most commonly, we build with the folks from under the town center because they're taking safe res. And we want
That's good to
extract
know. That's good to know.
Yeah. But I don't mind it here. It's actually pretty good here because we're Koreans and stone is cheaper for us in a way. Like Koreans don't mind playing like this. But yeah, just make sure that it's intentional. Then you're good. Like if we were getting pressured on stone, that would be a massive mistake. But we're not, and it's a backstone. So.
I'm following. That is crazy, dude. Do you see that on the blacksmith? That's messed
I
up.
see that. Oh man, if only that blacksmith was a flat, textureless box.
Devoid of all character. You animal. Now, I think I don't necessarily like my placement here for these market blacksmith.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere that would have been better, just like across more of the front?
You can
or...
just place. So like this is classic. You're suffering from success here. You cut your map so nicely. There's not really a cut left for you to place those on, right? So whenever you have that, you can just place it. I would tell you to place it somewhere where it won't lame your villagers running away. For example, if you placed it behind your stone or next to your stone, that would be a mistake because you might get pressured there.
Retreating, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then don't place it where your castle is going to be. So we have a lot of options over by the mill or that area in front that you said. Those would be where I'd place this 100%. You can also just double cut a cut you've already done. So you could already.
You would do castle up front.
I'm gonna do in a perfect world. I do castle kind of where that house and blacksmith are. So you could delete. I mean, you can't delete them.
Now I'm
You
looking
could
at
delete
like
the house.
I'm
You
gonna
could
play
do
somewhere.
the-
I'm gonna ask you, see what you think after I do it.
Yeah.
So
You
I was
can
looking
lose
at like
the game
this.
pretty quick placing there if they actually built army, right? If there were a bunch of
If
archers
yeah,
here, you
if
could-
they're on there.
Yeah.
But like
But
this.
if you did actually tap that house down, it would be fairly safe. If you had that house there before, but no, just know that a placement like that you can lose the game. The other thing I'm noticing is we're floating, 700 wood.
Oh yeah.
We don't need, we only need our war wagons cost 100 wood, and we're gonna have people on wood, so we only probably need like 150 wood. Yeah, so would have been nice to have some farms up, horde fletchings, whatnot. But yeah, that was pretty clean. Let's check the timestamp. Biggest areas of improvement there are just placing farms while you're growing up.
Okay.
But everything else looked really nice to me.
Now is this you think it's too high risk, or it's just if I have a very good idea where their army is, like let's say their army's harassing my gold, and I
Yeah.
know I can get this up. Is this, in my mind, I'm like, okay, this means my wood and gold are 100% very safe, versus like if I was back here, I'd be worried about them harassing my wood line type of thing.
I'll just tell you, the amount of safety you get with this castle is pretty much exactly the same if you deleted your house and those palisade walls and placed a touching placement on your gold, or if you didn't place your blacksmith there and just placed like touching your lumber camp.
Like right
it's pretty
here?
much in that area. It's pretty much the exact same level of protection, but this way we could lose the game if they had unexpected archers or scouts in
yeah.
that fog of war.
And it
But
doesn't
you're
it doesn't
right,
give as much protection to like my town center area being pushed.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not really something we consider too much. Maybe some protection on the farms we'd consider of a small amount of value. But the main thing is to place that castle, you'd have to have really good army tracking, just like you said. You'd have to know they're on your back stone right now with their big ball of archers.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, it would be pretty much an instant loss. Depending. On
So if I'm placing right here, you said this
Uh-huh.
is pretty similar amount of protection. What is stopping them from harassing me this way? Is it just because I'm like, okay, I know I have war wagons and I'm gonna crush archers?
Yes. So that is one of the things. War wagons, their archers really need to run home if they're playing smart. They need to run home. Otherwise they die. But the main thing is that I would have done a touching placement to my lumber camp.
Like
and my
right,
gold, you can actually get a
right up
touching-
against it.
Yeah, you can touch both your lumber and your gold, and that will literally, the circle of protection will look pretty much, probably better than the circle of protection that you have right now.
Yeah,
on
because
your
like
wood
right
line,
now
at least.
they could go to this side too.
Yeah. So so just it would be better protection, just straight up. So yeah, that the biggest mistakes were the not placing farms while going up, and then your second biggest mistake was probably that blacksmith placement. That's rough.
Yeah, it cooked my. I was realizing as I was placing, I was like, this doesn't feel like a good spot. I was like,
Yeah.
because I feel really cramped now, and I should be taking off of villagers under the TC, overdoing wood, overdoing stone for placing
Yeah.
the buildings.
Yeah,
Okay.
but honestly, really good. Let's check your timestamp. I think you're gonna get a good timestamp. So I'm honestly overall, we critiqued it a lot, but it was really solid.
Got a 15,
15,
18.
yeah, 15, 18. I said as long as you're below 15, 20, you should be happy in the beginning.
Okay.
Perfect time, by the way, is 1450.
And that's literally zero idle time type of thing.
Zero idle time. That's what, if I was doing this editor, I would get between a 1450 and 15, usually.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just pretty much perfect.
And one more thing I want to cover before I go take this to the real game.
Uh-huh.
I got the nice situation where my gold is next to my wood.
Yes.
In the case where I can't get like a double protection castle, war wagons
Yeah.
are a lot of wood and they're a lot of gold.
Yep.
Am I prioritizing the wood line, or am I prioritizing, like, let's say the gold is like out in no man's land?
Well, the lucky thing is that war wagons are kind of like an organ gun. That the moment that you make one, their archers should run home. If they don't, you're going to kill them all.
Yeah.
They often play just like an organ gun with a scouts placement. If you remember the scouts versus archer placement, whenever you have a FC that has scouts placements, there's pretty much no way you can have a bad castle, like a bad map, because remember you can always place splitting.
Yeah,
that's
because
what
it just
scouts
needs to cover
placement
like the
like.
edge, right?
Yeah, so I would probably do a splitting placement or I just call that a scouts placement.
Okay.
So I'd probably just do that.
So, like,
Or you
let's
can
say the
just choose
gold's
one.
out here, wood's out here, and
Yeah.
I'm placing the castle smack dab in the middle where it just reaches both type of
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
worked great.
I think I'm following. I think I'm,
Yeah. So we haven't. The funny thing is we haven't talked really about compositions or like how to use your units or like what our game plan is at all, which is actually not the most important part. The stuff we've been talking about is the most important part so far. But do you want to talk about like what to do with Koreans just a tad bit? before you hop
yeah,
in?
sure. I mean, I'm assuming war wagons, and then the counter to war wagons, if I'm thinking about it, would be monks
Yeah, monks for sure.
and Yesterday I had a guy do skirms, but I feel like skirms are only kind of like a halvesy, like soft counter. Like I don't feel too afraid of them with war wagons, but I don't know if that's actually the right thought.
I'd say feudal age skirms for sure. I agree with you.
But once
Like
they get
castle
to
age elite skirm could be a real counter for sure.
okay, so I would think it would be siege wagons, like mangonel wagon is what I think I would go for.
Yeah, that's our generic comp. And then in terms of like, usually we try to think about like what are our weaknesses. So like usually we just try to think of the weaknesses to the unit. For example, like Magyars can also play like siege Magyars are, but usually I win almost all of my games with just straight unit. And Koreans is also exactly the same. They're incredible at winning the game straight unit. The main weakness of this unit, I would say, is full walls. So the main thing that we're going to try in the beginning is turning off full walls. And Koreans have a really easy way of that. There's two ways. One is a really fast siege workshop timing, get that mangonel out, right? And break in and win the game with that. And in that context, the mangonel actually wouldn't even come with our army necessarily. It would slow it down. We'd just go for, do you know what looping is, Lance?
Looping, like
Yeah,
going
or you
around
might
their
not be
base.
yeah, exactly. Just running around their base in a loop around the town center, basically. That's kind of the fundamental way that we deal damage with every single fast castle in the game. It's one of the most important concepts to understand. Like
Keep forcing
when
them
I
off
teach,
res and keep forcing them to run and
yeah, exactly. And we have anytime you have a mobile unit whose counter, like quote unquote counter, the elite skirm or skirmisher, is slower. Looping is even stronger because it forces them to either string out with their skirmishers, in which case we'll like to counter, like they can't keep up with you, so they have to like plant their units in front of you, which means they have to split their units, like one chasing army, one planted army,
and you
which
can
means we can
pick 'em
engage
off.
either army whenever we want and kill it, and then they lose. So looping's incredibly powerful. That's what we're trying to aim for, and the thing that's going to prevent us from looping is full walls. So the counter to full walls would be the fast 2 or 3 vills forward to help batter. So that's how I play Koreans.
Oh, okay.
So,
So not
two,
would I still do the thing where you place like the gate through the palisade
Yeah.
and batter on top of that?
yeah, absolutely. That'd be perfectly fine. But luckily, unlike Magyars, Koreans are stronger at breaking because they have a ranged attack. Any ranged attack unit is usually stronger at breaking than a melee unit, which is ironic because like longswords in theory are good at breaking, but actually walls are their main weakness.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, gates through will be fine, but mostly just the unit plus villagers to batter will be our opening composition.
Okay.
And then, of course, if we send 3 vills, one of those vills could build a siege workshop. Well, 2 batter.
And what's your thoughts on like any follow-up towers? Because Koreans get the instant keeps. Like if I have those 3 vills forward, is that a solid use of the
Honestly,
extra
if you
stone?
want to experiment it with it, it's okay-ish, but I would probably tell you that investing into either more war wagons, their upgrades, or mangonels would be probably stronger.
Okay.
And if we see stone walls, we're like, this is where our scout's really valuable. If we see a fast stone walls, like let's say we are scouting our opponent's base when we get our first or second unit out, we're always going to be going petards with Koreans. Because if we break in, the game's over.
Okay. Just
we'll
straight up
build,
just
like,
2
one-
petards.
Well, it's a single petard versus feudal stone walls, actually.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know a single
Yeah.
petard would break in. That's good to know.
준비.
Yeah.
대기.
So yeah, it's going to be 1 war wagon. Next will be petards. If you can't tell, like, we're not really talking about their scaling composition, which is like war wagon mangonel, because that's not the important part of the FC. The important part is how do we break the walls?
Get the critical
instantly.
damage right away.
Yeah. So I just want you to think, when you do play that, you can think about the scaling comp, but also there's an interesting thing that happens when you get a mangonel out. You feel as though you need to protect it. Like you need your army to protect it from whatever, their scouts or their villagers or anything that might batter it down. And that often, when someone's learning FC, turns off their entire army. So let's say you have 20 war wagons, you get 1 mangonel out, they become bodyguards and they might as well be deleted.
Because they're
Which
not
is really
causing
what I don't
damage.
want you to do. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like often when I use mangonels to like break a position, I'll just ditch the mangonel. I'll just run around the base. I don't care if their starting scout kills my mangonel. It's whatever. If I'm smart, I'll bring it back into the fog of war so that that doesn't happen. But
In general, the looping is much more important than a slow siege push on their town center.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So just try to angle towards looping always, and do everything you can to support that.
I think I'm ready to try it in a game.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think you are too, Lance. Let's see it. I'm gonna, for your gameplay, I'm just gonna mute up and let you play, and then we'll just talk about it after. I think that's the cleanest way of doing it.
All right, that sounds good. I think real quick I'm gonna
Yeah.
top off my water and go to the
Nice.
bathroom and stuff before the game. But
Yeah.
so I'll just be back in like a couple minutes. All right, guys, we're gonna do our first game, and we're gonna try to do Koreans, and hopefully make Redphosphoru proud. But I'm gonna go top off the water. I will be right back, guys, and then we're gonna attempt to see if we can pull this off. Okay, I have returned. And I got some pants because I'm getting cold. And I need to favorite Arabia so we get Arabia. Do you think Lance died? I did not die. I did not die. All right, so 1v1. If we want to get an Arabia game. Ooh, the map's changed. We got African clearing. That's kind of cool. I need to ban. Black Forest is probably popular. I'm trying to think what's the most popular maps I should ban. Mega Random, maybe? Maybe Marketplace. Marketplace is kind of like Arabia, though. Let's ban Four Lakes, because Four Lakes we have to do like some weird fish stuff. All right, let's do this. If you can take extra stone and castle, go for it. Those villas count towards your gold vil count. Yeah, but I think he said after like the fourth cell, it's dropping off pretty hard at that point. Okay, we got Mega Random, which Mega Random off has a lot of generations that can be okay. Not quite Arabia, but should still be doable for Fast Castle unless we get some weird start. But we're just gonna. I guess we're gonna try to figure it out. I guess I should have banned Mega Random. Not random on Mega Random. Yeah, it's a bit of a crime. I'm sure that. Okay, well, we can do this. We can do this. I believe. Hopefully, it doesn't give us like one of those generations with like just really small wood lines, which hurts the. I feel like that hurts the cuts if there's a bunch of like small wood lines and they're really easy to walk around. So pumped to see this. A Redphosphoru joy myself. We'll see how it goes. We're against Burmese. Holy. We don't have a scout. There's a boar right away we're going to go to. There's a ton of deer. We might have to mill that because we can't push that. We don't have a scout. I don't know if that's the right call, but that's just the call. Oh, there's fish. Got wood next to gold, so that's good.
Sorry, Lance. I promised I wouldn't say anything, but you have to make fish.
Okay, yeah, I kind of was thinking that's probably what it was gonna be.
Yeah, that's all I'll say. I'll let you play the rest of the game, but know that you have to do a normal build order with fish.
Fish are too strong.
There's no way to beat a TC in Dark Age. Fast Castle doesn't beat it, I promise.
Okay, where's my other boar? Oh, I have 2 free houses. Oh, I wish I knew that. Is that when we could go to fish earlier? That's all walled off. That's actually really kind of insane. We'll cut here, and I think I should complete this out here. Foster's not gonna be happy with me. He's not gonna be... Just it's not Arabia though. It's so wallable. Maybe I'm cooked.
Don't worry, Lance. This game will play nothing like anything we just practiced.
It's
completely different. So you can toss all our training out the window and just play whatever you think is proper for this map.
I still want to go for a fast castle though. Is what I'm gonna try to do with it at the very least.
Seems reasonable.
I get robbed a boar. I have no scouts. I don't need a palisade wall stuff.
준비.
I forgot to restart my game, so I still have annoying trees. I wish they'd remove. That's good for me, I guess, if he's wishing they removed it from Mega Random.
예? 네. 나무꾼. 네. 나무꾼.
Can I even cross over? Oh, this is really awkward. I think I go double dock. Oh, this is so awkward. Is there any way for me to cross over? Need like a transport or something?
채직꾼.
그러죠. 그러죠. 실시. 예, 실시. 그러죠. 이동. 예.
저요?
준비. 이러죠. 목수. 목수. 예. 저요? 어부. 목수. 어부.
Send over there.
대기. 나무꾼. 이동. 목수. 나무꾼. 준비. 그러죠. 목수.
Actually, might just full wall across.
대기. 준비. 이동. 그러죠. 이동. 나무꾼.
There's no way for me to cross. I need to make a transport ship.
저요? 나무꾼.
I'm gonna no limit. I'm gonna greed.
예?
There's no way he's doing early pressure with this.
준비. 이동.
There's just no way.
목수. 저요? 목수. 채직꾼. 예? 목수. 준비.
Okay.
저요?
예? 출동.
준비.
나무꾼.
대기.
이동. 대기. 목수. 저요?
Going really late to stone.
목수. 예? 그러죠. 목수. 저요? 목수. 광부. 준비하죠. 목수. 광부.
저요?
광부.
대기. 저요? 예. 목수.
대기. 이동. 나무꾼. 출동.
대기. 이러죠. 목수. 예? 목수. 채직꾼. 목수. 채직꾼.
These feudal buildings.
대기. 목수.
준비.
채직꾼. 목수. 채직. 저요? 채직꾼. 준비. 예?
Gonna loom up.
대기. 채직꾼. 예? 실시. 이 나무꾼.
There's not enough to go up. Norville. Oh, that's awkward. We're up.
준비.
목수
대기. 자요. 예. 나무꾼. 나무꾼. 자요. 나무.
Maybe he wants the fast castle Burmese. I'm gonna do some very aggressive play.
예. 나무꾼. 네. 광부. 그러죠. 준비.
목수 준비 저요 목수 나무꾼
He has a dog.
대기.
목수 예 광부 예 목수 광부
자요. 이동. 예.
실시 준비 대기
그러죠. 목수.
I'm gonna go for a castle right here. So he is doing forward buildings. Honestly, I think I need to go and expand eco.
전동. 목수. 사냥. 광부. 준비. 목수. 대기. 목수. 나무꾼.
He's doing a town center. He's giving me somewhere to hit.
대기.
Can I stop this? He has a monk right away. She built a...
예. 자요. 나무꾼. 출동. 그러죠.
I want to keep this from being a problem.
준비. 그러죠.
저요 대기
이동.
저요 목수 예
목수.
준비
목수.
예
목수.
저요
목수. 그러죠. 대기. 이동. 나무꾼. 네. 출동. 그러죠. 네. 이동.
Monk.
대기 예
준비.
Need to get range upgrades. I know he said not the tower, but doing it anyways.
대기.
이동. 흡수.
준비. 저요?
흡수. 나무꾼.
준비. 대기.
여자. 흡수. 준비. 저요? 출여자.
Okay. Oh, that was, I don't know what that was, but that was something all right. It was not really what we wanted, but the towers did work against the monks, I guess.
Well, nice job, Lance. Yeah, I honestly on Mega Random, like, all the rules go out the window, so you can play whatever you want. I won't be unhappy if he plays towers. If you do anything.
I thought I blocked the correct game, so maybe I should have blocked Mega Ram. I was trying to block the most popular things that weren't Arabia.
Yeah. Honestly, it all looked really solid. The only thing that I have from notes about there are going to be hotkey notes. For example, I noticed you don't have select all visible military bound. Am I right about that?
If I have it bound, I don't know what the keybind is.
Yeah, because there were a couple times there where I saw like you wanted to basically lasso select everyone on screen, and you did. But like that would definitely be a time to use select all visible military, for sure. And do you have select all military bound? By the way, there was another chance in that game where you wanted to use that
I
command.
don't think I have any of the like this. If I have them, I don't know what they are. Would that be in unit commands or is it somewhere else?
I think it's in game commands.
Game commands.
I could be wrong. Let's see. Select all. There it is. Yeah. Select all idle. Well, that's idle. We don't care about that right now. But there's select all land. Shift minus. Oof. Lance.
I think. Don't look at that. That's like whatever the game said. I swear. I didn't do that.
Yeah. So this is the most important key for an all-in player. One of the most important. So we need that bound on an S tier key. Do you rest your hands on a first-person shooter position? You know, WASD.
It's kind of close to WASD, but not quite.
Okay. Well,
and
this
I have
would be a caps lock, a tab, a Q, a W, an E, an A, and S. Some of those are all S tier keys that I said. It would be one of those keys that you'd want this bound on.
Now, I am used to having those keys. Like S is my let's say I have a villager. S is my open up the military buildings. If I put S to that, does that conflicts it, right? Where it would when I'm trying to villager
select
it would
all visible commands they're like maximum override. They're gonna override any other command. There are times where you can double bind, like a lot of times in this game where you get to, but this is not one of them.
Okay. Let me just try to I can change the commands just when I'm in
you can try it in Dark Age. This is a Dark Age bind. It's so important for even if you're not on it. It's so important because it's a Dark Age bind. It's how we select our scout right now. You never should lasso select your scout ever at this stage of the game. It should be a select all military command right here.
Okay, I'm trying to think how I should do this. Basically, the way I set out my keybinds so I could like learn it was I put them all on a grid layout, same as what the keyboard is.
Yep.
Which blocks off a lot of those keys where I wouldn't be able to like build buildings.
Here's some other options, Lance. Do you use control groups past like 3?
Not too much, no. Very rarely.
Okay, then this could be 4. 4 is an S tier bind as well.
Okay. All right, I'm down for that. Okay. Game commands. Select all idle, land, and military.
Now, this is, by the way, this is me like patching, like fixing, you know, like patching over some problematic hotkeys. But like, players will tell you that if you start binding like how I'm telling you to bind, there may come a time where you want to use past four control groups, 3 control groups, and then you'd have to do a bunch of rebinding. I'm just warning you.
I don't know if I'm ever gonna be where I want that many control groups.
Yeah. So this will work for now. So yeah, another one is select all visible military. So for example, in that game, you were placing a tower back home and you heard the conversion sound. And if we think about it, we know where that conversion came from. It probably came from next to his monastery.
Yeah.
We probably know what he's converting. He's converting either a villager, we don't care about that, or a war wagon, we care about that, you know, that's like wandered towards the monastery. So what I would have done always there is I want to keep my eyes on the villagers that are towering and I want to do that thing. I would have just done a select all military command and then clicked on the mini map away from the monasteries.
Okay.
And then that conversion would have never gone off. And I would have been able to complete my tower. So it's an incredibly valuable key because you can like control your units while you're not even looking at them.
sorry, I sneezed. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you said select all on screen.
Yes. Wait, can you scroll up? We bound select all idle. Yeah, we can clear that. That's not a useful key. You can just clear it. You don't need to.
Oh, that
rebind it or
wasn't.
anything.
What do I do to clear? Just clear.
Yeah.
It was just supposed to be the select all. I just did the wrong one.
Yeah. Select
okay,
all,
okay.
not the idols. Nice. And then there should be a select all visible in here. If we continue to scroll, should be somewhere.
This
There it
visible
is.
land, navy military.
Yeah, so this is like an A tier. The last key bind I just taught you was an S tier key bind. This isn't an A tier. It's not as valuable, but it's still valuable. So you can bind it to an A tier key. So examples of A tier keys would be like T, G, 5, C, V, X, Z. Those are all examples of A tier keys.
Okay, I might just do 5 because it's in the same like. It's selecting military. It's like
Yeah.
it'd be easier for me to remember. I think because they're right next to the 4.
Nice.
So 4 will
So,
do
yeah.
it from here. If I click 5, it won't unless I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, super valuable. Mostly I use this is why it's an S tier key. Mostly I use select all. I'll just select all straight military. But sometimes, like for example, let's say it was a messy game and they did a lot of pressure to us in our fast castle, and we had some war wagons cleaning up some of their feudal army at our base, but we also sent some war wagons forward, and the war wagons forward are doing a lot of honestly, like we have them positioned in places where we don't really want to mess with them. They're doing good work. So then I might go back and do a select all visible
Okay, I'm following.
and just modify. But most of the time, like in that scenario where we had a messy game, we got guys both forward and back, you're just gonna clean that up when they're done doing their job. The people who are back, you're just gonna clean that up with a select all military and click forward.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
저요? 준비.
All right. Hopefully, the next game we don't get mega random. I have been favoriting mega random just because I like mega random games, but it's not really helpful for what I'm trying to practice right now.
Lance, as long as we're on binds, can we get another S tier Dark Age bind done real fast?
Yeah. Let me open up the.
By the way, if you were getting coaching from a meta player, they'd also focus on this pretty hard. So the other bind, do you have select all idols, idle villagers bound? That's A tier.
I thought I had it on Tilda, but I guess that's idle military.
Yeah, it's definitely a valuable bind. It might even be an S for Dark Age binds. So
Which I don't know if
But
I necessarily like the tilde. Is that you think there'd be a better?
Oh, tilde's an A tier bind, but this is kind of in between S and A. Maybe it's an A plus. I have it on C, for example, which is like kind of an A tier bind as well. But if you're comfortable with tilde, then that's fine.
I scrolled past
Sounds-
the idol. I didn't. I'm just blind.
Could be. I didn't see it, but it could be.
Is it a different menu for villager?
No, I think it's in this menu. Select all idle villagers is what we're. There it is.
Okay.
Shift minus. Oh goodness.
I don't know what that is. I don't know who
No,
did
no,
that.
it's default. It's default game commands. I hate how this game does their default commands because they set people up for failure.
They're pretty rough.
Yeah, like what shift minus? I can't even press that with two hands. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, how did you bind an S tier bind to shift minus? Like devs. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
Talking to devs who decided this layout. Like,
So I did this and it's still just. I didn't click confirm. Is that why?
right, clicking tilde. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so like
Okay.
a classics opening. Just here, let's restart this game and just try to do your standard opening where you don't lasso select anyone except one of the groups of two bills. So try doing this opening with that challenge. Oh,
I'm getting framed. I pressed tilde. It took me to the scout. I'm getting framed.
okay, that means you have it double bound to something. Let's check it. It's probably double bound to idle.
Idle military is just.
Here's an easy way. Just double click that, just the idle, select all idle, and hit tilde, and then it will tell you where it's bound. So it's in cycle commands, it looks like, and somewhere else in here. But yeah.
Oh,
let's click
okay,
cycle.
okay.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So let's
Set this to
burn that.
shift minus.
Sure, you can just burn it. You won't use that. This that's only used for monk control, basically. Like really.
Oh,
Crazy
I'm
monk
following you.
control.
Like 10 monks, and you want to like instantly do
Yeah.
all of them. You tap around with it.
Yeah, I don't think you're doing that, so it doesn't need to be bound. There you go. Now you're good.
This I need to clear.
That can clear. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, let's try doing the dark. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Aced
So,
it. You're acing it. So like, and the same thing will go for your scout. We won't lasso select the scout in our dark age.
just a random little
We-
thing. Should I be doing prioritize building the house first or clicking a villager on the TC?
The first thing you should do is select all. Do you wait? I just realized. Do you have both S tier TC binds bound?
Are we
Can
talking
you
about?
select all TCs and go to TC?
I have this one, which is the one that just takes me around to TCs. Go next, and then I have one
Yeah.
that's selects all of the TCs.
And are they bound to S tier keys? What are the keys?
I don't
That's
think
my
you're gonna like what I'm gonna say. They're
Uh-oh.
bound to Control Z and Shift
Oh.
Z.
Oh my god. Lance, those are like B tier binds for the two most basic S tier commands. That's rough. I mean, Lance, I mean, it's whatever you want, but I would definitely recommend you're really high elo for someone who has these binds. I'll say it that way. Like you're a skilled player that's being held back a lot. By them. I can just tell you that.
My bind.
Yeah, I can tell you that empirically. I know that instantly from this conversation. Like you're very good, and if you did a rebind, you'd go up, plus 300 elo.
There's no that much elo from a rebind.
Yes.
No,
That's not. I'm not.
no, you're
I'm not
messing
trying to be hyperbolic or joking. You are a really skilled player who's being held back.
Held back by the keybinds.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
okay,
you
well,
can-
all right. Let me
can
change
play
these
with that.
TC binds. Let me change these TC binds. You've upsold me. 300 elo sounds pretty good. Okay, it's not in TC. It's in game commands. Select all town centers. So
These need to be on two S tier keys. So examples of S tier keys are tab, caps lock, Q, W, E, R, A, S, D. Two.
ooh, I don't really use tabs and caps lock. I think both of those are
Yeah.
actually
So for
free.
example, my select all TCs is on caps lock.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, select all TCs. Change selected. So it just told me that didn't conflict with anything.
Nice.
Okay.
That's great.
And then
Then you just need your go to TC command to be on something nice.
yeah, okay.
And then we're golden. Well, then we need to do all the other binds, but because there's a lot of other S tier Dark Age binds.
I mean, this is good. This is good. All right, Shift Z. So this has go to next villager. I don't really care about go to next villager, do I?
I've never used that bind, so
Okay.
yeah.
Which is I had forgotten I had it, so that maybe means something, right?
Yeah, anytime, I personally, the way I bind is I unbind everything, and then I bind the things that I know are valuable binds. Like
Yeah.
when I'm helping folks. So like if you don't use it, it shouldn't be bound.
I don't know
And
if
then
I
if
really
you-
want to change my my build commands. I feel like that'd be
Yeah. So build commands are honestly less valuable than everything that we've gone over. Most of the build commands are like max, like an A+ bind. Selecting TCs, controlling your military really quickly, those are S tiers.
okay.
What? Just give me an example though. Like if you wanted to build a house, what would you click?
I would do AQ.
AQ. Okay. Yeah. You. The game
이동.
for some reason prioritizes like things like this on like high S tier, which is fine, but they also like don't prioritize things like selecting your town center apparently on like they put that on like a B+ bind, which is
Yeah.
crazy to me because that's more important than having a house beyond an S tier. Like a house honestly could be on a B+ bind and it wouldn't be the end of the world. Mine are on S tier binds, but anyway, we're so other examples of Dark Age binds are like we fixed do you have jump to control group 1? Is that on a good bind? If you wanted to jump to your scout that's on control group 1,
That's just if
what
I
would you-
double press 1.
so you'd be double pressing 1. Yeah, that's pretty common. That's okay. I won't even quibble with it, but sometimes it's nicer if that is on a dedicated bind so that you don't have to press it twice. Just for Dark Age. This is the only bind, this is the only control group I do it for, and it's just for my Dark Age, so I have instant go to scout. And that's
I guess
on
I have
a
the well, spacebar I guess does it too. I don't know if that's
spacebar
But that's
goes to control group 1.
it
Oh, yeah.
just takes me to what I have selected when I press spacebar.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, from a bind perspective, I'm trying to get your clicks down, like the number of clicks you have to do. So that's the same as double tapping 1 from
Yeah.
my perspective, because it's 2 clicks. So
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to get you down to 1 click there, but it's fine if it's 2 clicks. If you're comfortable with it, I'm good with it.
I'm following.
저요?
Yeah. And then some other examples are like,
대기.
how do you build palisades? Is that easy to do?
It's SS for me.
Okay, that sounds easy enough. What else? Oh yeah, how are your sequences? For example, seek shelter into set rally point into ungarrison. What is that for you?
저요?
Seek shelter, did you say?
Yeah,
I don't even know what that is. Is that like telling villagers to garrison?
yeah. So just select all your villagers
Okay.
for me, and then hit the seek shelter button that you can see in the bottom left hand. Yeah. So it's a garrison command without aim, and it's -1 click.
Okay. And it says
an
it's F,
incredible-
which seems fine.
Yeah, that is fine. So yeah, as long as you're getting comfortable.
So
So let's do a
that's the same as my
sequence.
go to work. Okay. I've already been using that keybind just for like if I like let's say I was hacking wood and I needed to garrison. I've been like
Yeah.
press T and then manually clicking and then F. But I could just press
Okay.
F. Okay.
Yes. So like, can you just show me like, just do a ring around to the different straggler trees, just like seeking them shelter, then like using seek shelter to get into the ring. If that makes sense. Just like set a bunch of just teleport your villas into the town center using seek shelter, and then pick a place for them to go and ungarrison them there, and do that like 10 times in a row. I just want to see how fast it is.
나무꾼.
Okay, sorry. I'm
You don't have to walk very far away. Just walk like set the rally point like a tile away from your town center.
Oh, you want me to like do like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then do it again, and then yeah, spam it as fast as you can. I'm just curious how it looks, and maybe change the rally point potentially. To yeah. Okay, you look pretty comfortable doing that. That's a really valuable combination. By the way, what is that combination for you
What is that combination?
in terms of keys?
I've been drag selecting, and then once I have all vills, then I can do the F key, and it's F key to release.
Okay, and the rally point set key is what?
Just right click. And I can
You
do
don't.
like,
You don't. If you wanted to, for example, set a rally point on a boar, which you'd shoot if you right clicked it.
yeah.
How would you? What would be your key for that?
If I didn't want to shoot it,
Yeah, if you just wanted to set a rally point on it.
I don't know how to make it not like if the boar was like right here, this would make the vill go kill it. I don't know what another keybind would be. I would just be like set it next to it if I didn't want him to shoot
Okay.
right away.
So you can see what your keybind is if you just hover over that blue flag in the left hand, bottom left area. If you see the blue flag, so your T, for example. But you don't use T too much. It sounds like.
No, I've mostly just been like just right clicking.
Yeah, that can be a problem, mostly for boar lures, because that's where right clicking is not an option. So you might get comfortable using T. It's a fine bind for it, like it's an A tier bind and it's an A tier key. So, but there are some problems there. We don't need to get into it. Bind theory is long and boring, and but that's not optimal. I'll just say, but.
My right clicking is not optimal, or the T key is not optimal.
T being there's something called pre-placement or teeter-totter binds where when you do combinations, you want them on opposite sides of your middle finger, so that you can pre-position. For example, here I'll just give you an example. Can you see my game?
Yeah. Let me pull up the. Okay.
So anytime you do a key combination, you want it to be generally on opposite sides of the middle finger. For example, I select my guys, I hit F. And then I set the rally point on whatever, the sheep. And then I hit, sorry, that was A. So FA. So you can see the teeter-totter, right? If you think of my hand as like a teeter-totter in the middle.
Yeah, I see what you're
like
saying.
the fulcrum. And then I release with D. So that's fully teeter-tottered. It's F, which is right, then A, left, then D, right. And that way, I can pre-position all those fingers while the other fingers are doing their job on the other side. For example, if it was F, G, H, you can imagine that I'd have to do that all with my pointer finger. And between those actions, they'd have to lift up, move over, and then place down again. And that way it would be really slow. It'd be impossible to have a fast Dark Age with those binds. Just because there's no pre-positioning going on. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah, that makes some sense. I don't know if I'll really work on my keybinds though.
Yeah, so anytime you're doing a key combination, if you want to be this is some like pro level player stuff, this teeter-totter bind theory. But most pro level players have any combination that they might do for unit control, for anything. But here we're focusing on Dark Age. Be teeter-totter bound or pre-placement friendly bound,
Yeah.
And so for example, T and F, that sounds a little scary to me, because now we're
it's
not
all in the pointer
pre-placed
finger.
Yeah, it's all with the pointer finger. So that sounds like sounds a little rough. It's okay. You don't have to have perfect pre-placement on all your binds, but in Dark Age, usually we do want perfect pre-placement on all our binds. So like a better key for that would be like, A, W. You can even do middle finger too. It's not bad to do pre-placement with middle. You don't have to do the full teeter-tottering as long as it's on a different finger so that you can do some pre-placement.
To separate out the actions between the fingers.
Yeah. But well, we're kind of going into the weeds.
I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to.
Yeah, I don't know how far you want to go down. The other stuff is really important. The first stuff we covered, let's just forget about pre-placement and we'll move on. Okay.
I can see the value in it for sure, but I'm not sure I'm to the level of being like, I'm not trying to be a pro necessarily.
Yeah. So we'll not think about teeter-tottering at all. Let's see if there's any other binds that we're missing out on, that are like S tier and just easy, low-hanging fruit. I'm thinking about my Dark Age right now. I also have a video about this where I know I say every single one. What's your create control group one?
Just control one.
Okay, control 1. Okay. Yeah, control. That's okay. It's a little rough though if you think about it. Like shift 1, if you do shift 1 right now, I imagine it's about 10, like twice as fast as your control 1. Am I right, or is your
Let me see how
control
this
1
feels
pretty
like.
fast?
Control 1.
Just
I'm doing
yeah.
like pinky middle finger. I think I'm still
Yeah.
doing pinky middle finger, but it's like a lot closer.
移動
Yeah.
定義
So you could consider changing that to shift 1 if you want to take it from like a B plus bind to like an A minus bind. It's a small detail. It's your decision. But you know what? Maybe I shouldn't tinker. Maybe I shouldn't tinker. Maybe I should just go for the big things. Like this is all honestly nitpicking. Both of those are fine. But
I think
shift
I
is
might leave him
definitely
as
better.
is. I don't know if I'm gonna...
Okay. Well, I think we're good then. I think you're good. I got the biggest things, which is your TC binds and selecting your army well. But yeah, in all honesty, those couple that we did are gonna improve your gameplay. Like league.
I was told 300 elo. If I'm not 300 elo better after
absolutely.
this, you'll
No,
be hearing...
if you get used to using select all military and those new TC binds, that will be plus 300 elo. It's not a joke. Like it's so important.
そうよ
Yeah. But I will tell you, you will lose elo in the interim, of course, because you're going to be clicking your old binds. But you know that. That's how learning
well,
new
for
things
some of
works.
these, like the military, I just didn't even have a bind for.
Yeah. Do you want to try a Dark Age?
준비.
Just like the opening, and let's just see if you can just like do the setup with just binds.
Just the bind.
Yeah, because learning how to not lasso select in your opening of Dark Age is quite valuable.
Okay.
opinion.
So.
Yeah.
Oops.
So you'll only do one lasso select if you do this perfect, and that will be on whatever group. Like you'll have the villagers in 2 groups, 1 of 1 and 1 of 2, and you'll do select all. You'll queue your villagers either through go to TC or select all TCs, and then you'll do select all idle villagers, build house usually with a group of 2, and then you'll lasso select the 1 and build a house with it. That will be like perfect Dark Age. Opening.
Okay. So TC first, Idleville, Singularville.
Yep. And then after that, we'll do select all military. We'll get our scout
To
or
get the
select
scout.
all visible military, whichever one. They're both fine in this instance.
Okay.
And then we'll start it moving and then set it to a control group.
목수. 예? 목수.
Nice.
I didn't do that
you're looking,
correctly,
you're looking
but-
like a pro player already. This is how pro players do their Dark Age.
I can just click the restart, right?
Yeah, go for it. You can do it as many times as you feel. That looks really clean.
And I do that.
It's hard. I sometimes do select all. It's honestly one I had to retrain recently. Like I used to lasso select a lot more.
목수.
Yep, aced it. Yeah, and I like that it's on a control group already. Everything's looking good. Now, you're never gonna lasso select your scout ever again in Dark Age. And actually, you never lasso select your scout
定義
ever. Even if we lost that bind, we'd still get it back by a select all.
By doing
military
the
and
select all
control group.
military. Wait,
Yeah.
without the control group, I can't forcibly move the camera to it, right? Like if I
Yeah.
do like this select, I'm just like doing the mini map type of thing.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Okay.
why the control group's so valuable, because you need to jump through it a ton in Dark Age.
예? 목수요? 목수.
And I'm trying to like remember which one's which. Okay, 4 is
Yeah,
if it's not on screen. 5 if it's on screen. Okay.
And then a nice thing there would be if we had it in the control group
Yeah.
by the end of our first. Like what I
Well,
usually do
the
is I
first
give it
time
some
we
shift
selected.
cues.
So you're saying
I
like
usually start it moving first. Like I do my shift cues, and then at the end of my shift cues, that's when I set it on the control group because I
So-
always want it moving.
so I go
first and foremost.
select, shift Q
Couple-
around, then I
Sure.
control group 1.
Yep.
Then
Yeah.
I'm doing the other stuff.
And an argument to having it on shift is my shift cues are a shift command. So then when I have it shift 1, oh, it's so clean. So that's another way you can think of binds where you're like combining the key presses that you have to do.
You've upsold me on it. All right. Hold on.
I'm not.
Hold on,
I
Bill,
mean,
you've
you
upsold me
like
on it.
control. It's whatever you
You've
feel.
upsold me. Listen.
I didn't
Preach.
spend like 2 weeks trying to optimize my binds and like talking to all the other pro players. But yeah, you're gonna want to switch it to shift for most of them. But yeah, shift is just
probably a better.
Okay.
I honestly wish the devs would take some bind theory into account when setting up these
When
default
setting the
binds.
default, because
I just
it
think it's
really
a
does
little
kind of
silly of them.
set a new player
Yeah.
up for failure because they start the game like, okay, let me look at the hotkeys, and they just use what's there,
Yeah.
which is kind of what I did. And
And
I
then-
even did some adaptations, but my adaptations probably still leave quite a few holes and issues.
Then shift minus for your select all TC, and oh my god, we're
Having a
we
bad
can't select
time.
our TC suddenly. Yeah, so rough. I don't know. I don't know. They should talk to some pro players and actually do like a pro player like bind list. They should just incorporate that.
준비 목수 대기 목수
Right now, I'm struggling with the.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
I
is
do
it,
like
by the
that
way?
shift
I hope-
one. I do like that shift one.
Yeah, and what did we set select all idle builds? I hope it's an A tier.
It's tilde is what we have, but right now I'm kind of
Okay, tilde's like a low A tier. Could go for a higher A tier if you want.
I'm kind of fumbling it with the tilde.
Yeah, I don't like tilde. I think it's like a A minus, and this is like definitely an A. For example, mine is C. Like that's a solid A tier key in my opinion. And this is like a solid A tier.
C. Now,
You could also do. Do you have G keys? Do you have keys to
What's
the left
that?
of your keyboard?
준비.
do I have what?
Like Logitech keyboards have keys to the left of their keyboard sometimes. Like more keys, basically. Do you have
No.
more keys on your keyboard or no? Just
No,
the.
no, I don't have. I
just
don't have
the- okay,
extra
gotcha.
keys.
Other examples would be T. That would be an A tier. 5. You could even go as far as rebind. You could go to Windows Power Tools and get a rebind on your Windows hotkey. You can like bind your Windows hotkey to like P or some key that you'll never use, and then you can bind P to select
The
all idle.
Windows hockey. Oh, I hate that more than tilde. That's real awkward to press.
Okay. Yeah, G, H. I don't know. Those are V would maybe be okay, but that's a little bit of a stretch.
대기.
V. Think about that.
If you don't bind past 2, which is fine to not bind past 2, you could go to 3 here. That'd be fine.
저요?
I don't bind past 2, for example. I only have 2 control groups available to me. All in
It
players,
would
though,
fit
usually...
with the theme of the 3-4-5
Mhm.
because it's selecting basically like a large things. 4-5 military, 3 being Vil.
저요?
I might try the 3.
Yeah. This will limit the number of hotkeys you have available. Now you only have 1 and 2. For
I
By
do
the way,
not
what is-
control group much at all.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, I
As I
do.
said,
I
I'm
do
a-
one always, pretty much like the initial scout,
Yeah.
and then occasionally, like let's say I'm doing man at arms, I kind of like to have the scout on one and the man at arms on a second one.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna tell you, as an all-in player, you don't need as many control groups as most people. I'm, a high-level all-in player, and I only have 3 control groups available to me, and I really only use 2 of them. So take that as you will. But for meta play, control groups having more availability to more control groups is quite important. So I'm technically hurting your meta play right now, but helping your anti-meta play, which I'm perfectly comfortable making that decision.
you're trying to add more to the church, the Church
Yeah.
of Past Castle.
But that's your decision. Yeah, another thing that I just realized that I forgot is, what is your select all castles?
My select all castle. Let me start a game in Castle Age or something that I can test it real quick. I
Yeah,
think I
could
have
give
it at
you- I could give you a binds editor if you want, which just has a bunch of units on the field and you can just
Control
swap in.
C. I think is what I have it as actually. Okay.
Control C. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I think it is Control C.
If you didn't want to think too hard and you wanted to put it on like an A tier, you could do a Shift plus an S tier bind. Those are usually A tier binds, so like Shift A would be fine. But there's a lot of downsides to doing that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna roll that back. It shouldn't be that combination because you can option Shift Q units as a response to that. That actually used to be how I bound my castles. So it just needs to
Yeah.
be on a straight S tier, and you got to figure out which one. And this will conflict with all binds because it's a select all command.
There's no double binding this one, but or you can be good and we can continue on. I don't know how far you want to go into the weeds, Lance. It's your decision. Honestly, you were queuing units pretty well out of your.
I don't know if I
That's
want
how
to
you
change
play.
that one yet. Okay, so my main
Okay.
reason is I still want to be able to do not just all ends as well.
Yes.
And if I start just changing the castle keybind, then
Yeah.
it's gonna feel out of place compared to all my other select all building keybinds.
Gotcha. I'll just give you advice that helps you in standard Dark Age as well. Everything that I said up to that point is going to help you in your meta play.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna do
Uh,
a couple starts with the 3 keybind and see how it feels.
nice.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't saw it. And that's the one I actually manually select as the 3rd bill, right?
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Looking sharp already. What am I watching? Viper here?
No, not even close.
No, in all seriousness though, this is one of the easiest things for me to tell. Like, you ever watch those series where they're like guess the elo and you have like 5 seconds? I think like Town Center podcast did it a little while ago, where they only have like a clip of like 5 seconds of Dark Age or something, and the pro players have to guess the elo.
Really? Of like just their opening, their first.
Yeah. So this is how the pro players could guess it accurately. It's stuff like this, like noticing, are you lasso selecting? Are you using hotkeys? So you just lasso selected. Oh, goof. Oh, goodness. Yeah.
I
so
lasso selected and I did the keybind, I think. I did both.
Yeah. So pro players don't really ever lasso select their scout. Yeah. That's one of the biggest things, like the biggest tells. But it's obviously going to take time to learn. I still have some bad Dark Age habits from before I knew about bind theory and stuff. I'm still working on. We'll say last couple times you've still gone for the lasso select on the scout. That's the main area of improvement right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
And priority on the initial food, should that be the first one is just priority send to TC, or is it more
Yeah, that's
priority to
fine.
initially send them out for the other ones?
Both of them, both answers are fine. And then here, Lance, can you fix this without a lasso select?
Fix.
Fix what you see under your sounds. Beautiful. That's all I wanted to see. That's like why that keybind is so nice. Because you can always fix without lasso selects now. Yeah, super useful. Seems like you're quite good at learning new binds, Lance. Have you done rebinds before? Like, have you had to relearn stuff before? Or is
Technically, most recently when I did, because I haven't played Age in basically since college, so I was like, and I think when I download, I think I had to re-download the game, and I think it changed my keybinds, so I kind of had to pseudo redo them, which I think in the process I maybe messed some of them up compared to what I used to do, or so it's like half relearning, I guess, a little bit there.
Yeah. Here, Lance, you could try on from this point with the boar lure and maybe try to set a rally point on it so that we can.
Oh, you
we
meant to
don't
like
have to
the
check
this?
Yeah. The teeter-totter bind the teeter-totter combination that will be a little harder for you, but it will still be doable. Let's see if you can get that one going.
준비.
Nice. That seemed pretty comfortable for you.
Oh, I was supposed to do
I also
that.
think I noticed that before.
Oh,
before you
force
started-
drop off. Sorry, what were we saying?
Yeah. No, I just noticed another good thing I saw is I think before you started your boiler, did I see it correct that you did a select all military and kept your scout moving on the minimap?
I cheated with that one. I did the control group, but
저요? 대기.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's control group's fine too. I'm just happy to see you controlling your scout like that.
yeah, I was gonna ask force drop off. Is that?
Yeah, if you hit it right now, you'll see. Yeah. Oh goodness. Is that a default bind? Is that what they did?
Put it on slash
What are the-
apparently. That's
What
horrendous.
are these devs
That's
doing?
so far away.
Who paid them? Who set this up? I gotta have a word with them. It's funny. I'm actually in the pro player Discord, so like I talk to devs a lot, where like the pro players and devs talk. I'll talk to them about this after this. I didn't know it was this bad. I haven't done a full rebind in a while.
That is why I didn't know what that key was.
Yeah, they really need to have a pro player set up their binds, and they need to have a pro player option for key binds very clearly. This is rough.
Okay, so the drop off command is in.
It's in unit commands, right at the start, the first very top.
Unit commands. Okay.
Yeah, drop off res. That's an S tier bind. Needs to be on an S tier key.
And will this?
It doesn't come. So obviously, it can't be bound to the same thing as like select all idle, because then you'll just go to your scout. That will override this.
Yeah.
Usually, like the military commands override the economic commands. So not always though. Don't quote me on that. There's plenty of examples where it doesn't, but in this case, I think it would. So yeah, you want this bound. This needs to be kind of a free key from that perspective, but you could bind it to something that can't accept this command. For example, a town center cannot accept drop off resources. So if you bound this to set rally point, you'd be fine. Like did a double bind there.
I see what you're saying. Like the T key for this.
Yeah.
This can't drop off resources, so it can't conflict.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, exactly.
준비.
What about the example of like, okay, like I have all my buildings on this basically matching keyboard placement with where they are in this little like square.
Yes.
If I have a villager that does not have, like if I haven't clicked A or S, I don't have those build commands open. Can I do
Yep.
like Q, for example?
And build a what house? Would that
No,
be a
like
house
if
for
I
you?
made that the drop off resource key. Like if let's say I don't open this versus if I
Yeah.
open this, will the
Yeah, that would be fine. That would be another example of that being fine. Yeah, you can double bind in that context.
okay. So I if I have the build menu open, I press Q, it knows house's priority over drop off.
Yep.
But if I don't have it open, it knows.
I think that is how it works. We should bind it and test, but I'm pretty confident. That that's
Okay,
how
okay,
it
let me
works.
try it. Okay, drop off resources.
There's some examples where the game is like done logically like this, and then there's some examples where it's not.
Do you
not
think
done
something
so
like Q
log-
makes sense, or should I do something else?
No, Q's an S tier key. You can do it on Q.
Okay.
Just to make sure that Q isn't either a select all command or a go to command. I hope it isn't. I don't actually know what your binds are. You can unbind trade wood. You can unbind unpack. Oh well, you might actually.
This
use
like this
unpack.
stuff's all like I'd be using like a trebuchet, right, or a monk.
Yeah.
Like if I had those selected, it wouldn't be the same situation.
Drop
anyways.
off. I mean, yeah. It looks like you're good. Convert command is not a command people use, so you can just unbind that completely. But yeah, let's try it. I think it should work. Just make sure they have resources in their hand before you attempt it. So like,
Okay,
make
okay.
sure they're doing. Yeah.
So I have them. They have resources. I have the menu open with a house.
Yeah.
They go to build
Great.
a house versus I have them selected. I haven't opened the building menu. Okay, so that
Great.
seems like it works.
That looks like a good double bind to me. I mean,
Okay.
obviously it is limiting your options. Like, for example, when your build menu is open, you can't drop off resources, but like, that's a fine. I think that's a fine limitation.
I mean, for the most part, if I'm doing the drop off, I'm not opening the build menu anyways, because it's like I'm trying to force the resource, like trying to
Lance,
get.
try it. Yeah.
대기. 틀어줘.
Try to fix it. Perfect opportunity, learning opportunity. Try to fix them without a lasso select.
Oh, the 3 keybind.
Yeah. That's like once you learn this bind, you're gonna be using it constantly in Dark Age because you fix everything with select all idle. If they're like Vill's idle, you never have to lasso select ever again in your life. Super nice key.
It also helps me in terms of like I have situations where it's like let's say I did a cut where I was going like this or whatever, and I was like, okay, I set this guy up to build this, but I didn't remember to like shift queue him back to do lumber or something, and I forget about it, and I'm like, I just need to make sure my economy is working. He's hiding behind a wall somewhere.
Yeah. Select him, click him to a straggler tree, select him, click him to the berries. Absolutely. Like,
Yeah, okay.
I do the same thing. I actually intentionally, like, when I'm doing a lot of actions, I'll just, no shift queue needed on this one. I'll see the flag and I'll remember who it is and I'll set him to the right resource. Like, I do that all the time with just select all idols.
Okay.
Super nice.
We
Well,
do
your
one more
Dark Age is
restart.
looking cleaner by the second. This is very important for all types of play.
I lasso select again.
You'll get there.
준비.
채집꾼.
Honestly, you're doing a lot better than I would expect you. It makes me think that you play maybe a lot of RTS or something, or a lot of games where you have to learn binds quickly.
I mean, when I played in college, I did like 1,000 team games, so I did play a
Okay.
decent amount of AoE in college. But
Wait,
that's
have you
about-
done rebinds before? Sometimes rebinds are hard for people to learn the first time. Like it's hard to retrain that muscle memory. And
Oh,
sometimes the more rebinds you've done, the easier it becomes.
yeah,
I've
I've
done a
had
lot of
to
rebinds.
I've had a couple times where I've been like trying to like change the keybinds where I'm like, this is not working for me.
Yeah.
Because I think initially, like the first time I ever played this game, I had whatever keybinds that the devs set, which there's a reason why certain things I didn't ever do, like drop off resources.
채집꾼.
Yeah.
I did not like. I always have been manually click.
Yeah. Well, it's new in defense of the devs and in defense of you. Like it's a
Oh,
newer
it might not.
command.
It didn't exist previously.
It didn't exist previously, so like it came on the scene like I think like 2 years ago. So
Okay, that was, but when I wasn't playing then, so maybe that's
Yeah.
part of it too. It seems really convenient because it's like
it's 2 commands in one, and it's
Yeah.
instant, and you
yeah.
don't have to like work on your timings. Like no, it's incredible. Like there's no pro player who didn't adapt it. I think I can say that confidently. Even Doubt adapted drop off resources. And Doubt is like, he never adapts hotkeys. He's like, I want my old hotkeys. I don't want to think. But even he had to use it.
Yeah, that's it's way better. So
준비.
Yeah.
all right, one more restart with no mess ups, hopefully. One more restart with not messing stuff up.
예? 저요? 목수.
예? 목수.
예?
채집꾼.
I think I did that okay.
Yeah. I think you did. I didn't notice if you
세기. 목수.
often like in my Dark Ages.
Don't look at that.
Often in my Dark Ages, like I'm doing so many shift queues with like my sheep and my scout that I will forget the shift queue with the villagers, which is actually totally fine. Like back to the board, it's totally fine, and then you'll just fix it. If you do get it, I often try to get it, but if you don't, it's totally fine because you'll fix it with the select all idle. And it won't even be that much worse than a shift queue.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, that's
Huge.
actually pretty crazy for helping out that early
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, it's huge for meta play. It's huge for anti-meta play. It's huge for everything.
I definitely have noticed, even when I win games, I feel like the games I've been winning, I feel like I've been aging up slower, even when doing the same pops. And I think it's just this initial
준비. 저요?
Yes.
10 seconds is where I'm
Yeah.
losing there.
Yeah. So if you want to hop on ladder, I think you're ready for it. You could try Korean's game. I'll just mute up, take notes. I'll also be really focused on hotkeys now. So I'll tell you if there's any optimizations there, or if you missed like a select all.
What do you
Still
think? Do you think these
opportunity.
bans are correct to try to get an arena or Arabia game? Is like
Yeah,
I guess
those look about right to me. Yeah.
because 4 lakes guarantees I have to do some stupid water stuff, whereas mega
Yeah.
random, there's a chance there's not water.
Yeah. By the way, marketplace, just follow all the rules that you learned, and you'll do great.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to Arabia, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm gonna go. I've been drinking too much water. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then I'm gonna go for the game.
Gotcha.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, let's do this thing. Let's put our training into use, and definitely successfully get an Arabia game this time. There's no way I get not Arabia. There we go. Arabia acquired. Ooh, Celts.
예? 목수.
준비. 목수.
Messed up the...
저요?
채집꾼.
It's like a chicken game.
준비. 실시.
Need to find a boar quick. Boar's over here.
저요? 사냥꾼. 그러죠. 준비. 저요? 실시. 이동. 예. 예. 대기 이동. 그러죠. 실시. 준비직군. 사냥꾼. 저요? 채집꾼. 채집꾼. 사냥꾼. 대기.
Second boar.
대기.
사냥꾼.
7 over there. Gold is all the way out there.
저요? 대기.
사냥꾼.
Woodline's there. Berries is there.
준비.
I think this makes sense, but I'm not really sure.
예? 나무꾼. 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 목수.
I still haven't restarted my game.
대기.
Need to do the drop-off keybind.
나무꾼.
Forgot to use it.
저요? 예. 사냥꾼. 실시. 사냥꾼. 사냥꾼 이동
준비.
사냥꾼 이동
예?
실시 예 저요 이동 실시 예 준비
사냥꾼.
Okay.
예? 그러죠. 목수.
This is just too free of a wall off, I think, to do this and cut in. It's too free, and I need another on wood.
대기 그러 사냥꾼
대기. 목수. 목수.
저요
이동.
Worried about him trying to steal.
준비.
Does this also do the funnel thing? Having these built up like this?
저요.
대기
나무꾼.
준비 사냥꾼 채직꾼 예 저요 예 준비 이동 채직꾼
대기. 네. 채직꾼.
대기 채직꾼 저요
목수. 예? 목수. 나무꾼.
예
채직꾼.
준비.
이동하자. 대기. 네. 목수. 채직꾼.
대기 그러죠
He didn't steal my sheep, he thought about stealing it.
준비 예 이동 목수
준비.
실시 그러죠 실시 채직꾼 채직꾼 채직꾼
저요. 이동. 그러죠. 목수.
It's gonna cause problems. Dude, what is this?
예? 네. 그러죠. 목수. 저요? 채직꾼. 목수.
I feel like we're close enough to the TC. This is justified if I was gonna build a wall all the way around.
목수. 채직꾼. 준비. 광부.
저요
사냥꾼.
I just need these chickens out of here, man.
예 이동
What am I supposed to do? Oh, that's really problematic. The chickens are gonna kill me.
대기.
대기 왕부 사냥꾼 저요 왕부 사냥꾼 대기
I don't know what to do about that.
준비. 채직꾼. 저요?
He already has a barracks.
준비 그러죠
목수. 예? 이동. 채직꾼.
대기 목수 나무꾼 준비 이동 채직꾼
저요? 대기. 목수. 나무꾼. 준비. 채직꾼. 출동.
저요
채직꾼.
예 수리공
He's instantly gonna pressure the stone.
저요 왕부 그러실시 목수
If he's pressuring the stone, we need to go back stone.
예 목수 저요 예 이동 대기 예 목수 준비 그러죠 목수
대기. 광부.
저요 예
목수.
대기
네.
준비
이동. 목수.
예 저요 대기 목수 준비 이동 실시 목수 예 그러죠 목수
퇴직군 대기 이동
대기 이동 저요 이동 목수 대기
자연하죠 목수 준비
준비
퇴직군
Okay, got Stone back here. He's all up front. I'm focusing on the wrong thing, but my uptime is cooked.
저요
목수 사냥꾼 이동 사냥꾼
준비 사냥꾼
I think I have to tower, unfortunately. Otherwise, he's going to just be able to continue pushing with this.
대기 목수 예 이동 퇴직군 대기 목수 자연 준비 목수 예 목수 나무꾼 이동 나무꾼 자연 나무꾼
예 그렇지 나무꾼 저요 이동
He doesn't know where my stone is, though.
대기 준비 자연 예 이동 준비
대기
네
저요 목수 준비 목수
준비
그러지
나무꾼 예
He's towering there.
대기 목수 자요 이동 목수 준비 목수
준비 실시 수리공
예 목수 광부 자요
목수
대기 목수 예 출동 목수
저요 이동 목수
준비
나무꾼
자요
실러지 목수
대기 자요 대기 광부
대기 예 목수 대기 목수
예 출동 이동
준비 목수
Could sell up. I think I'm just gonna stall selling up and be a little bit later to the castle.
준비 네 자요
광부
대기 그러죠 준비
이동 저요 농부
예
예 이동 대기 광부 준비 예
이동
저요 목수 대기 준비 목수 예 광부 준비 저요 광부 예 광부
자요 그러죠 출동 네 대기 목수 준비 전부
대기 저요 실시 대기 예 목수 그러죠 이동 목수 예 실시 광부 준비 나무꾼 광부
예 준비 광부
대기 목수 저요
Forwardville.
이동 이동. 대기.
목수
저요?
그러죠 저요
그러죠. 네. 출동. 목수. 예?
이동
대기.
목수 대기 목수 예
From here, you can't select my villagers.
준비.
목수 그러지 실시 이동 그러죠
저요?
목수
Have not grabbed this.
목수
저요?
예 이실시
목수.
대기
그러죠. 출동.
예
목수.
준비
출동. 목수.
그러
대기.
이동
저요?
목수
대기.
그러지 목수 저요
출동. 이동. 목수.
I need that tower up if I can get it.
그러지 목수 예 이러지 이동 그러지 예
I don't know if I want to play Mangonel versus Mangonel against the Colts against the Celts, to be honest.
예? 목수. 광부. 대내. 목수. 목수.
I have a rocket cart. I don't even know what that does.
예? 목수. 목수. 준비. 출동.
저요 실시
Oh my goodness, these guys have been AFK the whole time.
목수 목수 목수
대기.
이동 네 목수
그러지. 알았네. 그러지.
Okay. He's got a lot of monks.
대기 준비
Trying to think about what I should do about the monks he has.
좋아요. 이러죠.
대기 출동 준비
목수.
저요 목수
Maybe go into more of a boomy setup, honestly.
예 목수 대기 네 목수 예 목수 준비
실시. 이동. 그러죠. 목수. 준비.
나무꾼 나무꾼 저요 네 목수 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 예 방부
반갑네. 알았네. 그러지. 그러지.
대기 이동 준비
실시.
저요 예 그러죠
예, 이동. 말하게. 알았네. 뭔가. 그러지. 가겠네. 그러지. 가겠네. 말하게. 그러지. 가겠네.
준비 목수
저요. 목수.
저요 대기 출동 목수 목수 나무꾼 대기
나무꾼. 예, 나무꾼. 대기. 광부. 나무꾼. 예. 실시. 가겠네. 그러세. 알았네. 그러세.
저요 목수
준비. 그러죠. 목수. 실시. 나무꾼. 예?
목수
준비.
네 이동 동부
진격.
Yeah, so he's gonna get that relic.
준비 네 그러죠 출동 예 대기 목수
Ballistics.
대기. 목수.
준비
목수. 예? 목수. 저요? 목수. 예? 준비.
목수 저요
대기. 목수.
We need to get up to Imperial like now.
저요? 예, 이동. 목수, 목수, 광부. 대기. 목수, 저요? 목수,
예? 목수. 저요? 목수. 준비. 목수.
예, 목수.
대기. 목수.
Don't know how well I match up against Kel dudes.
목수, 나무꾼.
He's doing skirms. Halberdiers, longswords. Do I get decent scouts? What's my tech tree on scouts? I get hussar. Do I get full armor? I do not get full armor.
준비. 목수.
저요? 목수.
Better tower range.
준비.
이동. 목수. 목수.
대기. 목수. 목수. 예, 목수. 목수.
대기. 출동. 나무꾼.
반갑네. 가게 들었어. 알았어. 가게. 대기. 저요?
시작. 목수.
예. 준비. 저요? 예. 대기. 목수. 예. 광부. 나무꾼. 준비. 목수. 저요? 목수. 목수. 준비. 대기.
목수. 목수.
예? 목수. 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 저요?
목수. 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 예? 목수. 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 대기.
광부.
No shot.
그러기에 목수
Okay, we need
준비 저요.
그러 이동 목수 목수
대기. 이동. 그러죠. 목수. 이동. 출동. 목수. 네. 목수. 나무꾼. 준비. 광부. 광부.
대기에 목수 목수
나무꾼.
준비 시작 목수
목수. 예?
목수 목수 나무꾼
준비. 목수.
need way more woodcutters. I need elite war wagons.
실시 나무꾼
What are these guys doing?
준비. 대기.
목수
예? 목수. 광부. 광부. 준비.
Can you guys stop just like sending to death, please? The worst of stars, man.
송부 대기 흡수 이동 광부
목수 광부
예? 준비 흡수 방군
Good raids. He doesn't see him. He's focused on the front. Trebuchets out here. Feel the might of the Korean towers, you bastard! Yes, yes. Try to stop the towers. Try. Futile as it may be. GG. Yes! Tower of VOC. What do you mean? I'm trying to win a game here. We had to break him eventually.
Nice job, Lance.
What did you think of my failure to get the castle on time and then get completely walled out and not be able to do the strategy at all?
I thought this was a great learning game. That's how I see this. I'll just be honest. I was rooting for Shiv. I was like,
what?
I wanted well, because I always want my students to lose because it stings a little more and they remember it better, you know? But no, in all honesty, you played real solid. Your meta game looks quite solid. But yeah, there's a lot to learn from this game that we can focus on. And by the way, I saw you use those hotkeys that we just learned a lot, so that's really impressive, honestly.
I'll be honest. Throughout the game, it wasn't. I don't know if you could tell, but there was a large amount of times where I was trying to select TC. And it's obviously I'm going to get better at it as I play with it, but I went Control Z, and it's like, it's not selecting my TCs. I'm not being able to queue views. So I was I was definitely adjusting for sure. Because I was doing
adjusting,
that a lot.
but I noticed, like, I have notes in my Dark Age that, like, you're in your opening, at least, you use the control groups, and then throughout Dark Age, and even when you were getting pressured, I saw you select all idle vills to, like, make a wall, which was really good. So, like, I can tell you're getting used to it. Yeah, which is really good to see.
I think those are huge because there was like some of those keybinds I didn't even have, and or didn't know they'd exist. I didn't ever make use of drop off resource. I kind of forgot about it, but I think there was a couple of times I could have used it if I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I noticed sometimes where you didn't use the hotkey as well, but honestly, I'm happier just to see you use them at all because in real games, often with hotkeys you just learned, it's hard to get them integrated instantly.
Yeah. For sure,
like really hard. So I'm just happy to see you use them, honestly. So do you wanna either you know what? Do you wanna send me the rec and I can just work my way through it and share it with you?
How do I do that?
You know what? Actually, no. I can just download it. That'll be easier. But if you do know where your save game folder is, you could just send me the top rec in your save game folder. But yeah, nice job, Lance.
Would it tell me where that is if I go to the replay? Open save
don't
game
worry,
folders?
I already got it. I just stole it off the dashboard.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I got the rec.
Right, I'll pull up your.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm still streaming, but if I am,
you are. I can see. I can see.
Yeah. So the meta side of it went really well. The anti-meta side of it, there's lots of areas to improve, and that's why I was hoping. That's why I was hoping for Shiv to win, because just from a theory perspective, like we haven't really talked theory too much, but the best way I like to describe Fast Castle is that we put ourselves in a really deep hole, like really in a really bad position. Just from a theory perspective, if you know about Res Collected, like we're going up to Castle Age with 25 vills maybe.
Yeah.
They are going from feudal to castle with like 36.
Yeah, they have
so
a
that
lot.
res collected difference is a massive hole. And the only way to win is to deal lethal damage. Like not just like poke at them, get a couple of vills. Although actually
I was really close to getting in though. They just barely walled me out. Like if I got in there.
If by the way, just to be very clear, that moment in the game was obviously the most important moment in the game. And if you had gotten in there, the game would not have been close. It would have been instantly over. So yeah, so like we need to think of ourselves as being deep in a hole and not being comfortable with things like map position or a couple Vil kills as a consolation prize. That will never be enough. Now, versus Shiv, it's enough because Shiv did not macro, I can tell. Which is why I was rooting for Shiv.
He did a Man-at-Arms tower on my stone though. Was that not like... complete
he did
anti
good
me.
pressure. Shiv did good pressure. I really liked that he threw us that because that's a great learning experience to learn.
Shiv
about
also
what
had
to
the
do there.
MVP of those chickens. Those chickens assassinated my stone lining.
Yeah, but he didn't macro well, which is not great because you weren't versus Shiv. You actually weren't that deep in a hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, but versus a player who maybe didn't idle their TC for however many minutes he did, it would be in a really scary position for us if we didn't get in. So I'm just gonna watch from the top, and we'll break this down. But just from a theory perspective, fast castling is not a comfortable position. Like this is why pro players it took them so long to adopt it. It's because you're in such a terrible position unless you deal lethal damage, and we're gonna deal lethal damage in one of these three ways. So there are three ways. Do you like theory, by the way? Lance, can I continue to talk about this
Yeah.
sort of stuff?
Yeah. No, I'm
Okay,
interested.
okay. Some people couldn't care less about theory. Some people actually enjoy it. So there's three things that we might do with our units that will kill them. So the first thing is we might use our tech advantage. So think about like a war elephant versus feudal units. War elephants, let's pretend there aren't spears in the game, but war elephants beat all feudal units except spears. Again, let's pretend they're not in the game. And there's no real unit that they can make that could counter a war elephant, right? There's just nothing. Except spears.
Do
but
monks count
okay,
or
well,
not
maybe I
really?
should think of a more realistic unit, like a war wagon, for example. Really doesn't have units in feudal that can beat it. Like,
Oh, feudal, sorry, okay.
Yeah, feudal skirms don't have their bonus damage yet against the cav archer class, which is pretty crucial for them to actually be able to trade cost effectively.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't
Um,
know that they don't have bonus damage until elite for that.
Yeah. So that's really bad for a feudal player who's trying to do like extended feudal skirms as an answer to war wagons. So that's the first thing we might win with. We might just win with tech advantage. And that would be if they're like fully open and just relying on like an extended feudal to beat us. So like if they go extended feudal scouts or extended feudal skirmishers, like we can just win with that. Our army has tech advantage over theirs, where if we both spend $100 on our army, our Castle Age army just destroys them.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing that we might win with. Usually that requires them to be open, which is just tech. The second thing we might win with is massing. So like a common FC that you win with a massing victory condition would be like Gulams. So like they wall us out. They open some scouts. Maybe they lose them. Maybe they're still alive. Who cares? Then they wall us out and they're trying to get onto like Knight Monk. And, they have the res collected advantage when they get to Castle Age, but we just broke in and they have two stables that have two knights halfway done with the queue. And we are about to eat their TC and kill every single villa that they own. Like, it doesn't matter that they have more res collected. We have a massing advantage over them.
Yeah.
So Koreans love to play with both of the victory conditions I just told you. They love to play with tech, and they love to play with massing because like even if he walled you out, like there were moments in that game where he was still in feudal age and you had like 8 war wagons on the field. So for example, how you might leverage your massing victory condition there would be like a single petard. You're in, game's over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said I guess I should have queued that the moment I saw the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. I completely forgot you said I could one tap those with a petard.
Yeah. So that's an example of how you might play with your massing victory condition. And even if he reached Castle Age, he wouldn't have elite skirm yet. We'd just dive. I don't know if you know this, but war wagons play a lot like melee units in that they just like the counters to them. They just dive those counters. They don't dance at range really until you get ballistics. Then they can dance at range a little. But in versus feudal skirms and versus elite skirms, we usually just pretend we're a melee unit and get to point blank range, shoot them, one shot them. Nice and clean. So that would be how we'd play with a massing. So these are the first two things we might win with. Most games, you're going to win with one of those two, tech or massing. And then the third thing that you might win with would be scaling. So some FCs in this game are what are called scaling FCs, where actually if the game goes on and he spends $100 on elite skirms and we spend $100 on war wagons, we still just win. I'll just tell you, Koreans are not a scaling FC. So that's not true for Koreans. So if he spends $100 on elite skirm and we spend $100 on war wagon, he wins.
It still beats even elite war wagon skirms do. They're still just cost efficient.
Yeah. Oh, elite. Well, we shouldn't think about imp too much for fast castles. Remember,
You just mean in terms of like if I get all my techs in castle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So that would be an example of scaling. Koreans is not a scaling FC, so I should probably talk about a scaling FC. An example of this is Porchu. So Porchu, if we play Organ Gun Redemption Monk and he plays Mangonel Light Cav, which would be like the two generic. That would be his generic counter to my composition. If he spends $100 on Light Cav Mangonel, I spend $100 on Organ Gun Redemption Monk. I win. It's just not fair. It's OP. Another word of the definition of a scaling composition is just an OP unit composition.
Okay.
So that's another way of saying that. So that's an example of a scaling FC. We are not a scaling FC, although we do actually have some transitions that can turn us into a scaling FC. For example, if he's heavy on Skirm, we can play it, into obviously our comp of Mangonel plus War Wagon actually does pretty well versus the comp Elite Skirm Mangonel because we can kill his Mangonels and he can't. So there's where we could play with scaling.
One thing, when he got the castle, and I was
Mm-hmm.
just in the back of my head, I was thinking he's Celts, he's got wood bonus, and his Mangonels shoot faster. And I was like,
Yeah.
I started making the Siege Workshop, and then I was like, oh, there's a rocket cart, in which a rocket cart's effectively the same as Mangonels, or is there like some...
Yeah. Very similar. They're slightly worse, I'd say, in a Mangonel war, but
Okay.
you don't
Well,
need to know that. Just think of them as
instinctively,
the same.
I was like, I'm not sure I want to. I was afraid. I chickened out of the matchup, and I said, I'm going to try
Yeah.
to boom behind this because I was like, I don't think I can beat him Mangonel v Rocket Cart when he's like one of the best Mangonel civs in the game. Was
That's
that
fair.
stupid, or was that...
Yeah, so what we talked about beforehand and what I will continue to talk about with Koreans is that I don't really want you to win with scaling ever, which is what you would have been engaging in. You would have been engaging in like our scaling comp, which is War Wagon plus Mangonel versus his scaling comp versus his comp, which is like Skirm Mangonel.
Yeah.
And technically we have slightly better scaling there because we can kill his Mangonels, but I don't ever really want you to think about winning with that. What I would have preferred there is, of course, a Petard, and you just checkmate him, get in, kill the Mangonels, kill all of his monks, win the game, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I would have preferred that you won with massing.
Go
'cause
for
he
the
had like
faster
one
kill.
Mangonel. Yeah. So like he wasn't on his comp yet. We don't even have to think about scaling. I really like when I teach folks, I try to have them win with one of the first two. Either tech, that's great. If you can win every game with tech, that's the easiest thing to do.
Mhm.
Or massing, which is just like getting in fast. Even if they are in Castle Age, we just have a big mass. They don't have their mass that counters us yet because of production time issues. So yeah, I would just focus on those first two, and nothing else really matters from a fast castle perspective that happened like after he got the castle up and stabilized.
Yeah.
So let's just watch the game. I have 2 pages of notes. I have like 20 notes here.
Oh, dear.
So let's just start. The first thing I noticed is you lasso. Some of them are really small. You lasso select your scout. You can work on that. I mean, things like that. Next thing I noticed is you issued garrison commands in your Dark Age. We won't see it because we're not watching your perspective, but you issued multiple garrison commands at multiple different times.
Where I should
but
just
I
do
did also
the
notice
hotkey, basically.
Yeah, seek shelter will always be more correct.
Okay.
There, we just noticed another
garrison.
command issue.
And I didn't.
No,
drop
that
off.
was we just saw it again. You're not super comfortable with the drop off resource hotkey. You
Yeah.
keep manually dropping off resources. We might see it again here. But yeah, I noticed that a couple times. And the biggest thing that I noticed, and maybe this is the most important note, I have it triple underlined, is you would be like focused on your scout, working on its scouting pattern, right? And then I'd notice you click on your mini map to go back to the TC. So that tells me you're not super comfortable yet with the go to TC command.
Okay.
Would I be right in that? This is one of the new binds.
Yeah,
right? Didn't
yeah.
you just find it?
I still have to get it straight in my head between the select all TC and the go to TC.
Yeah, it is. Just to be clear, like when you use the one or the other, if you are on the map and you don't want to go back to your base, like usually, like for example, this is where it was this time when you were building the houses. Like I saw you out here on the map with your scout, and then you clicked over here to the houses. What I would always do is I'd be out here with my scout, right, on control group 1, and then I'd just go back and I'd click here, right?
Yeah.
If I need to go back to do anything, I'll just center it on the TC and then do whatever commands I need to do. Right? So yeah, super valuable bind there. that would be really useful to practice. So yeah, another thing I noticed is your stone's a little tight here. We try not to make it too tight. Try to employ that corner to corner. So this is where we prefer to connect because we think our camp's going to be somewhere
Okay,
here.
this and that would help with the chicken a lot. Like if I just like I'm seeing
Yeah.
it now. If I just had the house a little bit over and then did like 2 palisades.
Yeah, so like house, palisade. That's how I would have done this. Personally, I actually would have funneled this. I can teach you funnel. It's kind of an advanced thing, but it's really good here. This is like an incredible map for us. Because this is like a free funnel where just all these chicken can go to our town center. If you want me to teach you funnel, I can. Not necessary.
What would be the just like the brief basics of the concept?
Yeah, so if you watch these chickens, you'll notice they're doing these are called random walks, where they'll walk from their spawning location to a random location and then usually back to their spawning location. That's how random walks work.
Mhm.
After a certain amount of time, there's delays in between all those things that I said. This is a flea. So you can see they have different animations. Random walk versus a flea. You're about to flee a bunch of chickens right here. You see it's faster and it has
Yeah,
a different
okay.
animation. So random walks move the chicken anywhere between half a tile and like 3 tiles. If you watch, you'll notice that the fleas are always half a tile.
Yeah.
So, and by the way that the pathing works is they try, if they're going to flee away from your scout. So this chicken is going to flee half a tile to here in a second. Hey, predictive powers.
So
that's
if
how
I ran up
fleas-
next to it and try to push it
Mhm.
to flee towards the stone, it would then try to do the thing where it goes around.
Yeah, so if you ran here, it would flee from here to about half a tile, which would be like slightly intersecting where my cursor is. And if it ever collides with an object, the command will just be canceled. So it just wouldn't do the flee. It would actually flee to the closest location, which would be here. And then if you tried to flee it again into the stone, it just wouldn't move at all. Because it can't do a half tile movement and end in the stone. But let's think about it a different way. What if we fleed it from up here? And then it ran to this corner. And then on the next command, it would try to flee half a tile to somewhere around where this brown chicken is. And then it would find the valid path to get there, which would go around our cut and into our town center, and then we'd shoot it.
Okay.
So
And-
you have to make corners. Because of the fleeing being half a tile, you have to make corners. But random walks can go anywhere between 1 and 3 half a tile and 3 palisades. So technically, you could get random walks through here. Now, usually
And I did get
push-
some, right?
Yeah, you did get some random walks for sure, but you'll never get a flea unless you flee this
Diagonally.
chicken. Yeah, diagonally. So,
Okay.
so the short of it is when you cut your chicken patch, you need to cut it straight down the center with diagonal palisades, and then you're gonna get random walks. You're gonna get fleas. You're gonna get everything. And then
And
usually
it
I
works
push.
both ways where like let's say the chickens that are blocking my stone wanted to go up, they would
Yep.
also go all
They would
the way
also have to go
around.
around. Yeah, this is
Okay.
fully closed. They're taking the shortest path. So like let's say this wood line was open here, like over here. If you think about it, this is still, even with that wood line being open there, this is still the shorter path than going all the way around here. So as long as it's the shorter path, you're good. But sometimes with really teensy tiny little baby circular wood lines like this, sometimes they will go around the back of the wood line instead. But on this wood line, they'd never do that.
Yeah.
And the way that you can prevent that, if you don't want them going around the back, is, sometimes I cut it so that like I'll place palisades here, here, and here. So they literally have to go under my town center. And if I had a little baby teensy tiny wood line, I might just connect to this straggler tree and call that good, getting all my chickens out to this area.
Hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So
Yeah.
rooms of improvement is I cut
biggest-
way too close to the stone. I needed to like give it a
Yes.
little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, little corners. Back corners are classic connection points. The back corner, wherever the opposite side of the camp is.
Okay,
You
okay.
connected great here, by the way. This is perfect.
I'm falling.
Yeah, so biggest area of improvement, honestly, of everything I've said is just the commands. I really don't want to see you clicking on the minimap to get back to the town center. That's like going to be a lot of elo for you if you can work on that.
Yeah.
It's hard, obviously. It's going to take some time. And then, yeah, the second biggest thing is probably another command using the drop off command. Those would probably be more important. And then, yeah, from a fast castle perspective, you're tight here. I have the note, teach him to funnel. I just taught you to funnel. um, uh, okay, I can't read my own handwriting on that one. But don't worry about it. Yeah, another drop off command I noticed. So then we're getting to the biggest parts. Yeah, we're already into him pressuring you in these notes. So the biggest part's going to happen when he pressures you, and that's where you were really close to having the perfect response, like really, really close. Just one small adjustment, and you were there, and you wouldn't have a bad time at all. So let's watch. So you know he's going militia. This is a little tight. It's fine that we're light on stone. I don't mind that. I mean, technically, we're supposed to have 5 on stone at this time in our build order. You have 3. But
It was
it's
gonna be
good.
5, I swear. Those the chickens, man. Those the chickens.
Yeah. Totally fine.
They were
Another argument
griefing
to learn
me.
funneling. Funneling's sick. It's amazing. So we're gonna we have again 2 options. We're gonna either play scrappy or do an overload strategy. I don't know if I've taught you this part. Do you know this part?
You talked about in the video I watched for the 25 castle, you went over kind of some
Yeah.
examples, not like in depth, but like as far as I understood it, scrappy is basically where you're kind of just running vills to like
Mhm.
safer locations and just it gets messy type of thing. Whereas overload is I'm gonna bunker down with a tower. I don't want to lose this.
Yeah, basically overload is tower. Scrappy's just it can actually look very similar. Like this could be an overload strategy or a scrappy strategy. Scrappy just means basically we're not placing a tower and we're getting res wherever we can. And we're also delaying him as much as we can. So like classic examples of playing scrappy are like placing stone walls behind our cuts or palisade walls behind our cuts, which is why I said this response looks really good. To just delay him from getting to where we're able to take resources. Now, the biggest mistake has already happened. Scrappy play and overload strategies usually don't happen like going to the next res. Like in scrappy play, we consider our gold okay to go to. We consider our secondary stone okay to go to. We consider, it's pretty much those 2. Maybe our secondary gold as well okay to go to. But that doesn't happen until after we've placed Market Blacksmith. So you've done it before. So this all happened before. What I would have done is exactly what you did up here. I would have just reswalled behind nice and chill, like you were. Really good response. I would have had these folks, instead of getting taken off of our goose and breaking our rot rules, I would have just had them under there collecting food. And then I would have, after I placed Market Blacksmith and clicked, then I would have done this response.
Okay.
So honestly, perfect response, both here and here, just a timing issue on it.
And I was also so like okay, instead of sending those vills to stone, you're saying just go straight to your like TC resources.
I mean, no, these vills on stone are doing exactly what I want them to. I just would prefer that these vills were still working on the resources that are still, the reason why we don't click is because we don't have enough food. The reason why we don't have enough food is because we spent 8 vills from under our town center to go take food or go take stone a little too early.
I'm following, yeah.
Yeah,
Because you need it when you want to click up, whereas the stone
Yes.
you can get during the
You can get
age
that
up.
later. Yeah. And you can get that later through one of 2 ways, playing scrappy or overload strategies. Like if this guy was really active with his units, like looping around with his man-at-arms, obviously I'd just tell you to stonewall behind. We haven't seen archers yet, but let's say he had archers. Let's be nice and respectful. Then you'd make the decision that we turn this into an overload strategy. We'd place a tower here and get 17 vills on it. Well, actually, Koreans can go less. They can go to like 14 because of the stone mining bonus is quite nice. They're
And
really
is this a
good at overload
situation where
strategies.
it's like we're super greeding the market to try to like balance type of deal?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, you also have 1 extra vill on wood. I noted that earlier, but I just didn't say it.
Okay.
It's a 4 in wood build order, but it's fine here.
I do remember you telling me it was 4. I think I just did that on accident. I didn't realize I sent it.
Yeah. It's good. This is a really good response. The only thing is that this part of the response, going out to stone, it usually happens after Market Blacksmith placement. So like my anchor is place Market Blacksmith. Think about like wall while the bills are walking to place, I have to decide instantly then and there whether I'm playing scrappy with lots of cuts, lots of stone walls behind just to slow him down. Stone walls over here if he's trying to loop. You could even do like a nice generous stone wall that keeps his archers off of you. This guy didn't go archers, but you could do something like that. Anyway, and yeah, just decide in the moment right after you place Market Blacksmith what you're going for.
Okay.
Cutting like this, what you did, cutting behind your cuts is super good. So I'm really happy to see that. Let's see, any other thing? Yeah, mainly just the response to pressure was the only biggest thing. Oh, castle placement. Okay, let's zoom on forward.
I was thinking while I was placing, I was like, I don't know if he's gonna like this castle placement. I really wanted to get rid of his towers. Is what I was thinking.
Yeah. So here, by the way, you can just like this guy. So like this is a bit of metagamey. This guy is not controlling his units well. Okay, this is the next note, by the way. This guy's not controlling his units well. He's not being active with them. He's not pressuring the area that actually matters in the game, which is right here.
Yeah.
So here, I would always be greedy and just sell my stone and buy food and click up. But obviously, we're not. This is like a salvage from a rough situation. Obviously, I would have preferred that we made the right response and actually just had enough food naturally.
Mhm.
But in this, trying to salvage this improper response, I would just prefer that we just sold food. So, even, yeah, knowing what to do from a bad situation is like really valuable, even for me. Like, even though my Dark Ages usually have the right response, sometimes the games get messy, wrong response, or I get lamed or whatever. Super valuable. And I think that's actually what you did here. So I'm happy to see that. Now, the next thing that I see is that, remember, everything competes. If we stop him from swinging here, if he's a smart player, guess where he's going to swing?
Right there. Yeah.
Right here. So this tower is very, very bad from a theory perspective. We want him swinging here. We would love him to spend more time here. We're begging him to spend more time here.
So
that's the only thing
so
keeping us in
basically,
this
I
game
should have
right now.
let him continue with his tower push. It slows down his
Yes.
castle even more.
Yes. It's so much better.
Following.
Yeah, we do a lot of bait strategies. I would even let this house burn, and then, of course, we can just tap 2 stone walls behind here. There's nothing stopping us from doing that, and we're completely walled
Yeah.
out.
I
So
think I just
would
even
let it
forgot I
get-
could do stone walls. It's like not in my brain is something I can actively do in Feudal Age.
What's the bind? I'm curious.
Oh, I know the
Sometimes
bind
that's the
for it.
reason.
It should be
Okay.
SD. Like
Okay, nice. Well, yeah, I bait people a lot in my fast castles. Like, oftentimes, if they're leaving an area, like let's say he realized that he shouldn't be swinging here, even before you place a tower and he's leaving, I'd just run a vill out as if they were going to repair the house and they went on the wrong side. And then, of course, I'm watching and I run it back. And I just want his man-at-arms to hang out over here. This is exactly where I want him. I would never ask him to leave this area.
I'm following. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was terrified in this moment that he was about to swing on you. Luck, he does swing on you, but he goes through the cut, and that's just luck. He could have swung the other way.
I think I did have walls ready.
You
though.
might have gotten them. Yeah,
I did have a hole, which I didn't realize.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I at least thought about it a little bit for walling there when I saw when I saw him moving out.
And then the last thing, anytime we're selling our stone in Dark Age, like to click to buy food, not the 100, not the 100 wood, 100 stone, but you sold like 400 stone.
Yeah, I had to sell a lot
to
get the click.
We have to be adjusting instantly after the click. So this needed to be an 11 on stone.
Like just
probably
reposition
instantly.
4 vills that are cutting wood
Yeah.
right now.
And if you were really respectful, you'd send more, assuming that his archers would get down there and kick you off.
Yeah.
If you were playing real respectful. But if you want to play disrespectful, you can do it just an 11 or a 7.
The gig of disrespect.
It is quite it's assuming your opponent won't scout your base well and pressure you well. But if I was playing this, I would have 14 bills down here the moment after the click if I had to click by selling stone. But you can also, it's not bad it's also called being greedy. It's not bad to be disrespectful if you're like him hanging out here for so long might cause me to be greedy because he really doesn't know where to put his units to actually pressure us effectively. So yeah, it might be fine to do a greedy play after that read. But yeah. So yeah, I think next note is castle placement. But yeah, this tower, huge mistake. Not to mention the fact that it slows down our castle. And I think you even have to sell food and buy the stone back.
Yeah,
or maybe you don't.
I
You
had
might
to
wait
do
for it.
some. Very awkward
so
things.
we got a 16-19. Our goal was 15-20 or better. So we're pretty far delayed in that goal. And the main reason for that is what, Lance?
It
There's
is
one main.
the main
Yeah.
reason is because I instantly sent the dudes to stone instead of trying to correct my eco to click castle. I think.
Aced it. Nice job. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That is the perfect answer. So yeah, usually we do our overload strategies or our playing scrappy after market blacksmith after the click, like, but instantly. It is hard because there's a lot of actions going on in
Mhm.
like
One
5 seconds.
quick note here. I'm curious about. I used the market blacksmith as a wall,
Mhm.
but that also meant his man arms could have gone to kill my market.
Yes.
Is that something where, like, in the moment, it's worth enough defensive value that was fine? Or is that too much of a risk where he could kill the market and then I could be out of luck in terms of trying to rebalance some things to get the castle?
So it can be quite difficult. This Civ actually can play no market really well because it doesn't have to buy food. All the wood golds can play no market well. And again, we know how disaster it was because we didn't have enough food, and we knew that we would have to sell stone to click up. So anything that keeps him in this area over here where he can't break through us, right? He can tower this and swing, and guess what's going to happen? There will be a stone wall here. Or whatever here. There's always going to be another cut behind wherever if he continues to pressure in this area.
Yeah.
Even if he like got his tower up instantly. Yeah, cutting men at arms with stone walls is one of the most annoying things you can do versus that opening, and like they don't really have good answers to it.
Yeah.
I mean, their best answer is to leave and like try to pressure a different area. But yeah, so I don't mind that you placed it here. Versus 3, it's okay-ish to place on map. Versus 4, it's definitely a mistake. We didn't see 4, so. And I'm mostly worried about him coming over here. Anything to keep him over here should be good. Okay. Let's look at castle placement. So yeah, castle placement. So let's just look at what our unit costs. Usually that's what we're thinking about when we place our castle. So our unit cost, where is it?
Wood gold.
There it is. Yeah, so 100 wood, 60 gold. Costs mostly wood. We also have access to gold right now. Koreans actually technically get more gold mining stone than they do mining gold.
I think I already killed that, but I sold like 4 or 5 times.
No, it would still probably be more efficient, I would imagine. I mean, I could check market prices right now.
Okay.
Oh, no, I can't when I'm paused. Oh, no, I just can't in a scenario. It's still probably about the same, and it saves us a camp. So we have our gold. So all I want you to do right now is reclaim wood. And I'm noticing we didn't reclaim wood with our castle. I know you're going to place a camp here. That's okay. But I would have probably just placed, I know where his man-at-arms are. They can't stop me. I would have just walked here, deleted a couple palisades, placed here.
Just straight away
Personally.
go for killing the tower.
Most important thing, we have our gold. We just need that wood. And that would allow us to place more farms instead of, you are floating a lot of wood. So this is also fine. These are both fine, but I often aim to shoot down towers and reclaim whatever resource is important for me to produce out of the castle.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
If it was a different civ with different resource numbers, I might consider a different place. This is a fine placement, a little bit better. Probably would be to get a free lumber camp. So let's move on. The next thing I noticed, this is a classic. This is an incorrect camp placement. When you're doing all-ins, when you have to place a new camp, we often overload it to higher numbers than we would in Dark Age. Dark Age, we have 4. So we can
I should place it farther away.
You should always one gap your camp. So like perfect camp placement here would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then focus this tree, and then we have perfect one gap.
Okay.
Yeah. You always try to gap it. Honestly, if you could find a placement that doesn't have that tree, like honestly, you could place here as well. You only have one tree. Yeah, you'll see. But it's a very minor detail. Some of these are major, some of these are minor.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I need wood now, and I cooked my efficiency a bit by placing it so close.
So yeah, here we could have won the game if we had just when we saw him going for the secondary walls, but it's not a big deal, just a little micro thing. But let's continue. So here we've seen the full stone walls. Usually I'd say Petard should come out with like when the moment we see stone walls, we should cue the petard. We saw this probably with like our second or first war wagon. So I would have preferred that our third unit out of the castle would have
Was
been
a
a petard.
petard? Because if that was
Yeah,
a petard
instead-
right now, then I'd just be in.
It'd be in. I mean, do you want to see what he has? Uh-oh.
He's got nothing.
That's dead. This is dead.
Yeah.
One petard equals dead. Yeah, he's got
Do
nothing.
petards one shot houses as well, or just
No, it's a
walls?
2-shot for the house, but a 1-shot for any of these stone walls here, and you'd
Okay.
get in. He's up, so now you need 2 petards, but I'd still prefer that as an opening. You went for the kind of the map control approach. I don't, from a theory perspective, I don't like map control. We've talked about this, why, but we're in a deep hole, really deep hole. Luckily, this guy's cooked. Like, look at his eco. Your eco looks better. Like, he's cooked himself because he's not super good at pressuring while macroing very clearly. But like, if he didn't cook himself, we'd need to deal much more damage than we did to be in a comfortable position. And I think from this position, I did have one more note. Yeah, so I noticed you're manually deleting your units. Do you not have a delete bound yet?
Manually deleting.
Or I just noticed that you're like clicking on the UI to delete, or I just noticed delete was very slow at least. At least that's what the note says, delete slow.
Yeah.
What
might
is
be
your delete
manually clicking
hotkey?
the delete key on the keyboard.
Oh, it's delete over by like your
By
your,
like the arrows.
yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's an A tier bind, and we got it on like a F.
It's not that
so
far
delete-
away. I mean, it's only on
You have to literally lift up your hand, move it to the other side of the keyboard, press
okay, yeah,
delete, and then move your hand back.
It's pretty far away. It's pretty far away.
It seems rough to me, but maybe I'm not thinking about it proper. So that one's one of the hardest keys to bind. It can't be close to any other key bind, and it has to be an A tier. So,
I don't know. I'm pretty afraid of that keybind, dude. I feel
yeah,
like it's-
but a classic example would be like F4. That's like a classic delete example. It's an A tier bind, but you're probably not going to misclick F4.
that's true.
So you could go there, F1, 2, 3, any of those. Probably not going to misclick them. But consider that. I'm not arguing that you should. And then the last thing that I'll teach you is just deselect micro. So I don't have a ton of notes for your meta gameplay because I'm not a meta player. You're playing meta fine, it looks like to me. But the last thing I'll say is if you want to raid, a lot of people, meta players, like to use deselect micro to set up their raids. So like here we got some berserks and we want to spread them out throughout this town. So we might do something like this. Or you can do it with bigger groups, of course.
Yeah, which I did this, I think,
So-
at one point when I was trying to raid him. Or I tried to
Okay,
do
you
it.
know about deselect. I just noticed you like lasso selecting folks a lot, which sometimes is slower, sometimes it's faster, honestly. But you can use deselect micro and it's kind of nice.
And that's just the
honest-
clicking the icons to take him out of the group, right?
Yeah, you gotta hold
Yeah.
control, and then you just click.
Yeah. No, I think I know what that is. I don't think I've done it too
Unfamiliar.
often.
Yeah. Anyway, it's nice for setting up those raids. A lot of high level players use that. Well, Lance, I don't want to overload you. We've covered a lot, especially that last little debrief. Do you want to try another one? Do you feel like you have the energy for it?
I'm down to try another one.
Okay, great. By the way, if you got questions or I'm talking too much, I love talking about Age of Empires. You can tell that.
I need a mug.
I appreciate it.
Good afternoon.
Sometimes
Mr.
I like
Yesterday,
go too
found
deep
out
in the
hold on,
rabbit
Red
holes
Redphosphoru.
too.
on the new Parmesan.
I'm getting
Yeah.
double audio right now
burger.
because of
My
Oh.
opinion is that it's kinda mid. Not
one second.
bad, just mid.
Yeah.
I think they need to add like a lance tier infusion of garlic to it. I did make it a triple, and the curds with Culver's signature sauce, pepper jack flavor, hard carried.
Hell, you
Maybe you can teach your old coach about cheese in exchange for them spending all this time in your retirement home.
I don't know. Okay, user. I'm glad you're enjoying your Culvers, but I'm trying to take some intel from Redphosphoru right now. All right, Redphosphoru, keep going. Sorry,
That looks like a great burger. I'll just say that.
it's gonna taste good. I'm gonna feel it in my
Yeah.
chest later, though.
Yeah.
All right, so I should queue up another game.
Yeah, queue up another game. And just to be very clear, I usually like to do this. What would you say were like the 3 biggest things from the last game that from our conversation that you gleaned? I just like to do we can say a lot when
3
we
biggest things
break down games.
of like improvement I think I can do.
Yeah, just some improvements from the last game.
I definitely want to work on my hotkeys. Like, I feel like that entire game, I was battling my old hotkey of what my mentally would want to do to like queue villagers, and then like obviously like learning some new stuff like drop off. So hotkeys, I think it'll help a lot if I get those down, and that's just I need to play with it, you know, to get rid of kind of the old habits. Number 2, I would honestly say this would have made so much of a difference is if I walled that stone a bit better. Because I feel like the way I walled it, the chickens were able to extremely grief me in the beginning part. And I think that was like one of the biggest reasons why my res was cooked was that combined with I feel like I don't have stone because I got griefed by these chickens, and that was like my knee-jerk reaction to send a bunch to stone to try to make up for the bad stone initially. And then third thing would be take advantage of a petard for early pressure. Because if I get in, then I just destroy his eco.
Nice. Yeah, I'd say definitely. I'd say a lot of those same things. I'd say the hotkeys definitely number 1. I'd say the petard definitely number 3. The only thing that I'd maybe change is that that you should do your either playing Scrappy or Overload strat after Market Blacksmith. That's the only thing that I might add to that list. But I liked even the stone detail. But yeah, I think that is definitely one of the things that hurt you the most that game was that you did your shifting to stone a little early.
Yeah. My eco balance for the clicking castle was rough with the
Yeah. But okay. Anyway, that's our little debrief. Yeah. Whenever you feel ready to queue up, go for it.
All right. We'll queue this up. See if we get another Arabia.
So you haven't gotten coached by anyone yet, Lance? I'm
No.
the first coach from Hera's Tourney. Okay, crazy.
No, I just literally just yesterday I was like, okay, I'm gonna start kind of trying to focus this because I stream PoE normally, and PoE just had like a new league, so I've been kind of focusing that, and I've been just doing like a couple games at night, and I was like, I need to lock in and start focusing up because a lot of the people in the tournament are going full ham on this, and I want to be competitive. I want to actually like get to the tournament day and have like a decent mental like state of how the game is right now compared to what it was for me when I was just playing a bunch of team games in college.
Yeah. Well, I will say I think you're like the highest. Oh, well, I'll let you focus up.
저요. 준비. 목수. 대기. 목수.
Nope.
준비. 채직군. 저요. 채직군.
Chickens.
예. 실시. 사냥꾼. 대기. 이동.
Chickens that are behind me.
준비. 사냥꾼.
준비. 채직군. 예.
대기. 채집꾼.
예. 그러죠. 채직군.
Got a really nice situation here. I think that's like a one house.
저요. 사냥꾼. 준비.
이동. 대기.
예?
예? 저요? 준비.
목수.
대기.
나무꾼. 저요?
I
나무꾼.
need to do the tree mod still.
대기. 사냥꾼. 준비. 목수. 목수. 나무꾼. 예? 사냥꾼.
It's just too big of a wall off.
저요?
사냥꾼. 대기. 이동.
예?
사냥꾼.
준비.
저요? 네. 이동. 네. 이동. 준비.
사냥꾼.
예? 사냥꾼.
대기.
준비.
사냥꾼.
대기. 사냥꾼. 나무꾼.
Four to wood, four to wood.
예? 나무꾼. 저요? 준비.
사냥꾼.
대기.
About to go straight into my TC fire.
예? 이동. 준비. 대기. 예?
저요? 예? 목수. 대기. 목수. 저요? 예? 그러죠. 준비. 목수. 채직꾼.
저요? 예? 준비. 저요? 대기. 사냥꾼.
저요? 실시.
예? 네.
준비.
채직꾼. 준비. 채직꾼.
대기. 채직꾼.
저요? 목수.
Oh, great. Oh, -1 scout.
대기. 출동. 목수. 광부. 저요? 목수. 광부.
대기. 왕부. 예.
대기. 목수. 이동.
저요?
예?
왕부. 예? 이동.
준비.
준비. 목수. 저요?
대기. 광부.
예? 왕부.
저요?
목수. 왕부. 대기. 목수. 왕부. 준비. 예,
Kill
왕부.
this.
저요? 왕부. 준비. 목수.
예? 광부.
Add the stone. He has Catan, so he's gonna go scouts. I don't trust him to not just run under this,
대기.
to be honest.
목수. 채직꾼. 준비. 목수. 저요? 대기. 목수. 채직꾼.
예? 목수. 채직꾼.
예? 채직꾼. 저요? 목수. 대기. 실시. 사냥꾼. 준비. 예. 목수. 예? 목수. 채직꾼. 준비로죠. 예. 나무꾼. 왕부.
저요? 채직꾼.
저요?
I don't think these are safe anymore because his scouts are gonna come over here, so I'm gonna back these up. He's gonna lose me some food though.
대기 실시 이동 목수 예 목수
We're full walled here.
저요 광부 대기
대기. 광부. 이동. 그러죠.
준비 예 저요 실시
준비. 목수.
목수
Oh,
대기
we've done messed up.
준비 광부
저요.
Forgot about houses.
목수 광부
예. 광부. 대기.
저요 이동 채직군 목수 채직군 대기 채직군
준비. 나무꾼. 예.
준비 예 나무꾼
Okay.
저요
He's not gonna be happy about me doing that. So we're losing wood here.
준비. 광부. 이동. 네. 저요.
수리군 광부
대기. 나무꾼. 출동. 저요. 광부. 예. 광부. 대기. 광부.
예
이동. 출동. 네. 이동. 나무꾼. 준비. 출동. 그러죠. 출동. 나무꾼. 목수.
준비 목수
Let me make sure I have 100 wood to re-lumber camp.
예 나무꾼
예.
We just need to get enough stone
예 광부 실시 이동 나무 저요
to build a castle. We're gonna prioritize this over here.
준비. 네.
Alright, let's go over here. Might go castle right here.
예.
그렇죠 대기 실시
대기. 준비.
예 준비 예 대기
저요.
목수
대기.
Oh my word.
광부 저요
네. 준비.
목수 준비 실로지 이동 예
동부.
저요 실시 목수
저요. 목수. 예.
목수 준비
이동하죠. 목수.
대기 이동 목수 나무꾼 목수 저요 목수
준비.
목수 예 목수
저요.
그러죠 목수
목수.
대기 예
예. 네. 대기. 이동. 예. 이동. 준비. 그러죠.
준비.
네. 이동.
저요
저요. 예.
준비 목수
준비.
이러죠 목수
대기.
대기
광부.
예
광부.
Don't have any wood, so we can't get any units out.
나무꾼. 준비. 저요. 나무꾼. 예. 저요.
저요 준비
Sold
나무꾼.
ASAP.
준비. 그러죠.
예 실시 광부 대기
대기. 저요. 동부.
저요 대기
나무꾼.
Our first war wagon out.
준비 광부 농부
대기. 광부. 동부. 예? 목수. 준비. 나무꾼.
Oh, nice. That was a pretty clean one, Lance.
I didn't realize I was muted. My wife in the middle of the game came to ask me a question. I muted like halfway through. I was talking so much smack.
For now, we're not gonna replay him just because we have to watch the rec. That's rule number 1. So just say sorry, you know, can't or whatever. Sorry, you have to go. He won't like that. But yeah, next time we'll get him. Yeah, super important to watch the rec.
Did it seem like I did
You'll love
better,
it.
or did I just get lucky? Baseline
Well, Scout's
overview.
opening is pretty much instant death for the opponent, so that's gonna help you out a lot. Like he didn't do full wall, for example. Also, no walls, right? Like
Yeah.
See, now you're seeing why I like spend so much time focusing on like walls and like how to break them, because like this is what a game feels like when people don't wall. It's not really that much of a game.
Yeah. Which I still ended up losing some units because I just was trickling them in. I guess I should have
Yeah.
like once I masked them up, it wasn't fair.
Well, the only reason you lost units is because he chose to extend his time in feudal, and then we can just win with tech. So we feel really comfortable. So what I would have done is I would have gone in with the first guys, just like you did, with my rally point set forward, just like you had it.
Okay.
And then when I saw all the scouts, I would have danced just like you danced with your guys. And then you had another group of 2 that came in after that. I just wouldn't sent those guys in. I
Yeah.
just would have masked up.
I
knowing
realized
that he's-
after, like, as I was partway sending through, I was like, these guys aren't gonna make it. I don't know why. Like, that was kind of throwing them away at that point.
But like him extending his feudal, we don't have to. I want you to go in, and I want those units to die just to confirm that he's extending his feudal. Because if he wasn't, then we could be in real trouble when he tech switches to camel if we didn't get damage done.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's you want to watch this one through on your end? Honestly,
Sure.
I could also download it, but I think it'll be fine for you. I got
Click
15
the
notes.
spectator seat with
But some of them
capturing
are just like, you did a great job. So, but yeah, there's a lot of different small things.
Just let me know when to like fast forward or not.
Okay. I think I can't see. Oh, you're in Capture Age, aren't you? I can watch it on stream.
I'll share the correct screen. I forgot I'm sharing like literally the game screen.
Yeah. Capture Age is its own application. Okay.
Yeah, I'll share.
Whenever you're ready, I can see it now. Oh goodness,
do
this
the
guy
right
got
thing.
housed at the start of the game. That seems bad.
I think it is this one. Does that work now for you?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Okay. So the first note I have, we won't be able to see it here because we can't see your commands. But you did start by lasso selecting your scout.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need to call that out. As long as you can see those things.
I mean, I noticed at the moment I did. I was like, that wasn't the right way to do that.
Okay, good. As long as you're noticing it, I don't really need to say. The next thing, actually, this is something I didn't say, but it's a super useful thing to know. If you watch my stream for a hot second, so like when you're doing your standard Dark Age and you're picking up sheep, you can do something super nice. So whatever, we're paying attention somewhere else, not where our scout is. Let me speed up the game. And then when we hear that, I didn't even know that sound, we can do something really cool. We can go to our scout, hit Alt, lasso select everyone. It will just select the sheep and move on.
The alt
So
select.
yeah, the alt select, I don't know if you're comfortable with it, but I saw that, well, for one, you didn't go to your scout when you heard that sound. Instead, you clicked on the map, which is not, getting comfortable with this.
Losing elo points the second I do that.
Yeah. So you're losing some elo points there. And then second, I noticed that you're like, the scout was like in between and you had to like carefully like extract these guys versus like, boom, done, moving on.
Yeah.
Right. So small.
I think I'm familiar with alt select for villagers. I don't think I quite realize it works for the like pigs and
Sheep.
stuff.
Oh, it's so nice for the sheep. I love it. So yeah, that was a small thing. I think you can continue. Those were the only tiny little Dark Age
All right.
micro notes. I like when you pick up your boar That's one of my notes. Good board timing. Nice job.
It's just right with that 5th villagers, like
Yeah, right with
perfect
that
for
5th bill. This was the first time you got the board timing on the 5th bill, I think. So happy to see it. That's great. Honestly, if you can fast forward, I think we're not going to have anything till lumber. I guess lumber is coming up.
like right when I'm placing this lumber here.
Yeah, so you can pause here. So let's just think about this from a placement perspective. Where are we thinking we're going to place our castle, which will determine where we think we're going to place our lumber camp.
It's like I know I was thinking in my head is like I want the castle here or here. My thought process here is like I was like this is too huge of a wall for me to let go. I don't know. I instinctively couldn't help but greet it.
Yeah. So this, to me, by the way, this is actually like a high level placement that might make you think you're like, if I knew my opponent 100% was going men-at-arms and towers, I might place here because I know that the counter to that is an overload strategy, which I know means that I'll be placing my castle next to my stone because I'll have 17 on stone and I can afford the walk time to go back to my main gold. So when I saw this, I thought you're like, oh, I'm blind countering this guy. He's going to go men-at-arms and towers instead of scouts. Like that's where my brain goes because you're placing your lumber camp next to your stone. So you're thinking of your stone as your gold, which means you're thinking of doing an overload strategy. But I don't think that's the reason you placed here.
No.
So if that isn't the reason that you're placing here, then obviously the other just straight next to our main gold would be the standard placement for our lumber camp.
Just this back one, right?
Yeah, just the back one. It's a little, you're right, it's a little further from our TC. It's a little less protected, but it would be the proper placement. And I think
that would be more where I'm like cutting in here and cutting in here and just doing small walls on stone, right?
Yeah, so most valuable thing to protect is stone, number one. I would probably I think you can do 12 here where you do a double cut or a corridor wall on your stone and then a single cut on the berries. And I think that would be less than 12 palisades. So basically what you did in the end, except that I would just have my lumber camp in a different spot with some res walls.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is honestly not a terrible placement, but to me, it reads like you want to play stone as gold. That's what it reads, which is a fine thing to play as Koreans. Koreans are really good at doing that. So you're like eventually you'll place the castle, and in the place that I'm talking about right now, like you'll place your lumber camp up there eventually, I believe, or at least on the other wood line. Yeah, the other wood line, by the way, would be a perfectly acceptable answer. As well.
This one or this one.
Either one of those is fine.
Yeah, okay.
But the back one is obviously a back one, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, let's continue. Small detail, but yeah, lumber camp placement can be a very big deal. You can lose games by bad placements like this. Not this game, but.
So real quick,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's so technically you're making a wall there. Yeah, I know that I told you never to wall. I actually kind of like it here.
Because it's just so I feel like it's just I got this massive thing they have to go around.
Remember, when I'm doing modern 25s, I'm doing sometimes full walls. I'm definitely doing a corridor wall, which is what you do. A corridor wall is two cuts and sometimes a wall in between those, but often not. But sometimes a wall. But you made a corridor wall here, which is how I would wall this map. But for our practice, I told you not to do that. But it's totally fine. The main reason I don't want people walling is because of the vill walk time. Usually walls require an insane amount of vill walk time and sometimes a lot of palisades.
Okay.
But this is neither of those.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll continue.
Perfectly fine. Honestly, I think my next note actually happens when you place your stone camp, so you can fast forward a fair amount.
Okay.
One thing is your mill placement was a little bit rough. I didn't actually have this as a note, but it could have been touching the center piece there that the vill was just collecting
right
on.
there.
And then you'd mine that one out, and then you'd have pretty much one gap on everywhere. If you're curious, I try to one gap my it's a weird jargony term, but I one gap the 3 long. So if you see a 3 long, like 3 in a row, yeah, I try to one gap that. And if you think about it, you can one gap 2 of those if you just place touching the little knob. If you place exactly in the same orientation you place, just 1 tile to the north.
Okay, that makes sense. I
Yeah.
The thing is, I initially thought about that. I don't know. You
Uh-huh.
can tell me if this was a bad reasoning, but the reason I ended up spacing it out more is
Mhm.
I was already thinking to myself, I want to cut here
Mhm.
and here.
Oh, you placed it as part of a cut. Interesting.
But then I was thinking this could kind of work towards cutting this
Yeah.
way.
I mean, just to be clear, you save, if instead those were palisades that we spent on this cut, you save, I think, 6 wood.
But I
But
probably
you
give
burn
that way
about-
back with efficiency, right?
Yeah, so definitely just place, if you want to do that cut, to be clear, I love the cut that you're thinking about. Just do it with some palisades. It will be much cheaper.
Now, another thing I want to ask is if I have the situation where I kind of want to cut here and here anyways, and then
Mhm.
putting it together is not much, should I put it together or is walling it off correct? Is like, are we trying
So-
to lure them to kill their feudal army or
I prefer killing their feudal army. Yeah. So if you want to just maybe do it a little, instead of spending those 2 palisades walling it, maybe just spend 2 extending it to make sure their scouts really feel the hurt. Right? Like going off of the straggler trees in towards our town center.
and you think that's pretty decent at killing scouts? I was like worried because I was like, okay, if he's Catans and he just runs through here, I think he was gonna just maul me underneath this area is kind of what I was like worried about.
To be very clear, he could still, the way that you walled, he could still do exactly that. Like just, you place the gate eventually. But the gate was actually what saved you, not any of these other things, because he could always come in from the left, even if we've walled the right
Yeah.
fully.
So it didn't
So-
do anything for this other than maybe delay if he wanted to like get to the berries, but he was coming
Yeah,
from this way
I-
anyways.
I like cutting deep, and I like punishing their scouts when they run under cutting deep. I mean, you just get free scout kills, basically.
Okay, yeah.
It's pretty nice. We had to kill those scouts, anyway, with our TC in the end.
Yeah, he literally was trying to stop the castle and we got like 2 or 3 of them
Yeah.
under while they were running through, which did feel pretty nice.
So yeah, I think the next note is just when your stone camp comes down. I don't see anything too big. I like that you corridor walled this, like I said. I liked all your cuts. Here, okay, yeah, you get out. Nice. Great. Following rot rolls. Yeah, nothing to learn there. No, I was about to say you could get out, but you got out instantly when I was saying it, so you're doing...
What for what?
Oh, get out from under the
Yeah.
TC. You just had for a second there, you had like 7
Tile?
bills under the TC when the board finished, but you instantly fixed that. So
Oh yeah, I
not
was
even worth
rotating.
mentioning.
That's what I'm supposed to do. They were supposed to initially rotate to berries to get to like 6,
Easy.
right?
Yeah, Koreans will often do 7 because they have 1 less on stone,
Okay.
but 6 or 7, yes, that's what we're aiming for.
And just the 2
yeah.
on the chickens is the right like amount for this.
And Koreans can also do, instead of 7 on berries, they can do 4 on chickens. Either one of those is fine.
Okay.
Where you go to like 8, 9 on berries, that's where we prefer to be heavier on chickens because we have some vil bumping inefficiencies when we go to 8, 9.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get that corridor wall. See this? Look at this. Beautiful corridor walls. 2 cuts. Very nice. I love that you realized that the other cut was so valuable. Completed this. Yeah, so the main note I have here is that these vills, after all this dancing, you told them to build the camp and then you shift queued them to the stone, right? And you don't need to issue shift queue commands if you tell them to complete a camp. They'll automatically.
We'll just do it.
They'll do it. That's just the hard coded into the game. If you place a camp next to an appropriate resource, they'll automatically go to that resource. Same with the wood line, same with mill, same with every camp in the game, as long as it's next to an appropriate resource.
It's still worth it in terms of like trying to get them like spaced out, or is that like
Yeah,
futile?
if you have a certain position that you want them to go, just to know that if you like send 6 stone mining vills to build a camp, they will actually spread out nicely, like pretty nicely. But if you have a very specific order that you want them in, then you can do that. I will notice your shift queue, I think, went to a place you don't want them.
Yeah, it probably was not ideal.
Yeah. I think you sent them to like the far side of the stone, which I would never. I don't shift queue camps when I'm slapping builds on them unless I really have a specific place I want them to go.
Now, another thing was I placed this on the non 3-stone side, which I feel like you can be
Yeah.
a bit more efficient with the 3-stone side, but I was thinking that'd be too crowded with the lumber camp. Should I just
Yeah.
do it anyways, or
No, I like that thinking. I'd place it in the exact same spot.
okay?
Obviously, there are other considerations. Like if your cut to the north was a little closer to the stone, I'd want some archer protection. So then I'd outweigh the crowding argument
To get better spacing.
to get better protection from archers. So there's all these nuanced things, but you made a great call here.
Okay.
I think next note. Yeah, the next note I have is your click up. I noticed you clicked age up. It's gonna happen soon. And do you not have that bound, or are you not comfortable with the bind?
I do have it bound. I need to get more used to that one.
Yeah, totally. I just wanted to. I honestly don't mind that it's uncomfortable. I just wanted to make sure it was bound. That's the main thing I just wanted. So yeah, the next thing that I have a note on is that you're about to go to 5 on wood. So we don't really need that. You're gonna kind of correct it by placing farms. Of course, I would tell you that instead of those farms, those 2 bills that went to farms, you could have just long range chickens like a little earlier and not had 5 on wood. Like it's the one guy that's about to be on wood
Is this
that
guy
could have
right?
been-
The palisade guy.
He could go to chickens just so that we don't have to place farms. Yeah,
It's like
So
this dude and
yeah.
this dude could both go to chickens.
chickens. Yeah, and that would be how I'd optimize this a little better. You basically just get more res. Placing farms always just gets you less res if there's map res available, which there definitely is some map res available. I don't think you get through all of your chickens.
Yeah, I don't. At one point I was like, I think he's gonna have multiple scouts at this point, and I abandoned the chickens because I was thinking he would be able to
Yeah. I would just a little foresight there. Maybe have a stone miner working on the walls, and we get those 2 guys out there a little faster. Also, the more guys that are out there, the less afraid we are of scouts, of course. Like, especially a starting scout. Like, we know he doesn't have a scout yet. We're really just afraid of a starting scout.
Yeah.
And if you have 4 guys out there, you don't have to be afraid. But yeah, honestly, really minor things that I'm saying. Other than the 5 on wood, that's pretty big.
대기.
I think it was I sent him to stone. It looks like.
대기.
Yeah, that's fine. If you do that, of course, with Koreans, we're kind of losing a bonus, and we're probably gonna have to buy, right? Most likely. It depends on how clean our Dark Age is. You can do a perfect Dark Age with 6 on stone. The next thing I'll say is when you're taking feudal pressure, the reason why I don't tell you to build a house here is because in the beginning, your builds aren't as clean as my builds because it's your first time doing it. Perfectly understandable. But I actually want you idling up if it's not clean. I prefer you getting a perfect 1450 over you having +2 builds and getting a 15.
So letting go
30.
of these if I notice
Yeah.
that my food is gonna be short.
Yeah. And then the worst part is the house. Not only is it we aren't gonna have enough food because we built the house.
We also
built
got
the
delayed
build, but
anyways.
We also delayed our market. So this is maybe the biggest thing that I've seen this whole game. Just idle up here. And I think in general, if you expect your opponents to play feudal versus you, just skip the house in general. When you're learning, eventually you'll get to a point. I usually have the house and I have the +2 builds, but my builds are, done it thousands of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the beginning, don't be afraid to idle up. It's gonna be much better from a power level perspective. This is what's called a production limited fast castle, which means that I don't know if you know this, but like to produce full out of our castle, like full production out of our castle requires like 17 bills. It's something pitiful. Like we could lose. Remember, we go up. You have like 27 bills. You could lose 10 bills, and the punch that you throw would be just as strong as if you had 27. Like you
Because I
didn't
could
win
still
this game
full
with.
produce wagons.
Yeah, you didn't win this game with anything other than full production wagons. Like the upgrades don't even matter really against feudal. So like your punch would be just as strong with 17 bills. Like no hyperbole. That's literally true. So
That
thinking
is,
about it from that one.
that's unethical
Yeah.
as hell.
Yeah.
I could lose 10 of my villagers right now and I still get them.
Yes. And as long as you got a perfect 1450, I'd be happy with that. Because the punch will be just as strong, and people usually can't resist the punch. That's what kills them. It's not the scaling. It's not any of that other stuff. We're winning with either tech or massing. Usually against anyone below like 2k3, you're going to be winning with tech or massing. And both of those don't have anything to do with your build count.
I mean, for a while there, I was basically playing with
준비.
17 builds. I mean, look at this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I forgot about the berries entirely.
So, by the way, something you can do here, the easiest thing to do is just spam a bunch of shift Qs in front of the, grab a vill, one of those vills, and just spam a bunch of shift Qs back and forth in front of the tower. And then it will give invincibility to all the other vills.
Oh, you're saying from
If
like
you
the
just-
mining camp?
Yeah. If you don't want to have to do, I noticed you were micring a little. I would always just like, I don't know if you can see my screen right now.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
But like if there is a tower or whatever, there's a tower here. And there's some vills working here on this straggler, right? And you want the vills to work on the straggler and you don't want to have to deal with it. All you got to do is just a couple of shift Qs like this. This vill will bait fire forever, basically, or for as long as the shift Qs go on. And all the other vills will be able to work unless he retargets the tower, which they usually don't. So you can have like, even if this was slightly garrisoned, eventually they're going to get smart enough and start right clicking on the proper vills. But even when they do that, it's still valuable to have this bait vill in front because
They would have to keep
when they
microing
shoot,
it.
yeah, when they shoot, the vill will run away from the arrow fire, and then the tower will retarget to the closest villager, which is the bait vill. So even if they are retargeting, it's still valuable just to have a bait vill.
Can they even like
So-
hit you if you're going side to side without ballistics or no?
No, absolutely not. So this bait vill will just turn off that tower. If you want to complete something, super nice to know.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
OP.
another way you can fix it is you can place palisades where you don't want your vills to stand. So one palisade between the camp and the stone, and then one palisade in that corner where that guy is right now. And then 3 palisades between the lumber camp and the stone, and you've turned off the tower effectively as well. Those are your 2 options. Bait vill is much easier. But you can also just like funnel your vills out of the places you don't want to stand and into the places you do want them to stand.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, palisades are super useful for making sure they work efficiently and don't go idle. So yeah, let's continue on. Honestly, we're getting through all the notes. I don't have too many left. And half of these notes are you did good job. Like the next one, I love how you're gonna place your lumber camp. that's an A tier.
I literally was
that's-
thinking when I was placing that, I was like, okay, I need to place this a gap away.
Yep, that was a high. That's an FC. Like no meta player would do that ever, and that instantly tells me that you know what anti-meta is about. Like, you've had some anti-meta training, because even Hera wouldn't have done that, and it's certainly a mistake. I know it's a mistake because I've tested it in editors, like comparisons. But yeah, it's definitely the right call, and I was super happy to see it. So here we could have gone. You know, we don't know about his scouts yet. I don't think we knew about them yet. This is the first time we found out, right?
Yeah, I thought he was going to
Okay,
try to
then-
like do a pseudo castle because I didn't see any.
Yeah. So here, let's just pause. So we've seen the scouts. We know he's going scouts. We know that a scout placement is acceptable here, right? 100%.
Yeah.
And then the
So
other thing that I'll
I'm
tell
risking
you-
the game right now rather than just placing it underneath the TC, like
Yeah.
farther back.
The other thing I'll say is, of course, just like the note on the last one, getting a free wood line back is often very nice. So if you didn't place your market where you placed it, you would have opened and we knew about his tower before then, you would have opened the opportunity to place somewhere near where that market is. And then you would have gotten your wood line back. You would have also killed his wood line. I didn't even know that he had a wood line there. But
I didn't either.
you would have gotten... Yeah, so usually we do place the castle, and it's perfectly safe to place that far out because you've full walled it.
What am I doing about
I-
my gold in that situation? If I'm placing, you're like saying like over here where the market
Yeah,
is.
Yep, exactly. So then we just place, we go to the gold that's under the ring of protection of the castle.
Which would
Which is
be
that gold.
this one.
Yeah, but we'd play stone for a while first because we probably don't have that much wood to, we want to get our farms up. We don't want to place that camp instantly. We'd probably just sell stone for a while. Koreans are great at that. And then we'd place that camp sometime later in the game.
Okay.
Yeah. But, you're allowed to do like 3-4 cells with Koreans, and it's not even a bad thing of stone. So I would have always reclaimed my wood line with this castle, and I would have done that by placing my market in a different place. But that's some high level like next step stuff so I don't mind that you're placing over here. But it would have been nice to have our wood line in the right spot if we wanted to place over here, right? Going back to that early Dark Age stuff.
And for the market, is that just a situation where instead of here, I just place it like along like this wall type of thing?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. That's definitely a good fine position. It lames us a little running from our stone, but it's a pretty safe run because we've fully walled it.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried about it. If it wasn't, then that might be a problem. But yeah, here, if we do want to place over here, we can just do a scout's placement. You can place it to the south west of your farms there, like kind of where near the palisade cut that you have. And that would perfectly fine. Yeah, right there. Protects our wood, protects our gold.
Okay.
And he can't kill any bills.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to quick wall him out, which is another solution. It's the solution you have to do in this situation.
I think the quick wall, although it was like, okay, this worked and that was nice, it hurt me more than it helped me because it killed my initial wood to make a war wagon.
Yeah. And the obvious answer there is we should never finish that quick wall.
Yeah, I went through and like deleted the ones once I realized, but I think these other houses like already finished, and I was like, oh dang it.
Yeah, it's just simpler doing simple placements. I mean, 90% of my games, I place under the protection of my town center. Simple as that. Make it easy. Okay. Yeah, I think you can continue fast forwarding. I don't think I have too many more left. Some crazy quick walls there. Honestly, I mean, since he like took the bait, it's kind of fine. But he really shouldn't have taken that bait if he was a high level player. He should have just watched you quick wall and then thought, "Ooh, that's a lot of wood he's spending."
Yeah, he kind of paid for my mistake of.
Yeah.
I think I even go to delete this house because it's kind of like.
Yes.
Eating my wood.
I'm so happy you saw that. That was the next note I had. Once the castle goes up, we can delete so many houses. I don't know if you know, but castles are 25 pop space. So that's 5 houses. So
did you say 25?
Yeah, they're 25 pop space. We don't need houses after the castle goes up.
Crazy thing. Did they change that? I swear it used to be 20.
Yeah, I don't know if they changed it, but yeah, it's a lot. As long as I've been playing the game, it's been 25. But I've only been playing like 5 years.
Okay, well. I could have sworn it was always 20, but that's the last time I played was like a little bit over 5 years, so it was a more recent change, or like more recent than I played.
Yeah, it could be 20. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's a small detail. I could check the.
I mean, I can check right now if I just rewind to when I pressed it. Well, I mean, you say it's 25 now, but I don't think I'm crazy. Maybe I am.
Hey, you could be right. This is a very small detail. Garrison. It doesn't say it in the AoE stats. Castle. AoE2. Let's see on the wiki. Ooh, you're right. That's embarrassing. Now that's embarrassing.
Like it's 20 right now, or it was 25?
No, it's 20 pop space. So it is not 25 pop space. You are absolutely right.
You're gonna get your coaching license revoked.
I know. These are the facts that are important for fast castling. How is it 20 or 25? So yeah, it's a lot of pop spaces. The main gist, and you can definitely delete that house.
Yeah. Which I think I do end up deleting it. I think at one point I'm like, this is.
Yeah. I mean, it's laming you so much. It's funny to watch. Oh goodness.
It's lame. Yeah, it's laming the pathing there. No, I don't. Yeah. There's just actually is a hole there.
They chopped out actually.
They chopped out.
Yeah. So lucky. But yeah, not a ton more to say in here other than that regrouping thing we already talked about. Like when you see it's on extended, we scale in Dark Age much better, or sorry, Feudal when he spends $100 on feudal scouts and we spend $100 on our guys, we win. Honestly, we scale like 2 to 1. If he spends $200, we still win. So all we need is to remember that we're playing a ranged unit. They usually like being masked. So we just need a mask to like 4 here, and then we win. So the moment I see all those scouts, I just tango with these guys.
And
set
then
my rally
these
point
next
back.
2, I don't suicide send in type of thing.
So if you want a little hotkey tip here, how I would actually fix this right now is I would select all military, click to the center of the map. So that would include these guys that are forward, which would instantly jerk them towards the scouts. And then I'd instantly fix that by hitting select. And then of course I'd set my rally point in the center of the map at that exact same moment. And then that would jerk these guys the way they don't want to go towards the scouts. And I'd instantly fix that with a select all visible military and then click them back and then start microing them. So like that is the power of those sorts of commands, is that you can like quickly command your entire army on the entire map to do like perfect things without even not leaving this window like where we're centered on the map. So yeah, select all idle, select all army, click them. That's for a reinforcement. Then select military on screen, fix that they're going the wrong way. That's some high level stuff. You could also just wait for them to come onto your screen and send them back to the map. That would also work.
I think I realized partway through, I was like, okay, I need to get a bigger mass. And I was like, I was using the select all military to like, let's regroup here because I don't know where every unit I have is.
Yeah. Super useful bind. I hope you're loving it as much as.
No, it's freaking huge compared to what I was doing, which is I would just have military in random locations AFK. If I had lost it at some point, then it's useless for the rest of the game. Basically,
got to go scrolling around the map, go on a little Easter egg hunt. Be like, there's the guy behind the wood line.
I know for sure it's like in the game against Shiv where I didn't put actual deadly force and like it's extended way late. I got multiple times where I was using those keybinds to try to be like, I need to gather this force because I need to fight in the center, and I know I have units, but I don't know where they are.
Yeah, it's such a nice one. It's maybe it is the top tier military control, and it's crazy thing is it's also a Dark Age bind because it's how you select your scout without going to it. So like it's both like an economic Dark Age bind and a S tier military bind. So yeah. We're getting to my last three notes. So the biggest note that I noticed is that you like to right click a lot, and that's very common. But high level players actually don't right click that much when controlling both ranged and melee units. So let me just show you. I'll open an editor and just kind of get into what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So I'll get some war wagons on the field. I think you can see my screen.
Yeah. You're talking about like when I was in his base and I was trying to micro the scouts. I was trying to like hit the same one every time.
Yeah. That is actually like it makes sense because like you'll whittle down the weak one, but especially when we get to a mass, it doesn't really make any sense because we're one-shotting them even if they're just attacking the closest guy. And even in that scenario, I'd say it's not worth our time to right click. War wagons often don't do that. It is much better. Like here, I'll add some villagers in here too. You might want to snipe. Okay. So yeah, let's just do this. So like high level players, for one, I think I saw you go on a box. This is my next note, by the way.
Is box bad or not worth?
Box is really good with ranged units and melee units, actually all units. And I saw that you went onto it, but I think I saw you click on the UI.
Yeah, I did manually click it.
So
I don't think I know what my hotkey is for the.
Okay.
This is
you
probably,
might check it.
This is probably one of my weakest areas. Is I do not know. I need to figure out my hotkeys for military in general, whether it's stand ground, attack, defensive patterns.
Yeah. So the S tier binds, by the way, on everything you see here is box is S tier, stand ground's S tier, aggressive is S tier, and either you need one of these bound, either patrol or attack move. and everything else is not important. Not that important.
What about the I feel like split's pretty good for like mangonel, or you don't really think it's that
Yeah,
valuable?
it is. It's fine. It's like an A tier, but I'm
Okay.
just trying to get you at least on the S tiers, which is aggressive, box, stand ground, and either patrol or attack move.
Okay.
And then the most important one, by far, more than any of those, is this one, the one that I didn't see you using, which is stop. So that needs to be on an S tier bind for sure. What is your stop, by the way?
I have no idea.
Okay,
I
so
didn't even know that
stop
was a-
micro. If you're gonna play Koreans, which is a ranged unit, stop micro is, and all melee units as well. Stop micro. Look, I'm not gonna right click on a single vill. What I'm gonna want to do if I want to kill a vill is I'm gonna get close to them and hit stop, and then they'll attack the closest vill. That's how you're supposed to be microing with these units anyway. You're supposed to get close to all your targets. Look, and do you see how much easier this is for me? Because
Yeah.
if you're right clicking, you have to go here, here, here. This is so much faster. And what usually happens is what just happened right there, where I wasn't prepped on my next click. So it was slow. So I actually slowly ran away. Versus if you're prepped, you'll always be prepped when you're using, stop command, because your finger, you'll just be hanging out here. There's no way I could ever do a slow retreat command. Like the moment I see him fire, I click back. I don't have to think. This is such
So
a
stop
breeze.
is in this context, stop's a lot better than like patrol or attack move.
Yes, I mean you can see what a patrol would look like. It's fine, but you'll notice that I'm not really moving that far. Like here's me stopping. You'll see I move probably at least 5 tiles between my shots. Here's me patrolling. Patrol. That was half a tile. Half
It, like
a tile.
instantly forces you back. Okay.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say you don't need patrol. Patrol's fine. Some people like doing that. It's really actually quite bad, to be very clear. It's not fine.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said that. You need to be using stop. Click back.
It's funny you
stop
say it's quite
on a-
bad because it's quite literally the only hotkey I know on all of the military is patrol.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, Captain, I like Lance. The first thing I saw when I saw you play is you seem like a really high level player held back by your binds. Like meta, anti-meta, I don't care. You're just a good player. You know what to do and what to tech switch and all these things. You know how to build units out of your buildings, although hotkeys can help with that. But the main thing that holds you back when I watch you play is just you look slower than I'd expect for someone of your knowledge.
Thank you, I think.
Yeah. No, that, to be clear, that's a command. Like a compliment. Like being slow is not a big deal in age. Like if you ever watch Huang play, he's a 2K7 player. He's slow. I'd say the same thing to him, but like the more important thing is that he, has really good game sense and he knows what to tech switch into and all these other things. If you don't know, Huang is the reason like why I play age. He's like my inspiration.
The inspiration. The
oh, yeah.
all in.
Oh yeah, all in king, Huang. Yeah, no, of course I wouldn't be playing Age without Huang. But yeah, so just stop command here, and we're gonna get you real fast. And so like now you're probably wondering like, well, how do I attack an individual unit? Like let's say these scouts are chasing me. Generally, I'd tell you, almost always, I'd tell you to kill the army. But just for hypothetical sake, like let's say I want to kill the villagers. You can still do that with stop command. All you have to do is get closer to the villagers than the scouts. There we
And
go. I
they'll
just
still
killed the
target
villager.
it. Okay.
They'll still target. So you can still even do like controlled. Again, you should be killing the scouts here. Don't kill the villagers. But like if there was a mix of scouts and villagers, since stop is so much easier to do, I would still do stop. The only time I might start right clicking is if I like dive in past these scouts and like need a right click on a mangonel. Right? Because then I
Okay.
really want to want to kill the mangonel because the mangonel deals like twice as much damage as these scouts,
Yeah.
So that or a monk. Those monks and mangonels are really the only time in my gameplay I might find myself right clicking. Like one unit that I need to kill that I might not be point blank at, and there might be some other units hitting me that I don't care about. I need to kill the monk. I need to kill the mangonel. So yeah, stop micro will improve your gameplay a lot. I definitely recommend putting it on an S tier. It can be double bound because it's a unit command. So like
It won't
example-
conflict with my like villager stuff, right? And
no, it will conflict with villagers. Villagers can be issued stop commands, but it won't conflict with a building command because buildings can't be issued stop commands. So, for example, my age up tech, actually get loom is S in my town center, and it's also my stop command because those will never conflict.
Okay, I'm following.
Yeah, but if you had a go-to command on S or a villager build command, those would conflict. Or yeah, actually, I'm not even sure if villager build will conflict. I could test that out real fast. But yeah. Anyway, stop command would be great. Do you want me to answer that question for you real fast, or do you want to
What question?
feel it? The villager build conflicting. It might. But let's see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so yeah, build market is S, so it doesn't. So that's good. You can have your villager build, and like I can also issue stop commands to this villager
Okay.
and build my market on S. So yeah, we're good. It's a really lenient one. You can double bind it real nice.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and change some keybinds then. Do this right now. I'll go to my main menu. I don't think I can still test this just in Dark Age, right? I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
쳐요. 이동.
Okay, I need to go to keybinds. Is it unit commands? Doesn't look like it's unit commands.
I could answer that. I'm setting up a scenario real fast just to show you
That's
one other
fine.
thing. But
I'll find it, I believe. Okay. Is it called no attack?
let me look right now. I think it's in unit commands, and it's just called stop. Yeah, it's about 2/3 down unit commands. Actually, more like 3/4.
Okay, I found it. Ooh, I see the issue there.
Clashes with military buildings. Oh, that's your villager build. That will conflict. Yeah. So then a different key, like another S tier key would be good.
Is D fine?
Yeah, D's an S tier key.
Okay. And so I need to do...
저요?
I
준비.
guess I don't have 2 military units.
Just make sure.
목수.
No, you can do it with your scout. Just click your scout somewhere.
Well, I mean, I wanted to do formation stuff too.
Oh yeah, formations. Yeah. Type Aegis if you want. Oh, you don't have.
I don't have cheese. I'm just gonna build the militia.
Okay.
So I should do stop, and I need to make sure I have aggressive at A, stand
Aggressive
ground.
and stand ground need to be bound. Apparently, you've double bound hot, stop, and stand ground. Those will conflict.
Okay.
Yeah.
So defensive stance, I don't need, right? You said that's fine.
No, you don't need defensive
대기.
stance.
예.
Because that one
But
has S
you're-
right now, so I could probably change that one.
Well, the only problem there is that you won't be able to issue a stop command then to your villagers, I think, because your villager build command is S as well. So
Well, I'm
without
not
messing
gonna.
up-
I guess it. Well, yeah,
Okay.
it would be kind of confusing to have it to be.
let's just check if you don't mind not being able to issue stop commands to your villagers, which is sometimes useful. Then you can try. Honestly, it might be a little. I don't know. I think I'd be a little worried about that double bind. It might. Yeah, so yeah, nice.
I can see the issue. Okay, so military commands and stand ground. I should change then. I could do stand ground on S, and then I have
Yeah.
the D being the stop still, right?
Yeah, that would work. As long as D isn't a production hotkey like go to TC or go to all castles or select all castles, anything like that. Or as long as it's not like seek shelter, these would all conflict. Or drop off resources.
I don't think I have any of those. Because my drop off
Yeah.
resources I put onto Q.
Here, just click on a bind that we don't care about, like unbind guard. Or bind guard to D. Like we don't care about guard. Guard's not a real command.
Guard.
Uh,
So I just did does stop just take precedence over guard?
no, those should probably one of them is gonna take precedent over the other. I couldn't tell you which. By the way, I can only see you on your stream right now.
Oh, yeah, I'll change the
which is a little
the
delayed. Yeah.
capture. I have it on capture age still. Change what I'm capturing. All right. Does it show now?
Yes.
Okay. So I put stop on D. You want me to put guard on D as well?
Well, I just want to see what guard. I just want to see what other keys D is bound to. Oh, I was just trying to diagnose if we had anything else. If you change a
It didn't
keybind-
tell me anything conflicted.
Oh,
the
yeah.
only thing that conflicted when I looked at the stop key, it was something unimportant that I think I got rid of.
Okay, then we can turn off the guard. We can just unbind that completely. You don't need that.
I'm just gonna put it back on the thing I wasn't using before, the W.
Gotcha.
Okay. So stand ground as stop D. Which ones are the other ones I want to make sure I do? Box.
You need either attack move or patrol bound.
Okay, I have
people say
patrol
patrol
at
is
Q. Is that
Yeah. That's fine.
okay?
Yeah, that's an S tier bind. It's an S tier command.
Is it?
Honestly, yeah.
Is there much difference between attack move and patrol, or not really?
For now, there's no difference. Like learning, you don't really need to think about it.
Okay.
But there are massive differences between those two, but not really super appropriate to talk about yet.
All
Not
right.
really that important.
And for box, would something like W make sense?
Yeah,
Should I
as
just
long
delete
as
this?
let's. Yeah. Great. Yeah, no, that looks pretty nice.
I'm gonna do the split thing
Um,
too. Or
Yeah,
should I
split
just?
can be useful. It's like an A tier, for sure.
What were some of the other ones that I should do?
Yeah, it's mostly just stand ground, aggressive stance, box, and honestly, you want all of these bound depending on what elo you want to play at. You want all of these bound, but some of them are just A tiers. So pretty much all the other ones in here, except guard, follow, and of course, if you already have patrol bound, then attack move. The only ones, the ones you don't need to have bound are guard, follow, no attack stance, defensive stance. Although actually that's an A tier as well. So everything else needs to be bound, and the S tiers are stop, aggressive, and box.
Okay. So I should have a bind for.
Offensive, line, staggered, split.
Okay.
But they only have to be A tiers. So you can put them on. The A tiers, like a classic. Well, there's a lot of ways to do that, but yeah.
Okay. So I have stop on D, S staggered, A attack, W's my box,
Mm-hmm.
and then I need to have line, staggered, and flank and defensive somewhere. That makes sense.
Yeah. Defensive could even be a B tier, by the way.
Okay. So
It
it's
is
lower
quite
priority
useful
than the
for all in place, though.
formations.
Yeah.
Okay.
That could be G, H, T, Y. Good examples of things that would be fine for guard defensive.
Defensive,
Guards,
yeah.
F tier, you don't need it at all.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with flank. Where are you? Gonna go with that
Yeah,
over
flank's
follow.
fine on- What?
Doing flank over.
Follow, honestly, depends on. Honestly, you don't need follow. It's nice for deer pushing. That's the only time I use it. How comfortable do you feel deer pushing?
I'm okay at it. I mess it up
Okay.
a decent amount sometimes.
Well, then you if you don't feel comfortable, then you could bind follow to an A tier, mainly for deer pushing.
I feel like
It's
I've
quite nice
tried
for
it
that.
with deer pushing and it hasn't gone much better than when I push them in normally.
Okay, well then you don't need follow. You're fine having it unbound. So yeah, flank.
And tag move I don't need because I have patrol.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. And then I'm missing staggered.
I mean, that's a fine bind for staggered, actually, just to be clear. That's like an A tier, and staggered's an A tier.
What was the what did I have it on?
You got it on C, but you could put it on a better bind. I have it on like that's like C is like a low A tier. You could put it on a higher one. I have it on like what's my staggered? I think my staggered's 5. So like that's a higher A tier because it's just easier to press than C.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of what I was thinking with the F. I was thinking this is like a bit better of a key for me to be able to
Ooh, I just saw something. Yeah, we're gonna want to turn that off. So
Sure.
go into options, and then go into game,
Okay.
and then go into scrolling, the very bottom right, and we're just gonna disable that. No, bottom right, just farthest. Yeah, you were right. Right mouse button it says right now, and we're just gonna go disabled. Unless you like
Click
using,
drag scrolling button.
yeah, you don't need that.
What-
No one needs this.
What does this even do?
And it's a long story. Nothing valuable.
Okay. And I did that
Yeah.
somehow on accident.
You did it. I saw it pop up twice. It's funny that that's on by default, and that they think it's in a good state. It's actually a bugged feature right now. I think it could be useful, but not in the current state they've implemented it.
If I want to not be changing my zoom throughout the game,
Yes.
is that a hotkey where I can disable scrolling?
Oh, you mean you're accidentally clicking your zoom commands, or what
No,
are you
like I'm
feeling?
sometimes pressing the scroll wheel and I'm changing my
Yeah,
zoom.
that's not scrolling. That's just under zoom commands. If you want to mess with that or put it on a different bind.
Which is
Scrolling is completely different. It's just like panning around your screen, basically.
okay. Scroll
It's under. Oh, did you wanted a different bind for your zooming in and out, or a different speed?
I'm just wondering
or-
if I should change it or not, or if I just get better at not pressing the scroll wheel. Like in terms of like if I wanted to keep a better like consistent zoom.
Okay, then yeah, if you want to unbind that, then you go to hotkeys, and then you go to zoom settings, zoom commands, and you'd unbind all this stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm not telling you to do that. Honestly,
Do you think I should do
you
that? Or
know,
do you think it's
well,
not
pro
too big a
players
deal?
pretty much play Dark Age, Feudal Age, and Early Castle Age all on the same thing. They'll never touch their zoom in any of those ages, and those are the only ages that we play in. So, that an anti-meta player. I'm not saying you'll become an anti-meta player, but an anti-meta player only plays in those, so it's not valuable for me to have this bound. But sometimes meta players in post-imp will scroll out. So technically, all you need to bound is zoom out, 2, because that's 2 ticks of zoom out, and
Yeah.
that's pretty much all that.
But
meta
then if I
players
press
have
it
bound.
on accidentally, then I'm cooked.
Yeah. You know, the classic
I think I'm
one
gonna
is
leave
to
it for now
bind
just
this
in case.
F5, F6, zoom in, zoom out. That's how I bound. If I'm never gonna misclick those, and I'm never gonna click them.
Can you set them at a set distance? The zoom out and the zoom in?
Yeah. Like you can just the two is here is just like 2 ticks of zoom out or 1 tick of zoom out. Do you want it to be you quickly zoom out, or do you want it to be you have to press it multiple times? Most people choose the 2, but you can do it the slow way too. It doesn't really matter. And then you're gonna want to unbind your scroll wheel if you don't want to do that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna delete this. Zoom commands.
I hate that they have everything bound, including like, what was that one? That was like some campaign thing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't need. Yeah.
F5, F6. And
Control
then
minus. I guess that doesn't. No one's ever gonna press that. But yeah, F5, F6. You're never gonna really accidentally press those.
And then is there a way I can make it so it's always a default zoom? In the case where I have these keybinds I don't want to press too often? Or is that not really a thing?
It will always be a default increment. So if you start at a default, if you start at whatever, zoom 10, it will always take you to zoom 12. Does that work? It will always be like an increment of 2, and then if you press it again, it will be zoom 14 or whatever.
Okay, I'm seeing some problems with my F5.
Is it double bound?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's double bound.
It didn't tell me it was double bound, but it's definitely opening up tech tree or something.
Well, if you just bind anything like convert right now to F5, it should tell you everything that it's bound to. Oh boy, it's not even telling you?
No, it's
That's
not.
rough. Well, try it on a new key. Sometimes it doesn't do it if you do it on the old key. Do like reset zoom. And... yeah, there you go.
And then change it back to 5 and see if it tells me again.
Yeah,
Game
there
commands, display technology tree. Okay.
No one's ever wanted this. We didn't need that bound.
except for the pause in the pro tournament. Figure out.
Oh yeah, I guess you need your tech tree bound, but you can just click on the Civ icon.
Yeah, it's not.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't need a bind for
now.
this. Yeah, now that also frees up your scroll wheel, which is like an A tier binding location. So you've got some more A tier binds.
Now, just looking at this, my brain is saying something like this in terms of zoom.
Yeah. So you can set that by default. If you just go into your options, then zoom settings,
which is in
interface, I think.
Interface.
Oh, actually, it's in graphics. Sorry, obviously. Zoom. Yeah. So you're at 50, which is mine. But you can go. It looked like you wanted it a little bit more out. So try something like 60 and then restart your game.
I need to restart my game anyways because I keep forgetting to test the.
Oh yeah, the trees mod.
The trees mod.
Actually,
yeah.
I actually think you misspoke. I think you can actually just relaunch the single player. But this is good. Now we'll get the trees in there.
It didn't cost me either of the games so far though. Technically. But I've definitely had games where I'm fighting the
scroll wheel.
No, the trees, because they're like,
oh, the trees. Yeah, no, those trees are rough.
Because I'm like trying to be like, okay, hack the thing right next to the lumber camp, and my dude's like, all right, I'll go to the other side, because it's like selecting the tree that's like one back, and then the villagers trying to like mentally, I don't know, process how to get there or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. I think the devs could work on the default settings of age a lot. I think that people would like it if they spent some time there. But that's just my 2 cents. It's hilarious that trees look like the way they look. Okay, it looks like you have a mod that's at higher priority that's overriding it. So if we go to mods, we can problem solve this.
Oh, I saw the trees.
Also, do you have UHD graphics perchance? Are you on like a UHD?
What does that mean?
You know what that is? Ultra high definitions. You can find it. You can figure out if you are by going into graphics, and if it says enhanced graphics and you're able to check that, then I think you have UHD on.
Graphics presets.
Oh no, you don't. Good. Thank God. Okay. A ton of mods break if you have that on.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. You're good. I see enhanced graphics there. It's the one that's grayed out. You want it to be grayed out.
All right.
So yeah, go into mods.
So I have it on priority 1, but it's still not activating.
And then yeah, it's priority 1. Interesting. That's interesting. Well, try small trees instead. Did you like small trees mod? I don't know why this Annie mod isn't working for you. It really should be.
I think that's the one that's currently doing, which is I'm still having the issue with being able to like.
Oh, you could unsubscribe from it if you I don't know how it's on if it's a lower priority. Honestly, the things at the top should be But you can just unsubscribe from it if you don't like it.
Okay. And just try that.
Yeah, can scroll down. Let's just make sure there's no other tree mods that might be having their way with our tree. It looks like no.
Not seeing any.
Okay, let's try launching the game, see if that fixed it.
Okay, just do
Honestly,
another skirmish, or do I have to reboot the game again?
let's just try a skirmish. Some mods you need to reboot and some you don't. If anyone in chat can see it, because I can't see it. Oh yeah, actually that's a good call. Backseat Gamer did a good Backseat Gamer call. Okay, go into options. Yeah, there is I forgot there's a default small trees option. So you got to turn that off. That's probably what's yeah, there should be small trees in, I'd assume, game.
Yeah, it says it's not selected.
Oh, it says it's off. Interesting. I'm not the best modder, honestly.
It should be tree or bushes, not trees. So I have the wrong mod then, maybe, is what it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I didn't read that.
So mods. I have small trees with grid shadow, but it needs to be.
Oh,
It
bushes
needs to be
with grid
bushes.
shadow. Okay. Well, that's telling us everything we need to know.
All bush trees with grid shadow.
There it is.
Is the one I want, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay, I see.
So yeah, if you sub to that one and then unsubscribe from the other one, I think you're gonna be gold.
Okay.
And then I do think you need to restart your game.
I'm going to do the priority too. I don't know if that matters or not, but. All right. Try again.
Nice. Well, after this coaching session, you're gonna be set up, Lance. I mean, honestly,
Do you think I'll be pretty lethal with the
with the FC?
Yeah.
The FC, honestly, the FC is gonna take a little while to get like all the intuitions down. By the way, there's a mod to take out this intro and all the embers caused by it, because the embers can actually slow down. Like there's embers at the start of a game, which can actually like stop you from queuing villagers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like this stuff
I don't
here?
know why that's the default, but yeah, like those embers sometimes can cause people issues selecting their town center.
Delaying it. Okay.
Yeah, which is pretty rough to be in the default game.
It
But
looks like I have the bush trees now.
yeah, you got them. Yeah, it looks perfect.
You said I can do something about the embers.
Yeah, there's a no embers mod. There's also a no intro mod. Those are both nice for launching your game because it just means you actually get to the game faster.
No embers. Zetness?
You have to, yeah.
Okay. This game Skyrim. It's got a lot of mods. It's got a lot of mods.
A lot of mods. Be nice if we didn't have to have so many mods. That's my opinion.
Now, you've been teaching me the 25. In your
Yes.
opinion, is 25 fairly competitive, or is there like some arguments for why 23, or is that just more depending on what civ you're playing?
Well, honestly, 25 is it's the easiest FC to learn. 23s are actually hard. Like you pretty much got perfect timestamp, other than the person pressuring you and you like, fumbling. If like there was no pressure in any of those games, you would have gotten perfect timestamps. That is not true for a 23. Like you need a clean Dark Age with like other things that I'm not teaching you to be able to execute a 23. So I always start with 25s. 25s, to answer your question, are very competitive. I do 25s all the time with any scaling FC or even neutral scaling FC. So like, and I do it with non-scaling FCs if they have production time, if they're not production limited. So like Samurai, for example, are not scaling, but they do have a blistering fast production speed. So you can overcome the fact that your castle's up a little later by just like spamming out the Samurai really fast.
Yeah.
So
okay.
the short answer to your question is I do 25s with a ton of civs, like at least 2/3 of the roster. I only do 23s now with like 1/3 of the roster.
So I'm not hurting myself or playing necessarily inefficient by doing 25.
No. Where you'd want to do 23s would be with a civ like Koreans, because it's so strong in the overload strategy. 23 often angles towards overload strategies. Koreans, and it's also production limited. Unlike a samurai, you're mostly limited. Remember, we talked about this. You don't really need villagers with
You
this
said
FC.
17
What you need,
bills.
yeah, you need your castle to be up earlier. But to be very clear, Koreans also is neutral scaling. So there's no reason why you have to play it as a 23. And I definitely recommend learning the 25. The 25 is more flexible. I can teach you more civs off of it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So this is just the beginning. The next civ that I'll teach you after Koreans, probably not today. I don't want to kill you. You're probably like, oh
Yeah,
no,
I
more
probably should play some
civs.
games with it and see.
Yeah, you should play some games. And we should. It's so hard to talk theory for this long. Like it tires me out. I'm sure it tires you out. But like it's hard to like cram that much info in a short session.
Yeah. Well, I have a week to kind of get some solid strats locked in. But if I get bogged down on one singular strat, then I'm gonna, because it's like I have to make sure I'm prepared for arena.
Yeah.
Regicide
I have arena
Fortress.
strats. I think they're sick. I think they're even stronger, sometimes stronger than my Arabia strats. But yeah, there's a couple arena strats that if you wanted anti-meta on arena, I could teach you. You can also just play meta. You're a skilled meta player.
Oh, I might be interested. I might be interested. Well, let me
anti-meta on
play some
arena?
today and see if I just start locking down win after win and get
Yeah.
elo that I don't deserve. Then
You deserve. No. Learning all these placements and your cuts and all that stuff, that's what an anti-meta player is skilled at. They're skilled at learning how to set up their economy. They're like Dark Age masters, right? That's what an anti-meta player is. That's what I see myself as. Like they're build order masters, Dark Age masters. It's definitely a skill, but yeah, it's not necessarily unit control or macro or anything like that.
Yeah. You're getting into a position where even if the player knows what they're doing, they're still dead. Type of thing.
Yes. A lot of these civs, like Koreans, are really hard. If you hit your petard timings, I mean, what are they gonna do? I don't know. I can't beat it. When I fight my opponents and I have to play feudal versus them, I lose, and they're going for my FCs. Yeah. So I think we're good on binds. Do you want? I think I'm just gonna let you take this. I'll head off. You can send me Rex if you have like losses or just questions in general.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let you run with this
before
for a
you
while.
go.
Yeah.
How do you send Rex again? I do not know how this works.
It's okay. You can just tell me the name. I'll download them from the dashboard. Like say I was fighting a Magyar, and I'll be able to steal it from the dashboard. But yeah. Any other questions, Lance? Before I head out.
I think that's solid. I'm gonna take this into practice, and then some people are gonna accuse me of being a bad person as I recklessly crush their economies with Koreans.
They don't know nothing.
They're gonna say you are a noob. Give me a replay.
Yeah. That guy, he didn't really enjoy that. But that's people just. To be very clear, that guy has plays. He just doesn't know them. Yeah, most people don't know the answers to fast castling. It's definitely like a kind of a knowledge check, I guess you'd say.
Forces them into a scenario they're not usually engaged with.
Yes, and like I think I have a positive win rate versus Hera, but most of those games that I fought versus Hera and beat him, I actually think many of them he was in a favorable position if he just knew what to do. But even the best player in the world, Hera, doesn't know the answers, so it's incredibly strong. But then there are games where Hera's in a terrible position. Like, even if he knows what to do, he's still lost.
He's still just done for.
So there are some FCs that are a little mean like that. Like Shu, for example, that's one of those ones where, like, yeah, it doesn't matter. No. You're losing this one.
I think I did try Shu, and I butchered it. I just saw your tier list yesterday. I was like, I'll try some FCs. And that was one of the games where I actually had a civ that wasn't bad. I'm pretty sure I butchered it. But I still was able to, like, really punish the other guy, even though I'd, like, had a somewhat bad timing with it and was not managing my eco properly.
Yeah. There are a lot of civs like that, like Shu, Portuguese, Spanish. all basically the S. I'm just listing off S tier civs right now.
Yeah.
Those civs, your opponent, even if they know the right response, are in a really rough spot. Usually. So yeah. Anyway.
All right.
But yeah. Good luck, Lance. Keep working on those binds, and yeah. If you have
Well,
any questions,
I really
let me know.
appreciate that. I'm sure there's probably a lot of people in chat that were like taking notes as well if they want to do these FCs. So
Yeah, if they want to. Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, I'll see you later.
you take care, man. You take care.
Yeah, bye.
All right, guys, that was coaching with Redphosphoru. Honestly, I feel like we learned a lot, and not even like obviously he was giving me really specific instruction on the fast castle, but aside from the fast castle, when we wanted to play like more normal hotkeys and like a lot of that stuff is gonna help me a lot outside of just outside of the other stuff. Like that stuff, that's kind of on me for not like I knew necessarily that my Control Z for selecting my TC wasn't a great hotkey, but I was just doing it because I just didn't want to forcibly change it. And him being like, you should change this was enough motivation for me to do it, along with the keybinds that I just didn't even know exist, like drop off resource and stuff. This better have better results than Angormus coaching Farmer. We'll see. We'll see if we can put it into work. I mean, technically, we've already won 2 games trying to implement it. We are theoretically 1 game away from breaking our current elo peak. I didn't realize how cooked your hotkeys were. They're pretty cooked, and it's also like it's like it's kind of like the old man doesn't want to learn new tricks things, where I'm stubborn about it. It's like how it was painful when I had to learn these the first time, even though they were bad, and I just have dealt with it and been like, this is what it is. Now I get this promise to 300 elo. see if we go 1757 games. So I keep saying this. The reason why we have this much elo, keep in mind, look at my team games. I have over 1,000 team games. In college, I basically only played team games. And back then, the team game elo system was broken. It literally they were adding points into the total pool that weren't supposed to be there. So an average team game player, like this 1,500, back then was like a 25, 27, some stupid number that made no sense. And when I first went to play 1v1, it put me in as like a 2K something player. And I just chain lost like 5 games in a row. And the first game I won was against like a 16 or 1700 type of thing. So it just said, oh, you're already experienced with team games. I'm going to give you this elo starting at 1v1, which made no sense because the team game elo system was broken. I changed mine slowly, game after age. Yeah. 2K elo. Yeah, it was cooked. It was cooked. Good coach, he prioritized well and gave good foundations. Oh yeah, that was freaking, he was really good at making me understand what he was like trying to be like, hey, this is something you need to be doing or working on. Lance invested into early elo, now he's taking the profits, something like that. Let's take a little gander. How's our competition situation going with the elos? Tournament details. Oh yeah, players. Grubby got a new. He's basically right there at 1800, and we're pretty close to Euthermal. Fortunately, there's no AoE auto bomber in these hotkeys. Yeah, can't play it on that alone. We're on a nice win streak, which is pretty solid. We continued from last night. All right, before we do our next game, I'm gonna top off the water again, and we'll see where we're at. We'll see about getting into another game. I'm feeling good though. I'm feeling good. I'll give you guys the calming sounds of the in-game audio now for a little bit, and then I'm gonna turn the music. But I'm gonna turn it back off for playing games because I think Hera was saying this when he initially watched our games, and he was saying something about like it's distracting to have the music playing in the game itself, and I kind of see why. So I'm gonna try to turn off the audio when I go to actually play some games. But I'm gonna get water right now, and we're gonna see if we can put the teachings into practice. Okay. If you ever have any questions about what's happening on screen, I'm sure there are enough people in chat here to help. Yeah, honestly, okay, this is a little secret, okay? Or don't spread this around, but okay. The difference in AoE2 chatters versus PoE2 chatters is very stark, okay? PoE2 chatters want to see the world burn, okay? They will give malicious advice if it means they get to XDD Lamau or whatever after I follow their advice down to disaster. Whereas AoE2 chatters, as far as I can tell, usually are like trying to actually be helpful. I'm both. Yeah. We're the same. Different ulterior motives a little bit. Just some of that chatting. All right. Let's get serious. Let's get serious. The music's good. We're gonna mute it. I just want to do a couple of just working into my brain these keybinds.
대기, 목수, 자요, 목수. 준비, 수, 네, 채찍군. 자요, 채찍군. 대기, 채찍군.
I messed up my queuing there. Bore. So that's kind of what I want. That's the wall.
준비, 목수, 대기, 목수. 예, 채찍군. 자요, 목수, 이동, 채찍군. 준비, 채찍군.
BRB still on screen. Oh shoot, my bad. Let's try that one more time. I need.
자요, 목수. 예, 이동, 목수.
I did it again. I'm just trying to like ingrain in my head there's a hotkey for the military because I keep drag selecting lassoing.
대기, 목수, 대기, 목수.
Did it again. Even though I know I'm supposed to not be doing it.
준비, 목수. 자요, 목수.
Okay, that I did it right. My flashbacks are trying to beat my brother in Command and Conquer. Give it some reminder. One more quickie.
예, 목수. 자요, 목수. 대기, 채찍군. 준비, 목수. 네, 채찍군. 예, 채찍군.
Okay. All right. Feeling good. Let's see how we do. Let's try to put this stuff into practice. I always get crushed because I can't keep up pace for the whole game. I mean, hopefully the ELO system starts pushing you into consistent matches where both you and the other guy have similar skill issues type of thing. That's the whole point of the ELO. As for keeping pace of the game, I think that's a lot of like you could probably focus a specific strategy that you know very well initially and then work your way towards doing other things so you get more of a well-rounded perspective on what civs can do what. Right now I'm having a hell of a bad time trying to figure out what these new civs do because I'm just not really familiar with them at all. Which I'm starting to learn after a few different games here and there. 1200 ELO, there's a lot of smurfs. Yeah, I hear that there's a lot of people smurfing, which is also kind of like just a pain because you can either get a matchup where it's like, yeah, this makes sense, or a matchup where it's like, this dude's just destroying me. I felt like one of the games yesterday, I felt like one of the guys is just like, he was just microing like crazy and macroing behind it. I was like, there's no way this guy's this ELO type of thing. which that could be super frustrating. Sure, it's not that terrible. It's like with the Scout and Mouse. It's just every little optimization I can kind of like get somewhat ingrained in me is nice if we can do it. Like the Scout selecting, it doesn't just matter for that initial like using the Scout around. I also want to just make sure I know that keybind. I also want to make sure I know that keybind for the purpose of selecting military throughout the map. I want to be used to it, you know? All right, we got an Arabia. Let's see if we can do this. And make our coach proud. Catons again, okay.
저요? 목수.
준비 목수
I did the select again.
저요 채직군
Hopefully I can find the boar. If I can't find the boar, we are just fat out of luck.
예 그러죠 대기 사냥꾼 준비 대기 사냥꾼 예
I think that timing should be fine, hopefully.
준비.
실시 예 이동 그러죠 이동
대기. 그러죠. 준비. 목수. 나무꾼.
저요
사냥꾼.
I don't know where my other sheep are.
준비
사냥꾼.
Using the drop-off keybind is nice. Forward wood.
나무꾼.
저요 실시 예 이동 사냥꾼
I gotta make sure we have this correct.
사냥꾼 대기 그러죠 예
사냥꾼.
저요 실시 준비 실시 대기 저요 대기
이동.
예 이동 실시 준비 대기 그러죠 목수 목수 목수
Okay, cut there. And I'm not pushing deer because I'm forgetting what I'm supposed to be doing.
목수 나무꾼
나무꾼. 대기.
예 저요 사냥꾼 채직꾼
준비. 대기. 목수.
대기
사냥꾼.
저요 사냥꾼 채직꾼 예
채직꾼. 저요? 이동. 나무꾼.
준비 이동
Stone's up here. I don't know where my other stone is.
예? 채직꾼.
예 채직꾼
저요?
대기
대기.
사냥꾼 준비 예
It's right there.
저요 예 사냥꾼 준비 사냥꾼
No, you traitor!
준비. 목수. 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 저요. 이동.
대기 실시. 저요 채직군. 대기
대기. 그러자.
예
목수. 준비. 예. 목수.
저요 채직군.
대기. 광부. 예. 준비. 나무꾼. 저요. 채직꾼.
준비 그러죠. 저요 예 사냥꾼. 대기 이동. 목수
예. 목수. 목수. 저요. 목수. 목수. 대기. 목수.
예
준비. 목수. 대기. 목수. 네.
준비죠. 목수 실시. 목수 이동. 목수
예.
예 준비. 목수
준비. 광부.
저요
저요. 목수. 나무꾼. 준비하죠. 목수. 대기. 목수. 나무꾼. 예. 목수. 저요. 나무꾼. 나무꾼. 준비. 목수. 예.
Oh no, I'm not gathering the food.
실시.
저요.
채직군.
대기. 나무꾼. 채직꾼. 예. 광부.
This guy isn't working.
준비. 채직꾼. 대기. 채직꾼.
This guy is also not working.
저요. 수리공. 광부.
저요 채직군. 나무꾼.
예.
대기.
이동. 목수. 채직꾼. 저요.
목수 채직군.
준비. 수리공. 광부. 대기. 수리공. 광부. 예. 저요. 네. 목수.
준비 대기 그러죠. 목수 이동. 목수 채직군.
대기. 수리공. 광부. 준비. 광부. 수리공. 광부. 예.
저요 왕부. 예 준비 채직군. 나무꾼. 예 대기 준비.
나무꾼. 저요. 수리공. 광부. 대기.
왕부.
준비. 이동하죠. 그러죠.
저요
대기. 이동. 광부. 준비. 자, 이동. 그러죠. 이동. 그러죠. 네. 네. 그러죠.
대기
네.
준비 그러죠. 예
출동.
저요
네. 저요.
예 이동.
대기. 그러죠.
준비 목수
예. 목수. 준비. 목수.
나무꾼. 대기 나무꾼. 예 나무꾼.
저요. 나무꾼.
저요
So I did not have food initially, is what I'm learning now.
나무꾼. 나무꾼.
예 그러죠. 왕부
준비. 광부. 저요. 나무꾼.
I should have idled my way up.
광부
예? 대기.
광부 예 대동부 동부 나무꾼
준비. 목수. 저요.
그러죠.
대기. 목수.
준비 저요
예?
광부 예
실시.
준비 대기 동부 저요 목수 대기 수리공
준비. 수리공.
예 광부 준비 대기
농부.
저요 준비 나무꾼 예
목수.
저요
예. 실시. 나무꾼.
준비 나무꾼 목수 나무꾼
저요. 광부.
대기 광부 예
준비.
All right, let's put this to the test. Did we win even with this horrible situation we got ourselves into?
예. 농부.
You goal for war wagons? Yep. We're long distancing. We're on our way to castle.
대기
대기. 저요. 그러죠.
예 준비 네 저요
예. 채직군.
대기 채직꾼 예 농부
준비. 예. 대기.
채직꾼 이동 목수
저요.
저요 네 준비
목수.
농부 저요 목수 이동 목수 출동 예 그러죠 이동 네 그러죠 대기 목수 준비 그러죠 이동 예 출동
준비. 그러죠.
준비
저요. 목수. 대기. 실시.
저요
예. 목수.
예
이동. 나무꾼.
저요 그러죠 나무꾼
대기. 예. 나무꾼. 저요.
대기 나무꾼 준비
Ooh, he's castle right now.
예 광부
I built this mining camp far away. He already has elite skirm. I think we're pretty well cooked, I would imagine. So we can figure out a way to get out of this situation.
준비. 저요. 예. 광부. 실시. 광부.
No PoE today? No PoE today.
준비.
네 이동 광부
예. 그러죠. 이동. 이동. 준비죠. 대기로 이동. 목수. 예, 실시. 예,
준비. 대기. 네. 이동. 출동. 이동. 복수.
저요.
광부. 복수.
이동. 준비. 예, 그러죠. 목수. 대기 이동. 저요. 실시. 대기 이러죠. 목수. 준비 이동. 예, 그러지. 예. 대기 이동.
준비.
예. 그렇죠. 목수. 준비 이동군.
대기. 예.
실시죠. 목수. 예.
저요.
목수. 저요.
네.
예, 실시.
예.
목수.
I'm pretty sure the game's over, but I'm just wanting to play for
저요. 대기.
출동.
준비. 목수. 예. 대기. 목수. 저요. 그렇죠. 수리공.
준비.
All right. This is Giga GG. Biggest thing is we completely cooked our uptime because we didn't push the deer, so we didn't have food, so we couldn't click edge. So we couldn't actually inflict a critical hit. Having fun, Lance? I am having fun. Playing Age of Empires is quite fun. But yeah, I think biggest issues was my food management. Not pushing these in. I need to make sure I'm doing a lot better pushing deer. Because if I don't push the deer, then I'm pretty well cooked. Because I don't know how much time I wasted there. I guess I can check the timeline actually. How much time did I waste? My castle age? Yeah, it was like 3 minutes later than it should have been, which is huge. Meant he could hang around, fight me with feudal army, and I didn't punish at all in that window I would have had to punish, basically. You can sell more and use market more to get up. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned because I was like, okay, he got me off stone, so I was a little bit hesitant in wanting to sell because I like if I can't build a castle, then I am just dead on the spot there. This guy was doing a good job relic gathering as well. Well played, well played. We go again. Can I ask a quick question about PoE? I don't want to bother you with the stream, Davos. What's your quick question, man? I got some time while I'm in the middle of queuing for another game. Sheep, did you forget sheep as well? I did. Yeah, I missed some sheep and I caught them on the way back to the other guy's town. And I missed them somewhere during that. Oh, African clearing. Do we want to try Koreans with African clearing? Or do we just want to do a different civ? What civ for African clearing? Is there a civ that gives like eco? Maybe we'll try Bulgarians for African clearing. We'll let it be random too if it doesn't stick. It's immediately cooked if you miss a sheep. Yeah, which we missed the sheep and our food was just off. We didn't push 40 or we missed sheep and then Bulgarians a cover big. I like Bulgarians. Yeah, I'm a Bulgarians enjoyer. Let's see what we can do with Bulgarians on African clearing.
Приказания.
Аз готов. Зиждител.
Зиждительница. Аз готова. Зиждительница.
Should have gone for one that was in the middle of my two guys, but mistakes were made. It's just the first pond I saw.
Приказания. Зиждител. Рибак.
Да. Да. Аз делаю. Да. Аз делаю. Зиждительница. Тотчас делаю.
I'm gonna scout with a villa, actually, I think.
Аз готова.
Зиждител. Рибак.
Да, аз правилно. Тотчас делаю. Да, правильно. Приказания? Да, тотчас сделаю. Аз да, тотчас сделаю. Аз тотчас сделаю. Да. Правильно. Зиждительница. Да. Тотчас сделаю.
Okay, so I lost him about there. I know where he is. He's playing Mongols, which are really good for getting up.
Приказания?
They have so much hunt on this map. Also means he probably wants to go as scouts.
Да, тотчас сделаю. Тотчас сделаю. Да, аз делаю. Охотница. Правильно. Аз делаю. Да. Аз готова. Тотчас сделаю.
Да.
Приказания? Правильно. Да, тотчас сделаю. Аз делаю.
Здрав, рибак.
We have stone. Some goats up there. We have another boar if we need.
Приказания. Здрав. Охотник. Правильно. Желаю. Да. Зиждител. Лесоръб. Аз готов.
Рибачница. Да.
Приказания. Точно.
Да.
Аз готов. Охотник. Аз делаю.
Аз готова. Приказания? Здравствуй, правильно.
Да, редуков. Да, точно това. Прав охотник.
Да, тотчас сделаю. Здравствуй. Зиждительница.
Да, правилно. Суръп.
Да, зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Аз охотник.
Oh my goodness, how long were those guys AFK for? My villagers are betraying me!
Зиждительница. Приказания?
Здрав будь.
Да,
Приказания. Здрав будь. Приказания.
да. Здравствуй.
Охотник. Рибак.
Аз готова. Аз делаю. Рибачка. Здравствуй. Тот прав рибачка.
Oh, pop, we can go up with Bulgarians and get away with it.
Приказания? Зиждительница. Да. Рибачка.
Да, охотник. Аз готов. Точно. Аз делай. Охотник.
Аз готова. Рибачка. Да, рибачка. Приказания?
Охотник.
Здравствуй.
Зиждител. Охотник. Редуков. Аз готов. Да.
Аз делаю. Охотница.
Not too familiar with African clearing, but I feel like we can get up with a lot less. We are 22 up with African clearing.
Аз готова. Рибачка.
See if this guy decides to go aggressive with the scouts or not.
Здравствуй. Правильно. Приказания? Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Да.
Охотник. Правилно. Редуков. Здрав. Да. Аз готов. Аз делай. Суръп.
Приказания? Сделаю. Зиждительница.
Здрав будь. Приказания.
Охотница.
Да.
Охотница. Собирательница. Здравствуй.
There's a little bit more.
Да.
Приказания.
Рибачка.
There you go in.
Рудокоп.
Аз готов. Правилно. Да, точно това. Зиждител.
Аз готова. Зиждитель. Рибачка.
Здрав охотник. Да. Редуков.
Приказания?
Зиждител.
Да.
Аз готов. Зиждител.
Здравствуй, аз готова. Да.
Приказание. Бак.
Приказания?
Да, точно. Аз делай. Зиждитель.
Приказание. Да, сделаю. Аз готова. Тотчас сделаю.
Да, Месура.
Приказание.
Собирател. Собирател.
Don't need as much stone.
Здраво. Редукоп.
Здравствуй. Аз готова. Да.
Приказания.
Да.
Аз готов. Да, аз готов.
Рудокоп. Правда. Аз сделаю. Зиждительница. Рудокоп.
Да,
Зиждительница.
I need to instantly go punish if I can.
здраво.
Правильно.
Приказания.
Тотчас сделаю. Аз готова.
Аз желаю.
Здравствуй.
Зиждител.
Да. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Зиждител.
Аз
Тотчас
готова.
желаю.
Здравствуй.
Да.
Приказания.
Аз желаю. Да,
Правильно. Зиждительница. Тотчас сделаю. Зиждительница.
аз готов.
Зиждительница.
So he's full greeting. You can punish. Just trying to get stone right now.
Прави зиждител.
You're gonna regret that, buddy.
Зиждител.
Buddy old pal.
Аз готов.
You're gonna regret that. Should not have full greeted. Where's he putting it now? Gotta get vision on this situation. Do keep delaying that from occurring. You want to learn or stay low? I think he's mad, guys. I think he's mad. I think we have achieved our goal. Do you want to learn or you want to stay low? Okay, I saw something out of my eye right over here. He wanted to get a castle off on my base. I'm pretty sure. He thought he would get away. I think his all-time high is 1814. Guess he's staying noob. You won't get 2K like me and get better. What is this? Shit him with an okay. GG. Now I'm gonna wait for you in queue, Snivy. Okay. Okay, good to know, buddy. Good to know. Give him the classic GG out, yeah. He beat me to castle because he's Mongols, has hunt bonus, and then he went for full greed. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. He was at 1705. You got a fan for yourself? Something like that. Is there something you could have done better? Offering clearing? I don't know. I just... I don't know. 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 trying to wing it for African clearing. I feel like we did good for African clearing though. I feel like that went well. Stop all of his castles to defend himself. I think his big mistake is I think he found one of my sheep scouting from above him, and so he assumed I was in the top of the map. So he walled like this massive wall, but he never really confirmed I was there. Uncleared is a joke map, only Mangadai and Conk allowed. African clear, yeah, it's kind of like a pick the best unique unit because it's super easy to fast castle with how much res you get. All right, let's try to not mess up our build order this time. Let's try to do better than we did the last time. How you see the W with Bulgarian? Oh, how did I do with that? Did I do okay with that? I don't know. Like, I was just trying to like guess about what could be a appropriate Vil number to go up because I know African clearing has like a bunch of just so much food. That is like I know I can go up fast. I was like, I'm not really sure if this is the right way to do this or not. His defensive castles are Peru. Well, I had +2 armor on my Conic, so I could just run underneath and deny his castles. Which I think that kind of cooked him. Okay, we got a Magyar player.
자요? 목수. 자요? 목수.
Edge of the map, maybe? I messed up doing the... Here's my boar. I'm actually going to go 5th Vil for boar, because we have cows. Here's my 2nd boar. I'll do forward boars in case he wants to lame me. This is deer push. I really don't want to fail pushing deer, so I should start doing that. But last time, and the bigger issue than the deer push, I'm pretty sure, was the part where I didn't find my cows, which I just found them. Which we found our cows now, so we shouldn't have that problem again, because we found both sets. Stone is way forward. Side stone is right here. Connect there to make it so he has to go around. Okay, there's too much. Says 7 Vils. Do the drop off command.
준비. 예? 나무꾼.
I forgot to bring in the 2nd boar.
채직꾼.
Can you time that out now?
예? 출동.
Oh, please go somewhere, dude.
준비. 채직꾼. 사냥꾼. 자요? 이동. 대기.
저요? 채직 사냥꾼. 예? 나무꾼. 저요?
그러자.
Okay, our vills need to go to berries next. I'm not sure how to cut this.
준비. 목수. 예, 목수. 퇴직군. 대기. 목수. 퇴직군.
This is pretty far out there is the thing.
저요?
예, 퇴직군.
준비.
사냥 퇴직군. 저요? 준비. 대기.
I can go 7 on berries.
예, 이동. 대기. 목수. 예,
실시. 나무꾼.
대기. 나무꾼.
준비.
저요?
I got one more deer to push.
준비.
저요? 이로 실시. 목수. 목수. 나무꾼.
Okay, no, I need to not do that. I need to go to stone.
대기 채직군. 예, 광부. 대기. 목수. 예, 목수. 준비. 목수. 예, 목수.
He did successfully interrupt my...
목수.
Oh, I could have shot him there. Whoops.
대기. 광부. 준비. 실시. 목수. 이동. 광부. 예로 실시. 저요? 예. 준비. 나무꾼.
저요? 네, 나무꾼. 준비. 출동. 목수. 출동.
저요? 실시. 대기.
목수. 대기. 목수. 예? 목수.
예?
목수.
준비. 채직군. 예? 목수. 광부.
대기. 출동. 이동. 목수.
Oh my goodness, I didn't click up. This is awkward.
저요? 목수. 준비. 예? 네. 목수. 출동. 목수. 대기. 목수. 나무꾼. 예? 이동. 네. 목수. 출동. 목수. 나무꾼. 저요? 준비. 예? 그러죠. 나무꾼. 저요? 대기.
He is going scouts.
대기. 예. 저요? 목수.
준비.
나무꾼. 채직군. 준비. 이동. 그러죠. 예. 나무꾼. 목수. 나무꾼. 예. 이동. 그러죠. 채직군. 실시. 채직군. 대기. 저요?
대기. 나무꾼.
예. 채직군. 수리공. 채직군. 저요? 목수. 준비. 이동. 목수. 채직군.
저요? 예? 직군.
대기. 예. 채직군.
준비. 예?
예. 저요? 목수. 대기.
네.
준비. 목수.
준비. 목수. 대기. 목수.
저요?
목수.
대기.
네. 저요? 이동. 대기. 네. 저요?
실시. 준비. 예. 이동.
준비.
그러죠.
예?
실시. 광부.
저요?
광부 광부 대기 목수 광부
준비.
이로지 이동
Okay, we got the click.
실시 채직군 예 그러죠
Our economy is questionable behind it. I need to secure wood and gold.
대기
예.
이로지 나무꾼
대기.
예 나무꾼
예. 나무꾼. 목수.
저요 채직군 나무꾼
Okay, I think we go here with the castle. Playing such a fun game. Thanks, man. I really like AoE2.
대기 저요 예 목수 준비 목수 대기 채직군 이동 실시 그러죠 예 이러지 실시 예 그러죠 이동 실시 그러죠 이동 실시 나무꾼 준비 나무꾼 목수
To 5 farms.
준비.
Let's go 6 farms so we can try to get a little bit extra food for like fletching and stuff.
나무꾼. 광부. 저요.
실시 예 나무꾼
In case he goes Cavs Archers later, I do kind of want the castle like up on this hill, which... Look away, Phosphor, look away. So what I'm about to do is going to horrify you. Hopefully he does not have scouts right here.
목수 목수 저요 목수 목수 준비
준비.
목수 목수 예 목수 나무꾼 대기
대기.
광부 목수 광부
예.
그러죠 나무꾼
저요. 나무꾼.
We have no scouting intel. The first stuff is important. We have to make sure we get those out initially.
저요
We
준비
need a walling, which means I need a forwardville. That means I also need to do a petard. Probably doesn't have archer armor right now.
준비 목수
Oh, I need another petard, don't I? I don't get in with just one, do I?
대기 이러죠 준비 목수 목수. 예, 대기 실시. 준비 출동. 대기. 예, 실시. 예, 실시. 목수. 대기 출동. 예, 실시. 출동. 실시. 출동. 실시. 출동. 대기. 목수.
There's 2 TCs behind all this? I must be really slow in what I'm supposed to be doing then.
저요. 수리공.
Dude, for real?
준비 여기. 목수. 예, 실시. 이동. 예. 대실시.
This is not working at all.
준비 이동. 대기 실시. 예, 이동.
He has a whole freaking castle?
대기.
그러죠. 목수.
준비.
나무꾼.
예. 저요.
이동.
I gotta hope we've done enough damage.
목수. 준비. 목수.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
대기. 항구.
준비. 대기.
네. 목수. 저요? 목수. 준비. 광부.
예.
그러죠. 광부. 목수.
Got an ego behind this. We gotta get some. We gotta get something going.
목수.
대기.
대기. 목수. 저요.
준비. 목수.
준비. 목수. 예. 목수.
저요? 이동. 광부. 네. 그러죠. 목수. 광부.
저요. 예수. 목수.
예?
대기.
이동. 목수. 나무꾼. 저요? 목수. 나무꾼.
준비.
출동. 목수. 예? 목수. 대기.
목수. 나무꾼. 대기. 이동. 나무꾼. 저요.
나무꾼 이동 복수 자요? 그러자 광부
준비. 예, 그러죠. 예, 나무꾼. 저요? 나무꾼.
준비
실시. 준비. 예,
대기 출동
대기. 목수 광부.
준비 자요?
이동. 목수. 목수.
자요? 대기 복수 예?
예. 목수.
준비 복수 자요? 복수 예? 준비 복수
저요? 대기. 예. 목수.
대기
실시.
예?
그러죠. 목수. 나무꾼. 준비.
자요? 준비 대기
이동. 목수. 목수.
자요? 대기 예? 나무꾼 이동 복수
예. 나무꾼.
준비
준비. 그러죠.
자요?
대기. 예.
예? 네 대기 그러죠
저요? 실시.
준비
준비.
복수
저요? 나무꾼. 대기. 저요? 실시. 예.
나무꾼 대기
목수. 나무꾼.
Ballistics. Once I have ballistics, he is just not going to be able to do any of this.
준비
이러죠.
예? 대기 준비 자요? 대기 복수 자요? 나무꾼
대기.
광부 준비
저요? 예. 대기. 예.
예?
준비.
대기 자요? 예?
목수. 저요? 목수.
준비 복수
준비. 목수. 대기.
복수
Okay. We gotta beat his composition, which I think is Halb plus War Wagon.
준비 복수
저요?
복수 자요?
예.
복수
준비. 대기.
예? 출동
준비.
나무꾼
대기.
광부 예? 복수 준비 이동 복수 자요?
나무꾼.
예? 목수
Do you think you have a Vil lead? I have no idea. Big lag, sorry. No, or I don't want to caps lock that. No worries. I'm not trying to like freaking. Oh, how dare you! Unpause. I don't know how to pause. F3. Okay.
목수 준비 목수
예, 광부, 목수, 실시, 목수,
저요? 네. 목수 출동 목수
저요? 그러죠. 목수, 목수, 목수,
This guy's good scouting.
준비 목수
준비, 목수, 광부, 예, 광부,
저요? 목수
반갑네. 그렇지. 하긴.
I'm gonna run back and just assassinate as much as I can. Hope he loses sight of the prize.
대기 목수 예?
목수, 목수,
I'm gonna lose sight of the prize.
이동, 목수, 나무꾼. 이러죠. 예? 이동, 목수, 저요? 예?
목수 대기 저요?
목수, 광부. 대기, 실시.
예?
저요? 예. 대기. 준비. 농구. 저요? 농구.
대기
We need to get murder holes, which cost stone.
저요? 농구.
광부 네
실시. 대기.
출동 준비
예. 이동. 목수. 대기. 목수. 준비. 저요? 예. 준비.
for the donation.
목수 목수
준비.
준비
저요.
Architecture.
대기. 저요.
목수 대기 예 실시 목수 예 실시 실시 이제 이동 이루어져 실시 준비
목수. 나무꾼.
저요 목수 대기 저요
I have no wood. What are my guys doing?
예. 준비.
실시.
대기. 목수.
목수
Where are my resources?
이루어져 목수 목수 나무꾼
And Magyar Hussars are ripping me to shreds.
준비. 목수. 나무꾼.
나무꾼.
대기. 목수. 나무꾼.
나무꾼 이동.
준비. 준비. 저요? 목수.
목수.
Beating.
저요. 실시. 목수. 준비. 목수. 왕부. 저요. 왕부.
I don't have... No wonder my wood sucks so much. I didn't have that the whole time.
목수 대기
목수 준비
목수 농구 이실시 긴격
목수
저요 목수
You upgrade my lumber still.
준비 자요 목수 네 목수
I'm trying to stop those guys from going forward.
준비
예
네
실시 목수
대기 자요
목수
대기 목수 목수 자요 목수 준비 목수 목수
대기 실시 목수
예? 나무꾼.
준비 목수 이동 목수 목수
대기. 준비. 저요? 목수.
저요 목수 준비 목수 대기 출동 실시기 실시 공격 예 출동 실시 출동 공격 실시 실출동 진격 공격 실시 출동 실시
이동 나무꾼.
대기 목수 이나무꾼
준비. 나무꾼.
목수
Civ have to have like the best trash in the game. No way, I was winning that fight. Was I not winning that fight? We're losing Pop, dude. You're production is missing. Yeah, we only have 4 production buildings. I really wish my scouts had armor, man. That would be huge for us. If our scouts had some armor. We're just taking bad trades because he has the hill. And turret rules, Lance would have lost out the clock. Oh yeah, because they're limiting the time of game. I didn't see what he said. Magyar Hussar, does he get that just pure food cost? He does, doesn't he? Dude, that's rough, man. That's rough. Don't let those trebs get away. Don't let them get it with those monk. Good fight. That was a good fight. I hate how fast he can save siege.
실시 출동 준비 실시 예 진격 출동 공격 출동 돌격 실시 실시 말 알았네 실시 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 출동 준비 실시 실시 돌격 예 진격 실시 실시 실시
Take your overpowered trash unit and get it fed to Halves, buddy. Pack your things.
실시 진격 공격 대기 예 진격 실시 예 대기 준비 예 돌격 준비 실시 출동 예 실시 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 진격 공격 예 대기 실시 출동 대기 돌격 예 진격 준비 예 실시 공격 실시 실시 진격 출격 돌격 진격 목수 대기 실시 돌격 실시 실시 진격 출동 공격 실시 출동 진격 실시 돌격 실시
How do you siege ram?
저요? 목수.
출동 실시 돌격 예 출동 공격 예 진격 실시 저요 목수 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 실시 예 공격 실시 실시 진기 실시 준비 돌격 예 출동 출동 실시 공격 예
Yeah, get him out of here. Take your overpowered trash unit and go home. Okay, so I see why those die. Shoot some knights randomly. Not Q militia. He has not noticed these Vill's kills we're getting here.
실시 진격 실시 준비 돌격
Just keep behind his S.
진격
대기 복수
I want to make sure we're cutting down all the wood that's forward. I do not get siege. Oh, come on, man. How am I supposed to ram push? Is that his relics right there? I'm not gonna let him know I know his relics are there yet. I don't know if that was worth it.
준비
I feel like it is.
목수 나무꾼 준비 실시 진격 돌격 출동 실시 공격 출동 돌격 진격 실시 실시 실시
That's why we can't do those. Oh, I can hide him in the tower. Suck it. You didn't see that coming, did ya? You were ready for the tower hop, were you, buddy? Oh, he's desperate. I got way more wood than him, I'm pretty sure.
복수 준비
Pretty soon we're gonna have all the relics. He is cooked. think he's buying wood. I'm gonna start buying it to up the price, so I get it at a good price.
준비. 예. 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 대기. 진격. 준비. 예. 실시.
Siege engineers, fortified wall, treadmill cane.
저요? 준비. 농부. 대기. 실시. 돌격. 대기. 출동. 공격. 준비. 진격. 알았네. 그러세. 대기. 실시. 출동. 실시. 출동. 실시. 실시.
Try and stop me from grabbing this relic, I dare you.
준비. 실시. 돌격. 가게. 대기.
Dang it, I got it. Oh no, they didn't get it. They didn't get it. Oh, suck it! You have no relics. 5 relics. I'm pretty sure we have every relic in the game right now. Buddy! Buddy, writing's on the wall! I'm an unbreakable fortress and I have gold and you don't. Okay, this should be a win. We just have to lock it in.
자요? 준비. 목수.
저요?
나무꾼. 나무꾼.
준비. 출동. 예. 실시. 준비. 실시. 출동. 출동. 실시. 대기. 예. 출동. 실시. 출시. 대기. 실시. 출동. 진격. 예.
I'm gonna buy him out of the gold market first.
실시.
He has better trash. I don't really want to push. I'll just lose while he has the
출동. 진격.
while he has what he has. I will just lose units. But ooh, that's a good call.
대기. 저요?
Fight him for this stuff.
목수. 출동. 예, 출동. 실시. 준비. 돌격. 예.
He's out of wood. He's not making any more of the skirms.
공격. 준비. 실시. 예. 출동. 예. 실시. 준비. 실시. 돌격. 출동. 실시. 공격. 준비.
Wood starved? Yeah, he's wood starved. And he has no gold.
대기. 출격. 예. 준비. 실시.
He has to sell food at incredibly bad prices. Which means he can't really push siege-wise.
예. 출동. 공격. 실시. 출동. 돌격.
Want to surrender? Question mark?
진돌격. 실시.
This is only gonna get worse. BM toxic? What? I'm just like, come on, guys. I'm pretty sure he's out of wood, and I have 10k wood. Now he can snipe with hussars for a while, but I have 5 relics, and my monastery is relatively protected, you know. So
멍그라지. 그러지.
I don't think it's toxic. I'm just trying to here.
목수. 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 준비. 준비. 예. 출동. 공격. 대기. 실시.
Just secure our win condition real quick.
예. 실시. 준비. 출동. 실시. 진격. 예. 대기. 준비. 출동. 공격. 진격. 예. 준비. 진격. 대기. 공격. 예. 출동. 진격. 대기. 출동. 예. 실시. 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 출기. 공격. 실시. 예. 실시.
We need skirms going anyways. He has no wood, so skirms are kind of expensive.
수리공 나무꾼 저요? 예? 준비 대기
목수. 목수. 준비. 출동. 실시. 돌격. 대기. 농구. 공격. 대기. 진격. 대기.
저요? 목수.
준비. 출동. 대기. 실시. 예. 그러죠. 실시. 준비. 실시. 대기. 출동. 예. 실시. 예. 돌격. 공.
Korean albs cost us half the wood. Wait, is that true?
출동.
Oh, they do, don't they?
그러죠.
Oh, that is funny.
목수.
대기. 저요. 그러죠. 목수.
목수.
예. 실시. 출동. 대기. 예. 예. 실시. 출동. 대기. 공격. 대기. 출동. 예. 출동. 실시. 돌격. 진격이. 공격. 예. 돌격. 중기. 실시. 출동. 진격. 예. 공격. 실시. 돌격.
예? 저요?
이동.
준비.
목수. 목수. 준비.
농부.
You know, screw it. Let's fight him underneath his castle. Let's kill it. Let's just ransack it. Just straight up.
진격. 출동. 실시. 돌격. 실시. 진격.
Yeah, stop me from knocking down your castle, buddy. I have arson. Stop me from knocking down your castle. Do it. Engage with your puny little horses. Uh-oh, your castle's going down. Show me the might of your horse. Oh, yeah, engage with the 3 halbs out alone. You coward! Yep. Writing on the wall, buddy. Stop horse shaming. Listen, he's got that freaking Giga OP trash unit, and I just feel good that I can talk some smack about it. Not even close, baby! 30,000 food in the bank? Get the hell out of here. Listen, I may have completely blundered whatever the hell I was doing in the early game, but we recovered, okay? We recovered. Those horses? Yeah, those horses. GG. Oh, Hera's here. Yo, what's up, Hera? I won a long game for once. I didn't lose this wood game. I've redeemed myself, kind of, ish. Recovered? Yeah, we recovered. It may not have been a pretty recovery, but it was a recovery nonetheless. It was a recovery nonetheless. I gotta be honest, shout out to whoever said at one point, guys, he had a really good push going here. Somebody's like, yo, dude, your barracks queue sucks. I had like 3 barracks with 15 halbs each, and the second I put down 4 extra barracks, I pushed him back. Because I actually could get the correct amount of halbs on the field to fight his Magyar Hussar. Like, if I didn't do that, I think he just keeps pushing me and I just lose. But that one guy in chat who's like, yo, dude, your barracks queue? Hey, that was me. That was clutch. That was clutch as hell. Because it was 100% right. I just had full halbs in only 3 barracks, which I probably should have still put down more barracks than what I did, but it definitely clutched the situation. There it is. New personal best. We are no longer fake elo, okay? I can now say I earned the 1720. We're no longer scrub elo. We've officially done it properly. We went down to 15 something and we clawed our way back. 1800 out. Yeah, we can try to work our way there. I'm trying to think right now. how cooked was my castle time? Because he was literally up before I was even at his base, and I feel like, okay, he committed to scouts. I was like, I thought he'd be behind more economically, and he just wasn't. Like at the start of this game, when he was like castle and I only had 3 war wagons, I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I got over here and he already had like 8 elite skirms. I was like, there's no way I win from this position. Grubby was watching the game too. What did Grubby say? Did he say nice things? What did
Captain Lance is better in many ways than I am, even though my elo is a little higher right now. He has a lot of annoying habits.
It's because I start towering. He saw me tower. He's like, this bastard. I would hate playing this guy. That's literally what I think he was thinking. He's like, freaking these towers. It's like 100%. Okay, let me do this. Did I open this with I need to open this with Capture Age. Pro Annoyer? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. The biggest thing for me adjusting right now is figuring out how to play 1v1s. Is really the biggest thing. Because like in team game, which is what I'm used to, you basically are just like, you kind of want to go a specific power unit and you rely on your other teammates to have whatever is the other power unit that counters the counter of your power unit or whatever. You like really like want to focus like one specific thing, and it's not like a specific, like it's not a give and take where you go this and then you counter this and like that sort of thing is really what I think I need to work on the most, along with like just build orders that are actually more appropriate for 1v1. I'm glad you didn't stick with the 4-day plan. I gotta be honest. Here's what was happening. Okay, I was just doing a couple days, a couple nights a week, and I thought to myself, I am not playing that well, and this is not enough time to get into a proper mindset. And so yeah, I canned it. I was like, I need more time. I need to actually like focus up here, but to try to do this properly. All right. Anyways, I want to see because it just felt like he was. I guess maybe I was just bad on my timing, actually. I probably was just bad on my timing food-wise. I think there was actually stuff I did that was cooked food-wise. Let me actually just go ahead and just check the, I don't know if I click stats. Ah, whatever. We'll just play it through there. Because there's something I did at some point that must have given him enough time to catch up to my castle age, because I was barely faster than him to castle with him going scouts. And I should be like a lot faster. Spiff's gonna lock in and get 1500. Oh, dude, I hope so, man. I hope he full locks in. I don't think he's gonna do some games until like the very last minute. Hera's saying to stamp down 8 production bills that instance your floating resources in imp. Yeah, that would have done me, if I did that earlier, that would have been huge. Because basically what happened is like I had like a castle, I had multiple towers, and I was just slow dying over here because I couldn't match the Halb production I needed. Well, then I also needed to get techs too. I think I didn't have Halb tech right away. I prioritized like Hussar and a couple other things to deal with skirms or whatever, which maybe I should have prioritized Halb over Hussar, because the Hussar really didn't do much. Halb was maybe even better at freaking tanking skirm because I actually have like the full armor, whereas my Hussar are only the second upgrade. So that's maybe like, I just need to realize I'm playing Koreans. They don't have the final upgrade. Hussar is not that good in this situation. And I should prioritize the... Oh, they don't even get bloodlines, do they? Oh, that's so bad. I didn't even think about that too. Yeah, okay. So going Korean Hussar was like that. I think that was probably the biggest mistake for the end game. Then I should have just gone instant Halb. Korean Hussar is the lowest tier scout unit. I mean, it's still kind of a Hussar though, right? Isn't there like civs that don't even get like light cav? Like, Like, I heard there's some sims like that. Although, like, Toon has, like, full upgrades, so Toon might still just be better. They didn't bother to siege, though? Yeah, which I was trying to get rid of his trebs. So I missed one of the deer push. Because later on, he got the feudal and he stopped me because I was slow. Because I was going, like, all the way around. He's just doing a scout build order. 24-second idle TC already. Wait, for real. 26 seconds. Okay, that's problematic. I mean, he has 14 at least. That is okay. That's already an issue. Yeah, that's quite a lot of idle time for only being at 18 vills. I don't know if I got housed. No, I think it was a drop off resource thing. I didn't realize I didn't have resource. Probably is what it was. So Loom getting stone. He's already on his way to feudal. 18, so he's doing a 19 pop scout, like pretty standard issue scout build order. He didn't push every single one of his deer either, because he came forward to do this, which he does end up stopping my last deer, which does mess up my food. Yeah. I win that little engagement, but it doesn't really matter because the deer's already going back and I'm chasing. I guess right here I should have, dude, if I garrison, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my word. I know he's running this way. I have full line of sight from here to here, and yet I don't TC, I don't freaking, like that's a dead scout if I actually like have any idea what the hell I'm doing. And then if that's a dead scout, then I probably get away with either getting this back or this scout escapes when he gets the feudal. TC's busy idling. Oh my word! I have another 13 seconds of idle time. Okay, so I'm just playing very badly. I don't know about this either. This whatever I'm doing here feels a little bit weird. I'm sure Redphosphoru will be like, this isn't a cut. This is a wall. This wasn't in your training. This is why you keep getting to castle age and you are feudal and you can't click castle. This makes me feel better about my idle practicing the same build. Yeah, I'm getting owned by it. Oh my word! And I have all this. Do I have villager idle time here too? Idle eco 128. Okay, he has longer idle eco at the very least, but yeah.
저요?
6 vills there, 4 wood. My proportions are like kind of right, but also wrong. If you had all your focus on building walls, yeah. Which maybe that's the argument for the part of the reason why Foster wants me to do like the cut stuff. Because I did all of this. I did all of this, and I still just had a hole there. Even if it was gonna like funnel him in or whatever. Maybe I eventually like walled that fully. And killing his scouts actually is pretty valuable because initially when I only have 1 war wagon, I don't want to send it because like 4 scouts will just pick it off. And if I'm killing his scouts by forcing them in, then I feel much better about just sending the wagon right away. Because I was literally in the back of my head, I was like, oh, he's got all of his scouts left over. I don't want to send this. Whereas technically, I think he didn't really have that many scouts, and I could have just sent right away, maybe. Oh my word. What is this? I'm starting to see why why he was not very far behind me to castle. I had cows, I pushed a couple deer, and then I idled my TC for an entire minute. What's the Vil count? He's at 19, I'm at 23, but that's just because he's clicked up. I haven't even clicked up yet, right? Blame it on the new hotkeys. You know, maybe that's what I could say. I've been trying to do Control Z. I feel bad that I forgot to tell you the pro player anchor for 0-second idle time. When we hear the villager crate sound, we glance at our production. If we don't have 2 vills in queue, we drop off res to get 2 vills in queue. If we do have 2 in queue, we don't have anything to do with that anchor. It's real hard to rack up TC idle time because you get the 1 vill buffer. Okay, that makes sense. Every time I hear the creation chime, I check to see if I have a vill in queue and then say, okay, there is only 1. I need to make sure it's at least 2. And I need to drop off res. WTF Lance? What, Cranty? 2 vills in queue? Yeah, you're saying I always want to make sure I top it off, right? Oh, it just keeps going. How long did I idle my TC? Oh, I didn't even go up with the correct population either. This isn't even 25 up. This is 24 up, and I idle my TC for a minute. So this was just horrible. This is like before he's done any real scout pressure. He's ran this guy around. This is all just self-inflicted. This is all just self-inflicted. Oh my goodness. So, okay, I'm starting to see why I was nowhere close and he was literally in castle before I even got there. I do some more idle TC. He's just idling? Yeah. You say easy fix, mate. There's a chance I keep messing that up. Do I rack up any more idle time? I think I do. Because I don't have res, correct? Probably because I'm down a vill and I've done all this idling. Check the small hole in the wall before your vill cut a tree. Oh, right here? It wasn't... I think I saw it, but I think I was already putting the castle up at that point. Can I just do close market? And, blacksmith, right? I'm 23 up, market blacksmith. He's coming in here, and he's gonna get a vill. Like garrison, but it's not enough, and then I'm late on the quick wall on the stone. And he's deciding which side between going there and the wood line. And I don't really do that much damage. How many vills does he get? He already had like 1 weak scout, I think. So he gets 1 vill. Does he get this vill too? Or does this vill get away? He gets that vill too. Okay. And now I'm up to 2 minutes idle time because I was not at the correct res. And I've lost 2 vills. He said 23 is hard. You did it that way. Well, I didn't really do it that way. I just messed stuff up. That's what I did. Where's the clock? It's at 14. So by the time I hit castle, it's gonna be like 16 and a half, which is almost 2 minutes behind what it should be. And that 2 minutes is the part where I need to like actually do damage. That's the part where my 1 petard gets through the wall instead of 2 petards, because I sent the petard and he was castle before my petard got there, so I had to go get I had to queue a second petard. And that giga delayed everything as well. This push should have happened like 135 sooner, yeah. Which that is That's like all the difference, right? And why we're completely botching the thing here. He's full walling, so he would have had his wall. Well, would he have had his walls? 15, 20. Castle creation time. Okay, he probably still would have gotten his walls up. My wagon, like even if I was 15 minutes, my castle would be up now. Like he has time where he sees me in castle and he quick walls it or whatever. But I definitely just straight up breakthrough, and he has no military. My brain, dude, I'm so stupid. I killed all his scouts here. I forgot about that. And then I'm pretty sure I like idled here with wagons, or did I not do that? What a mess of a game, Jack Eyes. Wait, is this you? Jackies, are you the one I was playing? Hey, it looks like you're saying you have 3 for E. Yeah, well played, man. Well played. I completely botched I was taking lessons from the great Phosphoro, and I completely just brutalized everything he taught me. And so my rush wasn't really much of a rush. Turned on Hera stream after my great shame. Nah, man, you played really well. I had a terrible start, but I did decent at recovery. Because your timings were really good, and I just was not keeping pace. I think the biggest thing, like I kid you not, Jakey, when I was right here outside your wall, and I came over to the wood line, and then you had 8 skirms. Unironically, I was about to resign. I was on the fence. I was like, do I resign? It's so over. You had 8 skirms. I was like, I don't think he has, I know you probably have 10 bills on me, and you have freaking skirms already, and I'm not even inside your walls. I think the critical part of you killing me is just basically trying to snipe those rocket carts, and then your skirms just pick off my wagons and just keep the wagon number low. I think the only reason I was able to get back in is because I got kind of like in right here, and I was able to like get some levels of damage that allowed me to try to like reboom back into the game. He's been bad-mouthing you the whole time. Don't trust. That's not. I was talking smack about your unfair horse army. Okay, those scouts are way too good. My scouts have no freaking blast furnace or whatever the third upgrade is. They don't have bloodlines. They don't have the armor upgrade. And meanwhile, you got your fancy little extra damage to siege horse. It's like it was messed up, man. I could never stop you from killing any of my siege. You got one guy through and he like one shot my siege. I stop here, or do I send forward? I should be like, I've killed scouts, I need to just go. Do I actually just go, or do I start building up? Because I randomly tell myself you have. I actually do go. Okay. So I at least got that. I at least did that right. But it's already 18 minutes in, and you're 30 seconds from castle, and you're full walled. There's no scenario. I can't even like, even if I knew, and I'd have to like make the petard as my first unit to even hit the wall, and then I would have nothing to go through with. Yeah, that was demoralizing. I haven't done any damage. When was the first unique unit out? It was bad. It was like 18 when my first unique unit was out. And he was already 30 seconds from castle. And I guess I'd started sending him this way, and then, but. So we don't deal a lot of damage to the house or stone walls, but we do shred palisades. So the petards weren't needed. The palisade walls are paper. Okay, so like right here. That's good to know. I didn't know I do like, is it I do extra damage, or is it just that like the buildings have like some armor against this, whereas these don't have armor? We're at a game where I've run out of wood. Like that. Phosphor rushes destroy me normally. I thought I had it going with the skirms, but they still felt pretty useless. I guess I'll take that as a promising sign that even that if I'm doing this correctly, it'll do a lot better. You deal 7 base damage to the Palisades. Okay. So if I just took all these guys and start hammering this, it forces him to have to start walling behind type of thing, or go over here, and I can kind of shoot them. The skirms look strong. I was very afraid of the skirms. You were like picking off my wagons left and right. And then I had a super long delay to getting a siege out. I guess, funnily enough, I'm telling myself I'm way behind you eco-wise. And I have way more idle TC, but it's not that bad, right? I have 30 vills, you have 36. I have a 1 eco upgrade, you have 2. So this strat is unethical as hell if I do it correctly. I think this is what I'm getting. Like, if I don't do this incorrectly, I'm inside his base before he makes walls, harassing his eco, and then I still have, like, the same villagers at home. Scout kill in the idle time? Yeah. So I really need to tamp down on the idle TC, and I need to get better at the making sure I do the proper 25 and getting the res done. Look forward to watching you terrorize with the Tourney. I am gonna keep it as I'm not full committing to that's what I'm gonna do every single game, but I want it as a tool. So that way, when I'm playing people, they have to be like, is he fast castling? Should I blind fast castle? And in the situation where they blind fast castle, they haven't really practiced the build order, and I go like man at arms or something, then I can like really punish. Res collected tells a different story. Yeah, he's 1,500 ahead in res collected. Which is why he was able to build, you know, an extra stable, 2 ranges, skirm upgrade. He already has bracer. I don't have bracer. I have fleshing. An extra eco upgrade. So he's definitely still is pretty well ahead. It's playing poker. We're trying to be tactical about it, okay? We're trying to be tactical. You already got a university, so you're already going ballistics.
Again.
Right away, before you get archer. Oh, you have 1 archer armor. How much armor do skirms have? So you'd have 6, and I would be doing 4 damage a shot. Which means it would take like 10 shots for me to one-shot you at this point. Just out of curiosity, I want to know how much damage did I actually do when I got through. 10 shots equal 1 shot. Well, you know what I mean, like 1 volley. I was still getting a bunch of like chip damage on my dudes, which hurt a lot. You add your second TC so you can garrison. I send these guys in. And right now, I think I'm just going to lose these skirms, but I'm trying to just get... I'm really desperate to get some level of damage. I have the rocket card, and I need to retreat to this. Because these are all about to die to these skirms. Might even be worth to make a second siege shop. I was really hurting for res. I was barely... I couldn't even keep this on full production. And, if I just have these things, I think I just get rushed down. I only had 1 to try to, defend myself with. Look at Jake. He freaking knows like split micro. Like, what the hell is this? It's unethical. Would you happen to know if Archmage would affect Impending Doom and or Doager's Undoing since their damage components are both spells? I think it will. But they changed Doager's, I think, at some point. I'm not sure exactly what all they changed. Ah. 1-1, I guess. So he's up to 41 Vils. How's his eco upgrades at this point? He just has the one better eco upgrade than me. And he's about 10 Vils ahead. The stream's failing. I need to reload the page and have it start again. Have I streamed over 12 hours or something on YouTube? Is that why? I can check real quick. I'm not sure. Let me just see if I'm also having the same issue you are for the YouTube stream getting bricked. The stream's failing. I need to reload the page. That's what I'm about. I think it might just be you. I mean, it's still kind of a hustle. I think it might just be you, Johnny Cashless, or I'm not quite sure. Bod length is exceeded. I think it might be just bricked then. I don't know what to do for YouTube in terms of like while I'm live to restart the a new stream instance. It might just be bricked, unfortunately. I could try. Let me see if I can like start in. Oh no, I don't think I can fix it. Normally where I have this is where I would be able to fix the like stop and start a YouTube stream, but this UI piece has been like bugged this entire stream. So I don't think I can even like stop and start it. Which I could like attempt to do, which maybe would fix it, but not 100% would fix it. So sorry for the YouTube guys. I can't ever check it's working for me. Well, maybe it's just him then. Maybe it's just him. Okay, where was I? Make sure we have the stuff open. Okay. So it's like he does have a big Vil lead, but even just forcing his villagers to move as much as I did still caused a bunch of damage. Which makes it a lot closer than I thought it was. I thought I was really far behind. Like, a lot farther than this. A lot farther than just 10 Vils. Is there a reason why Capture Age's volume is so loud compared to like, turn that down? Everything just feels like really loud. See if that helps. I need to make the alerts quieter if I can do that. Sound. Attack notification. All chat sound. None. I don't see any way where I could lower specifically the attack notification. I'm just going to do that for now. Just try to lower everything else. Do output volume down, everything else up. Like this. Type of thing. That seems better. Plan to take your builds to the ladder soon. It's probably gonna do well for you. Because I'm seeing right now, if I had just done the Dark Age correctly, because I lost straight up 2 minutes in Dark Age alone with the idle TC. And then that cost me idle TC time as well later on because I didn't have the resources. Like it puts Jakey in a really rough position if I actually have the timing correct. Because like even this is kind of awkward for him. And that was with like a hideously bad timing where we still were able to get some value out of it. Foster's been a standout coach. Yeah. No, he's definitely got us some pretty good perspective. And this wood line he's kind of getting away with, but since he sees me coming over, he has to run them. And what's the part where he gets to stop me here? Because I am actually catching up a lot in Vills now. I think it's because he has Hussars and he's able to go take out my rocket cart, and then his skirms can pick me off is what ends up happening, right? He gets to his castle unit. So we've officially taken the Vil lead. So this has just basically done enough damage. And then he has to invest to make sure he can fight this back. I think the biggest problem here is I start throwing some wagons for free. Where I'm standing in range. I really needed to keep checking back at the wood line because he doesn't have a wood line besides this one. So I need to keep that in my mind is when I'm in the position where I'm trying to cause damage, I have to think to myself, where has he been getting specific resources? I know I've cut off his food. Like I'm in the middle of his base, right? I know he said there's a wood line here that I cut off. I know I've cut off his gold. I should instantly be thinking he has another wood line. And that's how he's able to make skirms. And if I take that out of the play, he can't kill this mass. It's like I know he did the gold here, but it's like I should be like alarm bells should be going off in my head, paying attention to the fact he's got wood again. Floating like 600 res, you could do another forward castle. I think in my mind, also if I went forward with Vills, these dudes would have probably picked me off, and that would have been really bad. I'm pretty sure the biggest thing I do wrong here is I tell myself I can go snipe these. I didn't respect his castle. He has Bodkin. I lose multiple wagons. I come over here, I lose multiple wagons to like another TC, and then finally the mass, which I had, which was dominant, is no longer able to capitalize. Whereas, yeah, this right here was really bad. I basically give up 3 wagons there, along with splash damage, and then my entire group is done for. Which is where he can start shredding it down. So I think that's the critical error where I had somehow clawed my way back into the game with this pressure. But then I threw it all by going under the castle. And I should have been pressuring wood. Because that's the part where it actually would have just been a really convincing win versus we kind of both equalized with bad egos. Lost 1k armory value in like 30 seconds. Yeah. Vil lead. Yeah, we have the Vil lead. And we go to add TCs. So now we match his Vil production. And I go to like do my last stand here, which does okay, but not really that great. So we have 4 TCs. We're trying to boom. He still beats me to imp. He still beats me to imp from this position. Which he probably shouldn't, right? I'm 55 villagers, 4 TCs, he's 2 TCs. And he beats me to imp from this position. Which that's part of me, like, I'm panic towering near each tower. I'm thinking he's going to do a counterattack. But really, his counterattack at this point can't really do that much damage. Especially if I have a couple wagons. And that's probably where I'm letting him catch up to me, is doing these towers. I forgot second wood upgrade to late imp. I did the exact same thing. I think it was like I had already chopped down like almost every tree on this side, and I was like, I hadn't done the Castle Age one. He did do a bunch of these, which we pick off one of those vills where he's like doing scouts around. 71 vills, 56. He's going for a third TC. We've gotten horse collar at this point. We have a few wagons. He started cav archer production to basically go around and harass. How much value does it get out of these cav archers? In my mind, I've already like pretty well fortified, but he like sits in this nook right here and picks off a few vills, I think. I don't have ballistics yet, so he can kind of just run through without getting punished by these towers. Yeah, he gets to sit here and harass. So I think actually like another thing I'm noticing right now is, yes, these towers defend me from his like raids here, but realistically, these towers, if I went forward, I would have like just steamrolled through his base type of thing. If I'd put more of those resources into remassing the wagons, not done the castle here, I probably could have gone for a full push to just cut right through his base. It did prevent more damage. Yeah, it paid off later on, but the value could have been realized right now, because I think that's part of the reason why he was able to catch up vills and catch up imp timing, is because I went really heavy with these defensive towers. But like part of the reason I did that though is, mentally, I thought I was so far behind, which I can see now that I wasn't really that far economically. I was actually ahead. And I just assumed after he cleaned these war wagons, I thought I was like, okay, I need to go on the defensive. My chat fully bugged out. Yeah, I remember you pausing and saying that the chat, you couldn't see chat. Yeah, so you already have the imp going, and I'm just trying to eco more. Okay. Hopefully, I think the biggest takeaway is I really need to work on the idle time, but idle time and then trying to be able to assess where to do damage. Because we do a hell of a lot more damage if we're on top of our timing, but then when we are going to do damage, I need to be a lot more aware of what's the target. I had 10 wagons here. I threw away like 3.5 to the castle, another one to the TC, and 3 more to a mangonel, instead of just going through the safety zone and forcing him off wood and just keep going through here, forcing him off all of his res. Perpetually burning House of Jiggy's base, the mining camp. I think that remained for the entirety of the game. I don't think I ended up damaging it. I tried to raid it a couple times. All right. Do we go one more, guys? Do we go one more? Do we walk away tonight having beaten our previous max? Or do we go one more? There's no way it's another 2-hour game. Surely not, right? Surely it's not going to be another 2-hour game. Good luck on the ladder. Thanks, Mola. Appreciate it. Last game of the day needs to be announced, otherwise it's not the last. Okay, this is potentially the last game of the day. All right, before I cue this, I've just been sitting for a while playing that game. I'm gonna go top off the water, and then we're gonna attempt. I'll give you guys the sweet music though. I don't want to leave you guys here while I go top off the water with no beautiful Age of Empires audio. All right, we will go next game, but I'm gonna top off the water. All right, let's do this thing. Let us do this thing. This is time for a question about PoE. Devo, so yeah, what's your question? You probably asked in the middle of that game, and I just was not looking at chat at all. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but my ability to read chat, the moment the game starts, becomes basically zero. I don't know how the hell people that stream this game talk and read chat while playing. I cannot. It requires full focus. I can't do it. Why do you have idols and damage mods on set 2, Scepter, if stats only apply from active set? The Scepters on set 2 is just the same Scepter to guarantee I can do the what's it called? The zoo build. I just have so the summons don't despawn whenever I weapon swap. 4 hours ago. I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm so sorry, man. But yeah, that's why we have the silver weapons at zoo, so they don't get despawned. Locked, you can't lock it because it's in the second weapon, and then you need the buckler in the second weapon as well, so you have to have 2 of them, is the awkward part. Alright, that game took forever, and I probably forgot how to do Dark Age. Let's try to not idle RTC this time.
준비 자동 목수
I have not found my boar. Means this guy has to go in. It is sheep. Or not sheep, chicken.
채집꾼. 준비 사냥꾼. 그렇죠. 대기. 예. 저요. 예. 실시. 준비.
네. 채집꾼. 자, 채집꾼. 예.
I still don't have my sheep.
준비. 채집 사냥. 자요.
Don't get ILTC time. Don't get ILTC time. Wood gold back. We'll cut in like this. We'll back wood line here. Wrong amount. Hopefully this isn't on time for this. Still don't know where my... No idea where my sheep are. Build this as I'm walking over. To try to get less TC idle time. I have no idea where my sheep are. This is really bad. Okay, they're right there. I'm gonna start long distancing. Breaking a rock rule. Forgive me for I have sinned, Phosphoro. I need to start getting these in. I have no idea where this... Oh, thank goodness. Okay. They're on that little sliver. Okay, we've cut here, small wall here. Now we need to send the ones to stone. Respectful. Don't really want him to see that I'm doing this, to be honest. So he has not scouted the stone.
대기. 이동. 목수.
예. 대기. 광부.
자요. 목수. 준비. 목수. 예. 목수. 대기 흡수 자요 흡수 준비
저요. 왕부.
출동 방어로 준비
Okay, so that was AFK there, AFK there. One more on stone. He knows I have stone. This guy's AFK somehow. Break the berries a little bit. He is towering right away. That just works.
준비 자요 나무꾼 준비 네 흡수
I don't want him to take this. Wait, no, I'm being stupid. I'm being stupid. We're gonna be Castle Age. He's not gonna be able to take anything because we're going to be able to place it exactly where we want it. Oh, but I have no gold. Because I have no stone. Try the tech here. Do this. We just need this castle up. We still need one more.
저요. 나무 저요. 준비.
Time's 18 minutes. Time has passed. Make sure we get rid of the scout. Click in first.
대기 출동. 준비. 그러죠. 네, 저요. 그러죠. 네. 준비.
Nope, there's a hole.
준비. 복수. 네, 복수.
Gonna run underneath and disrespect here. Hell yes! I did that bad and it's still this strat's OP, man. This strat's OP. F you. Okay, guys, calm down. It's a war game. It is disgusting though. He's kind of right though. It is a little bit disgusting. It is a little bit disgusting. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. This feels unethical as hell. I have no economy. I'm not producing bills, but he's the dead guy. Played brainless strat. Yep, that's me. That's me. Played the brainless strat. If it's so easy, you should try it. You may win more games. Am I being toxic? I mean, he did start out with FU. I'm being a little bit toxic here. I'm being a little bit... I'm gonna become the villain with This is my villain origin story. Okay, so we still bricked our uptime, right? What was my uptime in that game? How bad was it? I mean, he committed a lot more to feudal, and he did more damage. What was my It was 1526. Wait, okay, so it wasn't that bad. It was actually kind of on time, but my castle wasn't. That was the problem. he kicked me off stone really early, which is probably why the reason why he was stuck in castle longer. And then my castle was late to knock down these towers. Win game with Toxic Strike and then be Toxic after. No, come on now. He started. Guys, come on. Come on now. He where is it? Where how do I even open up the chat thing? Is it this? He started with F you and so disgusting, and I said it's a war game, and then he went further. Okay, so I was justified in a little bit of toxic retaliation. How it do? AoE treat you well? It is, Deschio. It is. It is treating me well. All right, is that last game? Or do we go again? Do we go again? Maybe just one more. I think you have enough toxins for one more. That was too short. Yeah, that wasn't a 2 hour. That wasn't a 2 hour grind. Man, that's brutal too. Because if they have farms, they have to like the correct calls. They have to like delete their farms to try to wall out the wagons, right? Did I get catch earlier? There might be some issues with casting behind us for the Bitter Dead. Can't end on a loss. That's a dangerous situation. The can't end on a loss situation. Can't end on losses. One good tilt from 0 elo. Okay, come on. There would be a bottom out point. Okay, where stuff doesn't work. Forgot fletching. Oh, this is the guy that loves TC dropping. I remember his name. I'm actually gonna delay this house to capture these first. We have a little bit more time because it's cows. But I still need to find the boar. It's chickens again. And the chickens are next to my stone. Forgot to queue this villager. And this guy likes the TC drop. Idle TC time, I don't know how much. Unfortunately messed up our timing here. Two on this. We've created the funnel, so we got that going for us. This guy is, I think, 100% gonna TC drop us. Look at that funnel. Oh, thank goodness they take 2 hits. We have an assassin in our midst. He's already milling there. Oh my word, I have no berries. And he wants to TC that, I'm pretty sure. There's no house. Chicken almost got away. I'm gonna go out to the berries. I'm pretty sure he's gonna TC me. Like right on the berries. Oh, he has faster building TCs, doesn't he? So the question is, can I out repair his chop cost and then get a castle up? I'm gonna Giga send to wood and hope that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing, but I hope that's a thing. I'm gonna not do any bills. Start sending more stone. I have no wood.
예, 나무꾼.
대기.
저요?
이동. 저요.
He's up to feudal as well? Really? With his run across the map strat, he's up to feudal as well? Can I really not out-repair this? He doesn't have, like, +1 at all or anything like that. He's producing vills. I have no food. This freaking guy, man. This freaking guy. I don't think there's any way we make it a castle with this. Do not repair, let it die. And he has donjon. Which is better than my towers.
대기 이동해. 목수.
You need to start doing like sergeants and stuff, right?
예. 저요. 그러지. 준비.
Can I not have like flat ground right now? Flat ground, please. He's got all my food. Really? Why do I have a wolf on me?
실시. 목수.
See if that works for me.
비행기 실시. 저요. 이동. 실시. 그렇죠. 예. 이동. 예. 나무꾼.
And he's already up. I'm pretty sure he's got a market right over here. This guy is really good at fast castle.
준비 실시.
Don't go to your TC and show me your location.
목수.
I can't click up because I don't have a blacksmith. This is awkward.
예. 대기. 나무꾼. 나무꾼.
Did all that to click up, and I can't even click up.
저요. 나무꾼. 목수. 나무꾼.
I need this castle drop to do damage. I need it on his face, taking the gold back, I think. Because he's probably up at this point. So I need it to be like right here. Take down the donjon, take the gold back, be able to target his TC. Of course my scout doesn't win. Because that would be too helpful for the situation. Okay, he knows about the TC. And he has a lookout tower. I am absolutely cooked. He's already doing like gates and stuff. He has a civ that can build them faster too. Unless he majorly messes up. You can literally just go monks. I was like, where's my gold?
이동. 그러죠.
예, 준비.
예, 실시.
By gold, I mean stone.
그러죠. 목수.
불 켜줘.
I think he forgets that these are my walls. I see that.
자요. 예.
광 이동. 저요? 그러 실시. 이동. 예, 실시. 예. 그러 예, 이동. 목수. 그러죠. 실시. 그러죠. 대기. 목수. 목수. 준비. 대기 실시.
Not sure where else I lost wagons at.
준비. 이동. 목수. 목수.
자요. 목수.
How's that monk not dead, man?
예. 목수.
absolutely no eco. Just eco. This guy's Giga just booming. Yeah, it's pretty over. GG, man, GG. And there goes the win streak. There goes the win streak. We lost to the professional doucher. This guy is a douche professional. Can't end on a loss? I mean, we can. We can't end a loss. Yeah, this guy is really good at douching. He has a 200 and 170 win rate on 1800 elo. Lance Colrell Flask? Ooh, are you gonna give me some tips and tricks on about what to do when you get douche? Because I have no idea what to do for that. I would love if you have some pointers for me, because I was like, I don't know what to do in this situation at all. Hello, hello.
Hey, Lance. Hey. Well, welcome to being an anti-meta player. Welcome to getting douched.
Is that a pretty good counter to me?
No, it's a terrible counter. It is instant loss for the person doing it unless they're Persians. So let's just talk about douching. But I want to be very clear. Just like a lot of things in this game, if you've never fought it before, it's a really strong strategy. Like I'm not trying to put down.
Quick so I can hear you. I didn't realize I had game volume on the whole time.
Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, just like a lot of things in the game, the first time that you fight it, it's going to be really strong. Like it's going to do well versus you. And that's true for like
he's that exact guy has beaten me with a douche 3 times now.
Okay. So the first most important thing to know is so what douching does is they burn about a vil. Even Sicilians burn a vil. Most civs burn 3 vils in the construction time of the TC. So it's minus 3 vils, minus 275 wood, minus 100 stone. But the stone doesn't really matter in Dark Age because we can't spend it on anything. So let's just look at the things that do matter. The minus 3 vils, the minus 275 wood, for the opportunity for both of you to engage in a town center war. Sicilians have no bonus in town center war. So if you garrison at that point, and of course, bigger than any of those negatives that I said, there's a huge walk time penalty associated with walking your vills across the map that is also around minus 275 wood. So it's minus 500 wood, minus 100 stone, minus 3 vills. You're not seeing a lot of pluses, and there's a reason for that. There are no pluses. Except the plus is like an asterisk. So it's like gray text, like neutral text. You and your opponent can now engage in, like, I'm trying to build a card, like as if I was playing like, a Dominion or something, right?
Yeah.
That like has the text of what a douche is. So the only upside is that in this TC war, you don't know it, but if we were to build a card we could say a card that says like repair, and repair is like 4 times. So if you garrison 10 vills, the cost to out repair those 10 vills is 4 times the 10.
Really?
So it costs 40 vills to repair. But luckily, you can both play the card garrison 10 vills and shoot, and then you'll both.
So
have to, if
I
you want
basically
to.
just played into his hand by repairing.
Yeah, repairing is the only way that a doucher can win. I mean, this is like a a knowledge check basically. Like, do you know that it's 4 times more expensive to repair a TC than shoot it down?
So it's always worth to garrison 10 and then swap all your vills to wood, pretty much.
Yeah, and by the way, we're about to click, right? We're about to click from from dark to feudal, right? So we have banked like 500 food. We don't need anyone on food. We can do double, triple wood line, and we will always out repair him.
So
Always.
is that the situation where it's like, okay, I see he's douching, cancel the feudal, and just
Yeah.
okay.
I said in chat, cancel that feudal. The feudal is very strange. If you want to go feudal, that's another avenue, and then you'd be trying to play for like a fast feudal timing into like archers, and then you'd have to deal damage. To be very clear, then you'd have to deal damage to him, which is harder than just killing him.
Yeah.
Like you can just kill him by garrisoning. Now that's a feudal douche, which has a little bit different rules, but generally the reaction of mirror it, do whatever he's doing, mirrored, is a good reaction. There's one civ you can't do this shoot it down thing versus, and that's Persians. Every other civ in the game you can shoot it down. Malians, Teutons, Sicilians, Georgians, these are all civs that have douching bonuses, but none of those douching bonuses overcome the fact that
What
they're
about
minus
Teutons?
500
Do
wood.
Teutons still have like the double garrison thing? Is that still...
Yeah, it's fine. You can shoot down a Teuton douche. Again, they had to burn minus 500 wood to start. Whatever bonus they're going to get from plus 5 arrows instead of... So they're shooting 15 arrows and we're shooting 10. Whatever that bonus is, which is significant, it will not outpace the fact that they're down minus 500 wood.
Yeah, and then they still have to garrison 20 vills or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it. All you need to know is that you just mirror it. You just shoot it down.
But if it's a
there's one
Persian, I
other
just
approach.
lose? Is that what the...
Yeah, so Persians, you don't just lose, because remember, he destroyed his town center to gain the ability to garrison 10 vills for a very long time, and later down the road, destroy your town center with a massive amount of vill work time. So if you look at it from that perspective, it still doesn't make sense, right? Because obviously, all you have to do is just let them destroy your town center, rebuild a new one. Now, if they want to hurt you again, they have to destroy their next town center. And then again, they have to do that garrison, all that vill work time to destroy yours. Like ours, we are spending no vill work time and it gets destroyed by them. They have to spend a massive amount of vill work time to destroy ours, and they manually destroy their own.
Yeah.
So either of those responses, either just letting them destroy it and just place a new town center while macroing, or just shooting it back yourself as long as you're not fighting Persians.
Is it important that I try to like hide it so he doesn't know where to TC drop again?
No. We should encourage him to TC drop.
Just
again.
like put it somewhere where he can see I'm still on a resource and he is motivated to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time that he TC drops, he goes further and further behind. Because remember, TC dropping burns him a ton of vill work time. Building it burns him a bunch of res. There's no advantage to TC dropping. It's only disadvantages.
Okay.
The only advantage that you might gain is that your opponent might repair their town center while not shooting your town center. Like, the repair cost is fine if you're also dealing the repair cost to him, right? That's a mirror, and that's fine. The only thing that you might hope is that they would repair their town center while not also forcing you to repair yours. Like theirs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is what happened that game. That's why you lost it.
And the part where I fought his vills, should I just have gave it up instantly when I saw him placing it, or?
Yeah, Sicilian TC, you're never gonna stop.
Yeah.
But versus a Persian douche, that would work if they didn't quick wall. But now I like to play respectful to my opponent. Personally, a high level player will always quick wall you if you rush their town center.
Yeah.
Like there's no.
I mean, he literally put it right next to my berries, so it's like I was just freaking there when he was going for it.
To be clear, a Sicilian doesn't have to quick wall. They'll just get it up no matter what. So it's definitely a mistake to rush a Sicilian. A Persian, you could be disrespectful and assume that
And
they
try
will
to pick
quick
up a
wall.
couple kills while he's doing it up. Cost him something.
That'd be fine. That would be okay, but technically it is, you know, if they do the quick walls, suddenly you've burned Vil walk time for no reason.
Yeah. So basically, it's just if I actually am right freaking there, and there's a good chance I can do damage versus
Yeah.
I'm sending and moving a bunch of my Vils and losing work efficiency.
Yeah. Sicilian is S tier.
That's really good to know.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I think I had the exact opposite thought process, which explains why I've done so poorly against douches. Is I thought it was, I thought I can repair for cheaper, then he can shoot it. And meanwhile, I was repairing, is like my wood count is not going up and my TC is going down in HP, and I had like half my eco on wood.
Yeah. Versus a feudal douche, by the way, they might try like a tower follow-up or some sergeant follow-up. Just full, like, walls, cuts, and walls all counter that sort of stuff. Like, I face Matza, who does a feudal douche as well, quite a bit. And yeah, so cuts, incredibly good. Because, like, we're going to shoot down his town at center, so our cuts will still be activated, and his won't be. Anytime they walk across the map like that,
does he win the TC war if he gets donjons up, or is he's just spent too much resources?
I mean, if you had all your Vils on one wood line and didn't go for the instant double triple, you know, I called out. I don't need any more food. I have 500 food in the bank. I'm just gonna go to double triple wood line, do nice walls on it, do nice cuts. No, donjoning wouldn't solve that.
Okay,
he'd be dead still. Yeah.
And is it just what's the point where I say I need to start trying to actually get this to like age up? Because like I start going for more Vils to win the TC war, cancel the feudal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, versus like a feudal douche, which is a very unique douche. I only have ever seen Matza do that, and this guy that you fought, where he's like aging up while douching. Then you probably do need to get up eventually, because like I honestly I don't know if you need to get up eventually. I think still just res walls, farms, you're gonna do fine. Like,
should I be engaging in Vil fights as well, since I have like...
Yeah, absolutely.
As
long as there's not a sergeant involved. Sergeants take 1 damage from Vils. You don't really want to fight them. But as long as it's just Vils versus Vils, we didn't even see a sergeant that entire game.
Yeah.
As long as it's Vils versus Vils, you're gonna do great.
I think I'm kind of curious to watch the replay to see what his eco looked like. I guess the thing is I didn't fight back, so it didn't force him to do a bunch of wood. So he could kind of do whatever he wanted a little bit with his eco.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only thing you're gonna see in that replay is that if you shot him back, he'd be dead. Like, he'd be down at TC. He might be in the next stage, maybe. But he'd just be down at TC, and he could tower.
I just want to see like the perspective. Okay, like what does his eco look like at this point when he's placing this TC?
Yeah, at the highest level of the game, to be very clear, Lance, douching is a Vil fighting strategy. So it opens with Vil fighting. In the middle, there's Vil fighting, and in the end, there's Vil fighting, and it's a very real strategy, but it entirely revolves around who is a better Vil fighter. Like, that is the core of it. So if they're not doing that, there's no way for them to win.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main thing. And then if you're a good Vil fighter, like if you know that you're always supposed to have like +2 Vils, so if you see 8, you're supposed to have 10. If you just know that, then you're going to be in a really good situation, because he had a massive Vil walk time with those Vils. So just mirror is generally like the answer to douching.
Okay.
Yeah, except for Persians, you can't mirror them shooting your TC. You can't shoot that back.
I'm sure over the next week here, I'll probably get douche some more, and I'll have to see if I get some different results now that I know about the repair cost versus doing damage. That's crazy. It's 4x. That's so Which explains why he's so far ahead, because I'm like super playing into his hand.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So again, this is just like a kind of a knowledge check, fighting a douche. Once you gain the knowledge, you'll feel really comfortable. And just don't, in general, this douche is incredibly unique in that it's a feudal douche. In general, just hang out in Dark Age as long as you feel. And don't idle your TC. And place 2-3 lumber camps and make sure they're protected from Vil fighting, because again, it's entirely a Vil fighting strat.
Okay, now here's another question. Villager hitting a lumber camp versus villager repairing their own lumber camp. Is that the same situation where I'm taking a loss there?
So, kind of. It's it's favored for the person repairing by about 25%. But if you think about 25%, that's the same as a hill bonus. So that if they get a hill bonus on your lumber camp, it's actually quite even.
Okay.
So no, it's not the same. It's not like 4x. It's mainly even, and sometimes or it's maybe mainly you favored slightly, and then if they have a hill bonus, then
it just costs me a little bit more microing because I have to like switch between repairing to full versus chopping wood.
But cuts will prevent them from swinging on your lumber camp. Cuts are number one thing versus a douche. And then number two is like full wing res walls, but not to the back of your camp, just like 2 wings that connect to each other in palisade walls off of a wood line.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much it.
I appreciate you watching the game.
Yeah.
Because this, I would like if you didn't tell me this, I would still be like, I don't know how to beat a douche. I'm just gonna die again.
Yeah. Just mainly mirroring and res walls and cuts, and you're gonna be golden. Okay, good luck, Lance. I'll see you.
All right, on. You take care, man.
Yeah, take care too.
Oh, that's funny. Fletchling's in chat. I won't douche you again unless you ask for it, by the way. The 2 hunts. Oh, now that I have the knowledge to fight it back. Oh, now you're gonna turn. I'm not gonna douche you again. Freaking. Now that I got the keys to the kingdom. Oh, sure. He's like, dang it, he knows now. He knows he could just repair you bastard. I saw the Hera bot. Yeah. You. I think I only came close to beating you one of those times. It was the first time I played you. I feel like I had a chance, kind of. Like, I feel like I got some actual kills, like decent damage on Katans, but I still freaking choked. But this game we just played, and the second game I played you, it wasn't close at all. He's cooking the next cheese strat. You were hundreds of bills of scouts. Yeah, that was the one time I think I was like maybe had a chance of beating you with the douche, but now I know. I can just go extra, cancel feudal, get some lumber camps, and just win the TC war. Good to know. I am going to check that replay, though. I do want to see, like, how different was the eco at the moment of you placing the TC. I just want to see it for my own 2 eyes. Forgot Flenstring, load replay. This is not what I should have done. I should have done this with Capture Age. Oh, I can do this. Okay. So I say with Capture Age. Let's get this real time. Just gonna zoom it all the way to the point where you're dropping me. And it looks like you use basically the extra chickens too. I saw you like milling the extra chickens, which kind of makes sense in terms of like the food that's available. Yeah, you get a mill and you do all your cows because you're planning on doing the douche. I have my initial cuts. You're full walling your wood line. Okay, pause. So right now, at the time you're placing the TC, you're only down 1 vil, right? Which is maybe due to, how the hell do you have 0-second idle time? What is this? That's gotta be cheating, right? Like, so we still have a bit of an idle TC issue for sure. Tactical House Palisades, I don't know. That's really awkward to place those around, and it's also going to cost a lot of res to do. And if you're wrong, then you've bricked your FC. Can't be idle if you DC. Okay, yeah, that is true. Or if you destroy it. But you didn't have any idle TC up to this point. And this part, I tried to fight you, but I really should have just like focused like a couple vills. I was trying to do the thing where you hit every one of the vills, but it's like there's no way I'm stopping you with Sicilian. I should have instantly just left. So I gave you back a lot of your vil time by fighting you. And you click up, which really should put me at a pretty significant advantage if I don't click up. type of thing. I'm surprised my TC wasn't able to kill any vills. I think you were just one tile too far away. Because I was able to just put all my... or you mean like right out the gate when I initially like backed away? Yeah, I thought I was gonna lose some too, but it didn't end up punishing me too hard there. You have 10 vills, you're starting to grab food here. You have your lumber camp back, you have this back. And I really just have a much safer wood line than you do. That costs me less to protect. And these guys are out in the middle of nowhere. So if I start fighting this, I'm going to cook your wood because you aged up. Because I was doing this many, and I was still just... my wood was just... I was doing this many, and I was losing wood. So, I'm going to take Redphosphoru's advice. Don't age up. Keep making vills. Take all the food vills. Garrison to have 10. Get a couple of repair vills, and then go for some extra lumber camps to beat you on efficiency. Good learning experience. Good learning experience. All right. I think we're going to call it here for the night, guys. I think we're going to call it here for the night. Tomorrow, we're going to hopefully have a solid day putting what we've learned today in practice. Get a bit more familiar with the keybinds. And try to go for a new PB. We made it all the way to... I don't know if 7-Eleven's correct. Or if it's something different. I think that was just what my play session was. But I'm not 100% sure. We made it to 1722. Well, technically we made it to 1735. And Grubby made it to 1830. Grubby's doing too good. We gotta catch up. We gotta catch up. Tomorrow we're gonna see if we can push that number. See how we can do to try to get more competitive with that. Anyways, we'll call it for the night here. Let's see who's streaming, who's online. I'll send you guys over to Day 9, Hera, Death Note, Pestily. I'm going to send you guys over to Pestily, who is streaming PoE. Never mind. I'm not sending you over to Pestily. I'm going to send you guys over to... I'll send you guys over to Day 9. I'll send you guys over to Day 9. No, I'll do Death Note. I think I rated Day 9 yesterday. I'm going to send you guys over to Death Note, he's been grinding the most out of anyone, I believe. So I'm going to send you guys over to Death Note. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys had fun today. And tomorrow, we're going to make the number go up, hopefully. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if it turns out well or not. Enjoy Death Note stream, guys. Take care. Have a good night.